During a class at school, the MC gets hit by a paper ball right on his head. The boy looks back and the troublemakers play dumb. When he turns to the front again, they start throwing even more paper balls at him. He tries to ask them to stop, but one of the bullies stands up and punches him. The bully calls him pathetic and then kicks him in the face. When the teacher walks in, the bully decides to give the boy a little break, but that break didn't last long. They stick a note on his back making fun of him for not having a mom. The teacher just ignores everything. Daejun, the MC, realizes that adults won't do anything and that he is completely alone. Class ends. Daejun is at home staring at himself in the mirror. Right at that moment, he decided to stop being a punching bag and become the white Mike Tyson. Daejun starts doing every single day push-ups to build muscle, reading self-defense books, running to build stamina, and even watching fights on TV to learn how to throw hands. 1 week later, his weight went up and he was not the same anymore. Before he struggled to do a single push-up, but now he does one-arm push-ups while reading. Looks like he injected something straight into his arms. When he came back to school, everyone was shocked. Nobody recognized him from how much he had changed. Inside the convenience store, Daejun had completely changed his look. Now he's rocking glasses and a wannabe beard that's basically just some fuzz. In an alley, the leader of the bully group is messing with some kid. When he meets up with his girlfriend and heads to the store where Daejun is working, the bully asks for 2 beers. Daejun thinks they might be students and asks to see their IDs. The bowl-cut kid gets annoyed and just slams the money on the counter and grabs the drinks. The MC tells him to put it back. The Thing from the Fantastic Four gets so mad that he grabs the MC by the collar and asks if he wants to get beat up. The store owner is just like a security camera, watching everything. The bully drags Daejun outside and asks if he wants to get it now or later. Daejun, full of confidence, said, "I'd like to see you try." The square-faced guy raises his hand to hit him. 1 second later, Daejun is still standing without a scratch, while the bully ended up on the floor with a swollen face. He looks up at the MC and gets back up, telling his girlfriend to call for backup. The bully tries to intimidate him, but Daejun grabs him by the shoulder and squeezes his collarbone until he confesses his real age. When he admits he's 17, the MC tells him to never show his face at the store again. The bully's crew shows up. The notorious Big tells him to let his boss go if he wants to stay alive. The whale raises his hand thinking he's gonna crush Daejun, but gets slapped so hard that it was the first time in history a whale took flight. The other bullies get furious and try their luck too, but the ending is always the same. He put them down one by one, saying goodnight with his fist. The leader, not tired of getting beat up, grabs a bottle and tries one more time. Daejun landed a punch right in his stomach that this leader probably will never get up again. Looking around, only one guy is still standing. The dude is absolutely terrified and begs for forgiveness on behalf of everyone else. Now the MC is no longer the bully's victim. He's the one turning bullies into victims. Before leaving, he says he never wants to see them at the store again. The day was almost over. Daejun remembered he missed class because of those bullies. At the entrance of a building, there's a woman who asks to talk to him for a few minutes and hands him a card that reads, Golden Dragon Education Foundation. The woman explains the organization's project, which is finding a strong guy to take down all the bullies and put an end to the fights. For that, she needs his skills to fight and shut down every conflict. She wants to end the war by making more war. Okay, that makes total sense. Since he wants to get stronger, he accepts. Later at the new school, Daejun is happy to be studying again. In the school hallway, everyone was admiring the new student. Meanwhile, a student is used as a horse and brought to Hojong, and they talk about the new transfer. On the first day of class, the MC meets Minsu. The big guy, Hong, decides to pull a prank, walks up to the boy and lands a surprise hit on his head, leaving the new kid stunned. The bully tells Minso to go buy bread for him, but the boy asks to go only at break time. Another bully was just laughing at the whole thing. The big guy tells the other kids to close their eyes. With a punch, Hojong calls Minso an idiot. Seeing that he remembered the meeting with the woman, where there's a rule to never cross the line into violence, and to not get exposed because it's a secret project. But the MC can't stand watching the big guy hit everyone anymore. Daejun stood up and told him to hand over the money right now. The bully was confused, watching another guy act tough right in front of him. When the beat-up guy puts his hand on the MC's hair, Daejun punches him in the ribs and follows up with another punch straight to the face. He wasn't caring about any rules anymore. He just did whatever he felt like. Everyone was in shock watching the new student beat up the class bully. The other bully tries to get revenge, but the MC dodges every single punch he throws and lands a hook right in the blonde kid's stomach. The kid didn't last 3 seconds before begging for mercy. The ugly thing with a face full of blood holding a chair, thinking he's going to hit the MC, but the MC throws a punch so hard that this guy won't be getting up anytime soon. Daejun says the class leader is really weak, but the bully laughs and says that's not the real leader.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
It's Minho, the leader of the room, who asked who the protagonist is and if he is trying to take over the leadership of the place. Then Daejun asks if he is the boss of this room walking. The leader of the room asks how the two bullies lost to a single person. Curious, the protagonist stares at him with a blank look. The leader of the room asks the MC why he is doing this on the first day. Scared? The bullies wonder if the leader will be able to win, and the girl in the group asks if they are okay. One of the students steps back to avoid getting involved, annoyed. The leader of the room tells the students that he is not going to fight at this moment. The protagonist looks suspiciously, questioning if he really isn't going to fight, analyzing the leader's legs, seeing that they are spread apart and pointed at him. His shoulders are also ready to move while the leader stares at the protagonist. He thinks he is subtle but can attack at any moment. That bully thinks the newcomer is strong, but that he won't defeat the room leader Minho. Then he asks one of the students for popcorn. The student wonders why he chose him. Irritated, the bully questions if he has gone crazy. Then the bully walks away, saying that there will be meat for lunch. The leader of the room then realizes that the room is no longer afraid of the bully. Hojong calmly, the leader says they should introduce themselves and says his name is Minho and asks for the protagonist's name, Daejeon. Then says his name. At that instant, Minho lunges forward, bringing his hand close to the protagonist's face to deceive him, and preparing to kick him, aiming precisely at the protagonist's vulnerable parts. He then realizes it will be a low blow right in the middle of the legs, and that this is a blow with unbearable pain, being a blow that cannot escape criticism. Soon, no man should use this type of blow. Sweating cold, Daejeon analyzes the situation, positioning his hands on the vulnerable area. Noticing this, the leader changes the move to a punch, saying it was a bluff, going all out to punch the protagonist, landing a solid punch to his face, strong enough to mark Daejeon's face. Excited, the bullies celebrate the situation, saying there's no way the newcomer can win. Daejeon thinks the leader bluffed and attacked at the same time, landing a direct kick to the leader's shin. The leader is surprised by the kick. After that, the protagonist grabs the leader by the jacket, throwing him away with great force, hitting his back against the wall. The leader sits down after being thrown, giving a lesson. The protagonist says not to threaten others like that. Laughing, the leader of the room gets up while saying that if it's him who will hit, it's no problem. Surprised, one of the bullies says that Minho is number one without manners, and Hojong corrects him, saying that if he does that 3 times he will be expelled from kickboxing. Clenching his fists, the leader says he will now use kickboxing properly, and that this time it will be serious. Calmly, Daejeon tells him to avoid that place. Minho then watches him while bringing his hand close to some object. At that moment, he throws a chair towards the protagonist. Daejeon dodges it reflexively. While Minho lunges at the protagonist, he dodges his punch with his right hand. Minho tries to hit him again, but Daejeon dodges again, irritated. The leader tells him to stop dodging while preparing for another blow. Then he notices something, telling everyone to stay still because this opponent is his. Surprised, Daejeon wonders if there's someone else there. Everyone looks at a student with glasses. That student wonders if they were talking about him. Minho then approaches Daejeon with a lot of anger in his eyes. To throw another punch, the protagonist blocks it with his wrist and tells Minho that he is a fun guy. Asking if he is done playing, Minho replies saying no and tries to hit Daejeon's neck with 2 fingers, but Daejeon dodges. Then the protagonist says he will finish this himself, landing a very strong punch directly to the leader's face, knocking him unconscious while spitting saliva and falling face down on the ground. Daejeon then asks who this guy is and that he no longer wants to fight. Scared, the bullies can't believe what happened. The other students are also stunned. Daejeon kicks Minho, telling him to get up. He walks, saying for the bullies to take Minho to the infirmary, and that now they work for him. Completely in shock, the two agree but think they are screwed now. In the teacher's lounge, that woman is observing a classroom while thinking that Daejeon doesn't look like a transfer student, but now she has a long meeting to deal with. She looks at her phone while thinking about how anxious she is to see what he will do walking down the hallway. She thinks that maybe it's time to move on to the second part of the plan, while a schoolgirl watches her, thinking that she is the planning director of the foundation. At that moment, her colleague arrives and tells Ji-in to go to the classroom, but Ji-in is pondering why that director is at the school now. In the protagonist's classroom, Daejeon is giving a moral lesson to the bullies, saying that school is for learning, and that enough of this bullying stuff. The 3 lower their heads, and the blonde says they are not bullies, while Hojong tells them to stop because everyone is watching with a scary face. Daejeon approaches the blonde bully and says he can be his friend, or his nightmare, and the blonde says to be friends. Daejeon glares at Hojong while calling him breadface, telling him not to eat anymore, and the guy asks why. Irritated, the protagonist just tells him not to eat any more bread, and Hojong complies with the order, now facing the other students. Daejeon says that if any of them bother someone in this room, or bother others, they should let him know with a mischievous look. Daejeon says he will set them straight. Surprised, one of the students thinks the protagonist is scary and kind at the same time, and wonders if things will get better in the classroom. Now, after a while in the 3rd classroom on the 1st floor, we see a student watching a video of the fight between Daejeon and Minho, saying that this is entertainment, showing it to another student, asking what he thought of the newcomer, and another student replies that he just got lucky and sees no skill at all. Then the student shows this video to someone else while saying that Minho only learned kickboxing after getting beaten by that other student. a student named Sangbo, then stands up angrily asking what's wrong with Minho, saying that he only managed to be the boss of that classroom by playing dirty. This student then goes to train and asks where his punching bag is, actually. The punching bag is a student who immediately responds where it is. This bully then says that today is his turn, and punches the student directly in the stomach, making him salivate from the pain. Sangbo then thinks about how many hits he will give, and decides to give 800 hits. He is the class leader, and tells the punching bag not to have eaten before coming totally confident. The bully says to prepare some punching bags because he will warm up before going after the newcomers sometime later. At the high school, Daejeon is in class, while thinking about how he ignored important lessons during his first time in high school, concluding that school is much better than studying alone and that he needs to take this chance to fix his past. After a while, the teacher ends the class. Daejeon asks Minsu if he can take notes during the break, and Minsu says yes, offering his notes. Hojong stretches, saying he is hungry. He says there is no one to get food for him, and at that moment Daejeon stares at him. The two bullies get scared, and the blonde tells Hojong to exercise, but he is using another student as a horse and asks what the name of the transport is, and says he got on by accident. Hojong then wonders how he can live at school without a student to get his bread, and says the boy wouldn't even be able to react. Then the group gathers around Minho, talking about him going outside because he doesn't seem well, and the woman says that taking him outside won't change anything. She calls the boys miserable. Then she approaches the protagonist, saying that he is amazing when he fights and invites him for both to learn jujitsu. The three are shocked by this situation, saying that she is flirting with Daejeon. And they remember when Hojong invited her to learn jujitsu, but was cursed at. Daejeon asks the girl if there is any dojo nearby. Excited, the girl says there is a dojo, but she can find another if he wants. The confused protagonist looks to the right, then turns to the other side and looks to the left while the girl asks what's wrong with him. She then realizes he is looking at the board, understanding that he wants to take the notes from the board. The girl wonders if she is being a bother, scratching his head. Daejeon says he didn't hear her, and asks what she said, very disappointed. She says it was nothing, and that he should study hard and become a great person. The three look at her without reaction, and the girl says they are pathetic and should study too. At that moment, Minho realizes that the newcomer has become the class leader by defeating him, and that because of this, he will have to face Myungjung from class 2 and Sangbo from class 3. And because of this, he might lose his position as leader of class 1, even though Minho himself has already defeated both. The girl then says that Minho didn't beat them with skills. Minho then concludes that if the two defeat Daejeon, the class will be under the command of the other leaders. Hojong panics and says those two are the worst. At that moment, someone enters the room. Minho goes on high alert. Who arrives is Kim Myungjung, the leader of class 2, and he asks if Minho is okay, because he got beaten up. The girl is surprised because they were just talking about the leaders, and the blonde says he feels like hitting that leader. Kim asks if Minho didn't sleep at night, or if he got punched and ended up sleeping, irritated. Hojong stands up asking if Kim came to mock Minho, and at that moment Minho tells Hojong to stop. He then stands up and asks if Kim came looking for a fight, saying he can take him down again. Kim says he is getting too cocky, and that he only lost because Minho fought dirty. Getting closer, Minho tells him to shut up or he will hit him, and Kim responds telling him to go ahead. But before he finishes the sentence, someone yells for them to be quiet, and both are surprised. Daejeon says they talk too much, and that he wants to study. Minho goes back to his desk, telling them to study, and Hojong says it's still break time. Kim then realizes that the student who yelled is the newcomer with a mocking look. Kim glances at Hojong and Minho and says he won't deal with him since he's already dead. Anyway, irritated, Hojong says he hates them and prefers to deal with the newcomer, and Minho agrees, walking over to Daejeon's desk. Kim and his partner are curious, confused. Kim asks if this is really the newcomer, and his partner says yes, but that he looks different from the video. Getting closer to the protagonist, Kim questions if he is some kind of criminal, and his partner says he just looks like a nerd wearing those glasses. Kim gets very close to Daejeon's face and asks him to repeat what he said earlier when he yelled with a serious look. Daejeon analyzes the situation in silence, very irritated. Kim asks him to repeat and says that before he was complaining about the noise, but now he seems to have gone deaf. Looking at his partner, Kim says the newcomer is so scared he isn't saying anything and asks if he didn't think he was tough, bringing his hand closer to Daejeon's desk. Kim says that when someone speaks, he needs to listen by pure reflex. The protagonist grabs Kim's hand tightly, very scared. Kim asks him to stay calm and in a lot of pain. He asks him to stop. The other students just watch the situation in shock while squeezing Kim's hand. The protagonist says he needs to finish his notes and that Kim should come back later if he doesn't want to be left without a hand sweating cold. Kim says he understands after letting go of his hand. The protagonist tells him to go before he changes his mind. Kim goes to his partner and tells them to leave. He repeats telling them to get out suddenly. Kim turns to the protagonist ready to punch him because he doesn't care about his notes quickly. Daejeon grabs the arm of the leader of Class 2 and prepares to retaliate, punching Kim in the face with the palm of his hand, who immediately loses consciousness, falling down while his partner asks if he's dead and checks his pulse, realizing he is still alive. Daejeon then questions if Kim is the leader of Class 2 and says they are very impatient because he was going to go after Kim soon with an evil look. Daejeon tells them to take him when he wakes up and that if he bumps into them again, it will be death, while Kim's partner leaves. The students in the class are impressed with Daejeon, and the protagonist thinks it was very convenient to accidentally defeat the leader of Class 2. The main group in the room is shocked by the situation. Scared Hojong says it's better for them to forget about revenge and that he has decided to forgive the newbie. The blonde then says that this way, they will just be nerds who study properly. At that moment, the leader of Class 3 arrives calling Minho, saying he heard some things in shock. Hojong asks if they plan to form a line outside, and Minho says he will have to get up again. Sangbo says he can be quiet because they didn't come after him. Hojong then questions why they entered the room if it's not to start a fight, and the blonde tells Hojong to calm down. The bullies from Class 3 surround Daejeon and Minsu's tables. Daejeon is left speechless by the situation and says he will leave the notes for later. Sangbo grabs Minsu by the head and tells him to go away, sitting in the chair. The bully asks Daejeon if he is studying. One of the bully's friends looks at the protagonist and calls him handsome. Shim Sangbo says he is the leader of Class 3 and is in this room because he wanted to know if Daejeon thinks he's the boss. Just because he hit Minho at that moment, the protagonist bangs on the table. Irritated, he asks Sangbo to just say what he wants because he is very loud. The bully says the protagonist is brave, but the protagonist asks how he could be brave just for talking to an idiot, and concludes by saying the bully is pathetic with a murderous look. Sangbo says the protagonist is amusing. He stares at Daejeon and says he will see him outside, saying it's better he prepares because he's not weak. Like Minho leaving the room, the bully calls his friends to go away. Confused, the protagonist wonders why all the students have been like this since the first day, and that he just wanted to study. Normally the girl analyzing the situation says Sangbo is very strong and that Daejeon got into trouble, but the blonde is shocked by his classmates' concern. She responds saying she just doesn't like Sangbo preferring the newbie, and asks the blonde if he wants Sangbo to be the new leader. Minho answers saying no. The blonde asks where he is going, then the girl asks if he is going to talk to the newbie, and if she can go with him. Arriving at the protagonist's table, he asks if he can sit down, and Daejeon replies no. Ignoring the refusal, Minho sits down and says Sangbo is very different from the students in Class 2 and that he is a real fighter. Adjusting his glasses, Daejeon tells him not to worry. Surprisingly, Minho says he wants to help the protagonist Hojong, and the blonde are surprised. The girl then becomes very happy with the idea. Suspicious, the protagonist asks if he is going to help him, questioning what he is plotting, and Minho replies that he will tell the strategy of Sangbo, denying the idea. The protagonist says it's not necessary. Ignoring the protagonist again, Minho says Sangbo has been training boxing since elementary school, but that he doesn't care about real boxing fights. Already in Sangbo's room, he asks to bring the punching bags for him upon finding only 3 students. He asks if there shouldn't be 4. One of the students says the 4th is in the hospital. Irritated, Sangbo questions if it's his fault, and the student replies that the 4th fell somewhere with an air of superiority. Sangbo says it wouldn't be his fault, because he is training these students, but that he is not to blame for everyone being weak. Stretching, he says the 3 will need to try harder, and that now they will start. The 3 students get into fighting position, but with a lot of fear, with a look of hatred. The bully says they can come. One of the students closes his eyes and goes all out to throw a punch quickly. Sangbo punches him in the chin, making the student fall back. One of the students is very scared by this scene but gathers courage and charges in. Sangbo dodges his punch and counters with a direct hit to the ribs with his left arm and finishes with a punch to the face using his right arm. The second student falls hard to the ground, trembling with fear. The remaining student faces this situation. Sangbo tells him to come quickly. This student is completely terrified but still goes for the bully and ends up taking a punch right in the face. With a series of punches, the bully tells the student to defend himself, telling him to move his arms while the rest of the class is watching. One of the students who got hit is lying on the ground looking at the bully. Sangbo looks back and asks why he is sitting, telling everyone to stand up and that he is hitting lightly to last longer with a calm look. The bully asks if they are pretending to make it end faster and says they should try harder. 2 of the students who got beaten are scared, and Sangbo concludes by saying that now they will visit their friend in the hospital. After some time in high school already during the break inside the cafeteria, the protagonist along with Min-soo is getting food. He sits at one of the tables with his plate staring at the food. He thinks it's been a while since he ate school food, and that lately he only ate old stuff at his job, remembering how it was to work at his store and how attentive his boss was. Two girls are looking at the protagonist and one of them talks about how handsome he is, saying he arrived today, while her friend thinks about the fact that Daejeon arrived today at another table. Several students are talking about the newcomer defeating two leaders, and one of them questions that he arrived today and already wants to be the leader. Another said that the newcomer did all of this at once. Then one of the students responds saying that maybe it was luck and that he will have to face Sangbo anyway. Gu Sunghwa, who is the leader of the special sports class, says that soon they will know if it was indeed luck or skill back at the protagonist's table. That girl from the same class comes to the table and asks why Daejeon is eating alone, telling him to eat together, and Min-soo thinks she didn't see him at the table to say that the students from class 1 are sitting together at the table and start talking among themselves at another table. Two students question about the protagonist, and one of them asks if the newcomer has joined Minha's gang, and the other says that the newcomer is handsome. The leader of the special arts class, Kwak Du-shik, asks if he isn't more handsome than the newcomer, and his friend says yes at class 1's table. The protagonist is eating rice, and Minho tells him to eat everything, and that Sangbo won't be as easy as Kim Daejeon suspiciously says that Minho mentioned he would beat Sangbo and asks why he is trying to help him. Minho says that his fight with Sangbo is still happening. He then starts to remember his fight with Sangbo being completely beaten and tired. Sangbo asks if Minho is already tired, and that he won't stop until he covers his face in blood in response. Minho tries to hit him with a left punch that is dodged, retaliating. Sangbo punches Minho in the face, who again tries to hit him, but this time with a right punch that is easily dodged and retaliating with a left punch hitting Minho's ribs hard after that. He pins Sangbo against the wall, having to submit to his forbidden technique, going straight for the bully's weak spots in shock. The protagonist asks if that was what he used before going back to the memories. The bully can't take the pain and surrenders. Minho recalls that even after beating Sangbo, he doesn't admit it anymore and that no one recognized his victory. Not believing this, the protagonist wonders if anyone would accept that kind of blow. Concluding his thought, Minho says that Sangbo is skilled both in defense and attack, and even if he doesn't hit very hard, his precision is great, and says that Sangbo didn't want to fight him anymore after that, and the blonde thinks it's because of the mysterious technique that Sangbo doesn't want to fight Minho anymore. Seriously, Minho says that the third-year bully will take care of Daejeon this way, and that he hopes the protagonist can win from afar. The protagonist sees two students talking. He analyzes and thinks about who they are talking. One of the students asks if his friend is nervous about the newcomer, and the other replies saying no because Sangbo will win anyway. A piece of food falls onto Daejeon's plate. That boy apologizes for it. Irritated, the protagonist questions what is happening nervously. The girl asks if the student has gone crazy to do something so childish. He says he already apologized and that she can eat if she wants. Both leave laughing at the situation quickly. The protagonist grabs one of their arms and asks where they are going very angrily. Daejeon says it's not fried octopus, but a dish called dorachim muchim, looking from another table. The girl with glasses wonders what is happening and that it looks like there will be a fight. Your friend comments that by the type of people at the table, the newcomer must also be a bully, and your friend says he is very handsome. Other students also analyze the situation to see what the protagonist will do. Daejeon questions where the octopus is. The bully is trembling with fear and says it's nothing serious and that the newcomer should apologize, tightening his grip even more. Daejeon questions if he really has to apologize in great pain and fear. The bully doesn't know what to do. Concluding, the protagonist says that he is the one who decides whether to apologize or not. At that moment, Daejeon hears a noise. It's a message, and before reading it, he tells the bully not to move. The message is from the operation chief Lee Saim, wanting to talk to the protagonist. Seeing the message, the protagonist gets a little nervous, remembering his meeting with Lee Saim when she said she could get him a full scholarship for college and also provide living support, reiterating the project rules, one of which is confidentiality, which is crucial. And that's why Daejeon's behavior must have limits, so he won't be discovered, and that if there's a chance of that happening, the project will be cancelled, making the protagonist return to his old life. Remembering all this, the protagonist ponders what to do with the bully. Meanwhile, the bully tells his friend that they should leave, but the protagonist notices their escape when he looks back eating. The former bully Hojong comments that the problem isn't these two, but the fact that they are with the strongest guy in school, who is Sangbo. Hojong asks why Min-soo is staring at him, and he says it's nothing. Confused, Daejeon thinks he can't let himself be swayed by the situation, and that he just needs the project to work to achieve his dreams, and that he has already done enough for a first day. Two other students see that nothing came of it, and one of them comments that it seems the newcomer doesn't fight over anything different from what the rumors said. Daejeon says he is leaving, and Minho talks about Sangbo's strategy, but Daejeon says he doesn't need it. The blonde says the protagonist seems to have changed a bit after seeing the phone, and Minho says he is hard to predict outside the cafeteria. The protagonist is thinking about the fact that he stood out a lot on this first day and doesn't know what Lee Saim will think about it. While he was thinking about the situation, Daejeon sees that bully from before he turns around to get out of this situation, but the protagonist grabs him by the scruff of the neck, and the bully says he is making a big mistake, and that as a newcomer, the protagonist probably doesn't know. But there are rules in the school, and one of them is not to mess with students from other classes unless the protagonist defeats Sangbo, this being a tradition of the school for generations. And if it's not followed, the protagonist can become a target. And during the conversation, two people approach, and Daejeon tells them to talk somewhere else. The bully says he doesn't want to. So the protagonist asks if he wants to get beaten right there, and the bully says they should go now in another part of the school, taking a punch to the gut. That bully starts spitting saliva and howling in pain, falling to the ground. He says the newcomer will regret it, but is ignored. The protagonist tells the bully to call his leader, saying that according to the rules, if he just defeats Sangbo, the bully will be able to take a beating without problems, and he confirms that yes, but the bully, lying on the ground, says that now it's not possible because Sangbo is hitting the punching bags. Daejeon wonders if those punching bags are actually students, and the bully says yes and asks if the protagonist has ever used that in class. The protagonist then says he won't let this go. After a while in classroom 3, thinking that this must be classroom 3, the protagonist is determined. Then he looks inside the room, startled by a student who was thrown straight at the door. Curious, Sangbo asks who is behind the door. His classmate says he will take a look, and then opens the door instantly. The protagonist tells him to get out of the way. Sangbo says he had warned that he would see the newcomer after class. Analyzing the situation, the protagonist concludes that the bully only chooses people with no physical resistance to be his punching bags. Irritated, Sangbo asks what Daejeon is doing in his room and tells the fallen students on the floor to leave tremendous fear. One of the students is paralyzed, and the bully says that he is the only one left, grabbing him by the neck. He questions if the student wants to cause trouble for him, saying that he hurt him. The injured student simply says he fell on the way home and that it was his own fault, laughing at the situation. The bully says they are all weak. Irritated, the protagonist looks to the side, seeing all the students in the classroom quiet. He realizes why they do nothing. He tells himself that he understands from personal experience all of this, remembering when he was beaten at school, and that the bullies never stopped hitting for anything since the adults pretended not to see anything. There was nothing to be done. But then someone appears to solve this problem. A student even stronger than the bully who was hitting the protagonist, saying that anyone who messes with Daejeon would be dead. Seeing all this, the protagonist felt saved, being the greatest certainty he had in life, that only one bully could stop another bully for good, and that at that exact moment, Daejeon would be that person, concluding that everyone needs to know this, aspiring to be the bully who will be on top, commanding all the others. After this motivation, the protagonist tells Sangbo not to pretend to be so strong since he hits such weak people, and tells him to beat someone stronger. Sangbo then asks if that someone stronger would be the newcomer. Daejeon, in turn, asks if he can use Sangbo's classmate as a punching bag. Completely irritated, the classmate questions what he is talking about very confidently. The protagonist asserts that he would make a good punching bag for being heavy and looking good to hit. Then the bully's classmate charges at him quickly. Daejeon immobilizes the blow with his left hand and uses his right hand to grab the bully, going to punch him in the collarbone, but it was just a bluff to catch the bully off guard, finishing him off with a right hook, leaving that bully unconscious on the floor. The students are in shock at the situation, with his hands in his pockets. The protagonist confirms that he is indeed good at hitting and asks Sangbo what he wants. Completely irritated, Sangbo hears the protagonist asking how many punches he wants to take at that moment. Sangbo is impressed by the fact that the protagonist can throw his classmate into the lockers just with the force of his punch, and that the size and weight of his classmate being much larger means that the newcomer is not ordinary. Then he asks if the newcomer only knows how to provoke and orders the students to push the desks forward. They then start to push. Meanwhile, the protagonist analyzes this decision and realizes that it was probably made because Sangbo is a boxer and therefore needs as much space as possible for a fight outside the cafeteria. That bully is in pain, asking for help. His classmate helps him, saying to go to room 3 because Sangbo and the newcomer are going to fight. Hearing this, the students also decide to go inside the cafeteria. Hojong wonders why the ice creams are so small nowadays, and the blonde replies that it was him who got huge. Suddenly they hear a student shouting that Sangbo and the newcomer are fighting in room 3. They then decide to go too. Arriving in room 3 of the school, the 3 students from class 1 wonder if the fight wouldn't be after school. They realize that the fight is about to start and that they should have bought popcorn. Analyzing, the protagonist thinks that even though Sangbo defeated Minho, he didn't seem to have much skill from the video he saw. Meanwhile, Sangbo is warming up and positions himself to go all out, charging at the protagonist with great speed, throwing a punch from the left, but Daejeon dodges it reflexively. Then Sangbo changes trajectory, trying to land a punch from the right, which is also dodged during this dodge. The protagonist thinks that he is faster than a professional boxer, and that every time he gets close, Sangbo quickly distances himself. He continues following the protagonist to stay close. Then Sangbo tries another punch from the right, but the protagonist ducks to evade finding an opening after this attack from the opponent. Sangbo realizes that Daejeon is going to try a cross punch, and then he jumps instantly, going back with the aim of dodging. Recognizing that the newcomer knows how to identify an opening but that it won't work anyway, the protagonist then realizes that Sangbo can identify how his shoulder moves, and that he is not an ordinary guy, having a natural sense and systematic training in addition to being good at using his feet, and besides that, he is fast, moving swiftly towards the protagonist, throwing several punches in succession. But the protagonist dodges them all. Minho, observing the fight, thinks that he too got trapped by these punches, and that he sees no chance to counterattack, wondering what Daejeon will do. The protagonist finds an opening, leaving Sangbo in shock for not being able to avoid it. Then Daejeon lands a right cross, hitting the upper part of the arm after absorbing the punch. The bully steps back due to the impact and wonders if this punch was from a normal guy, since even blocking it, he still took damage. Hojong and the blonde are surprised by this counterattack. Daejeon then thinks that Sangbo has abnormal speed, and that his ability to judge situations is also quick. The bully then realizes he managed to recognize the protagonist's reach because of this punch. He then thinks of a strategy to feint a punch and then land a cross, since the protagonist will step back and throw a punch. First, the protagonist notices something while watching the movement quickly. Sangbo gains momentum and charges at the protagonist with full speed, facing Daejeon. He prepares, and Sangbo realizes it's time, dodging Daejeon's first punch. Sangbo then feels pleased that his read was correct. At the same time, the protagonist is preparing to throw a kick, hitting the lower thigh of the bully, making him feel pain and unable to believe the possibility of the kick. Quickly, he loses control and tries to throw a punch with his left arm, but Daejeon dodges after dodging. He analyzes his next move, delivering another kick with great force to his leg. The other students say that Sangbo was so focused on punches that he completely forgot about kicks, and that this will hinder Sangbo's movement. Looking from above, the newcomer tells the bully to get up. Irritated, Sangbo stands up and curses him, saying he should have some manners, ignoring him. Daejeon kicks him again in the same spot, telling him to get up quickly. Surprised, his classmates are in shock, and Minho says he should have kicked him in the face with a piercing look. The protagonist questions if Sangbo's leg hurts, and that if it does, he should lie down, trembling and irritated. The bully tells him not to act like he has already won the fight again. The protagonist prepares for a kick and thanks him for the compliment. At that moment, Sangbo prepares to defend that area already affected by 3 consecutive kicks, but the protagonist steps firmly on the ground and throws a punch with his right as it was a bluff. The bully barely manages to block using his left arm. After that, he realizes another punch is coming, but the protagonist's hand stops there, treating it as another bluff, sweeping the bully's legs, leaving all the students in class 3 in shock. Perplexed, his classmates realize it's Minho's method. Other students mention that it was 4 kicks just to the same leg and question if he will be able to move. Sangbo is kneeling on the ground, unable to move, on the ceiling of the room. There is a camera that is filming the entire fight and being projected directly onto a screen where a man appreciates this fight and thinks it's good because these boys know how to fight confident. The protagonist asks what Sangbo is doing and tells him to get up and face him. Irritated and with his hand on his leg, the bully analyzes what to do. He knows his leg can no longer take it. The students watch the fight completely perplexed. Sangbo feels utterly humiliated. One of the students says he should get up if he's a boxer, and the other responds asking if he can still fight like that, and that it's hard to see because of the pants, but it's a fact that the bully's leg is completely messed up, with the feet being a major problem in boxing fights. Even fighters fearing punches, they avoid blows by controlling distance to be able to throw multiple punches using footwork. And making an analogy, he says that if the punch is a bullet, the feet are the weapon that fires those bullets. So the better the weapon, the better the shot will be. It would be as if Sangbo had an AK-47, but without his leg that allows him to execute punches. Meanwhile, the bully's leg is trembling in pain, but even so, he prepares, saying it's not over yet, bothered by his persistence. The protagonist stares at the bully and asks if he wants to keep taking hits quickly. The protagonist throws a powerful punch towards the bully's torso, which he blocks with his arms, throwing him back with force. Irritated, he thinks about how much this hurts even while blocking the blows, and that he can't use his legs to dodge. At that moment, another kick is thrown by Daejeon and Sangbo blocks again, feeling a lot of pain after the block. The other students continue analyzing the fight and say that soon the protagonist will break the bully's defense after the block. Sangbo hits his back against something and looking back realizes it's a wall. The protagonist approaches again and Sangbo thinks he needs to escape this wall. Somehow he barely manages to dodge the protagonist's punch. He tries to retaliate, but the protagonist dodges and lands a straight punch to Sangbo's ribs, who realizes something is wrong with his breathing. Next, Daejeon throws a left punch that is blocked with a right, that is also blocked at this moment. Sangbo is feeling a lot of pain. Minho then says the fight is over because Sangbo is cornered against the wall. He is taking several consecutive punches in this case. He only has the choice to defend or to take a beating. The blonde asks if this is a massacre since Sangbo is getting hit so much, and Hojong says he looks like a punching bag back in the past. Sangbo is training boxing. Other people at the gym are impressed with his level and say he should participate in a fight. Then the gym teacher says he doesn't want to join a league or anything like that. At that moment, a teenager arrives claiming to be Sangbo's friend. He is calling Sangbo to go home after training. Sangbo shows a tattoo he is going to get. Sangbo says goodbye to the teacher, but he wants to tell him something. The teacher, with a worried look, asks Sangbo if he likes to mess with others, telling him to only fight in the ring and that this is the most important thing in boxing. Sometime later in the classroom, Sangbo is beating up a student physically weaker than him, even punching him in the face without any limits with a frightening look. He says, "This is much better than a simple punching bag," calling for the next one to fight him. A line of several students has formed to be the bully's punching bags. Sangbo's friend says this one can take a hit so he can hit hard while Sangbo hits another student. His friend says this must hurt back in the present. The protagonist is destroying Sangbo while his friend watches everything. There are several consecutive punches as if the bully is the new punching bag, even spitting from all the beating he is taking in. Shock, his friend questions how Sangbo became a punching bag, and in his eyes, the protagonist is indeed punching a punching bag, throwing a punch from the left, then a powerful kick making the punching bag swing back and forth continuously. But in reality, it's Sangbo who is enduring all this as the protagonist's punching bag, and after a strong right punch, the chain of the punching bag breaks, symbolizing the bully Sangbo's downfall, who is already unconscious after the blow, falling to the ground like a punching bag after being wrecked, completely exhausted, knowing he can't win and that he will never be able to. He sees the protagonist walking slowly towards him, and with a frightening look, Daejeon says he has 10 seconds to go back to being the punching bag, which leaves the bully completely scared in the classroom of Class 3. Sangbo is very tired and doesn't understand what happened, while the protagonist stares at him frighteningly. The bully averts his gaze in shame for having lost, seeing the result. The students in his class can't believe it. The others who got beaten also remain unresponsive to this outcome. His friend, scared, knows the reason Sangbo doesn't participate in a boxing competition in the past. He asked Sangbo why, who replied saying it was annoying. His friend also knows why the bully chose not to go after Minho, even claiming he would win. And the reason he is so obsessed with this instrumentalization of physically weak students who become punching bags. The reason for all this is that Sangbo wants to seem stronger than everyone outside of school, but deep down, he is also afraid of getting beaten, intervening in the fight. Sangbo's friend says that's enough and that they admit defeat. Then the protagonist stops the fight. Looking at the bully, he says he wants to hear it from his mouth. With a lot of shame and biting his lips, he admits that he lost, making the students surprised by the fact that the bully who oppresses everyone is being humiliated like this as he leaves the protagonist. Mocks the bully, saying he isn't even good enough to be a punching bag or a boxer. Impressed, the students say that the newcomer is really very strong. Meanwhile, a student asked his classmate if they are no longer going to be punching bags, and he replies that he doesn't know, but that the newcomer would only be another bully if that happened. Hojong is in shock, while Minho wonders how strong Daejeon is. One of the students asks his leader what he thinks of the newcomer, and he responds that he is a strong guy, but he still doesn't know his real abilities, and that's why they need to observe more. As he leaves, the protagonist is stopped by a student. The student asks if Daejeon was scared to see Sangbo and ran away. After hearing a shout, the student gets scared, and wonders if that is Sangbo's voice. Going to the entrance of the classroom, he realizes that Sangbo has lost. At that moment, the newcomer asks if he has anything else to say. The student then replies that he doesn't and is leaving. He bumps into someone at the entrance. That person is Minho, who, along with his two friends, tells him to get out of the way. Promptly, the student accepts this. Irritated, he thinks that Minho is just taking advantage of the newcomer's strength. The student goes to Sangbo, who is lying on the ground, and asks if he wants to be taken to the infirmary. Irritated, Sangbo just glares at the student in response. Scared, he understands how angry Sangbo is, and tells all the students to leave the classroom. Almost exploding with rage, Sangbo says it will never end this way. After some time in the meeting room, the fight is being shown on the projector. One of the project men comments that Daejeon is a very focused person. Lee is present at the meeting. Talking to Lee, the man comments that her ideas touched his heart, and because of that, he can work on this project, saying that the rules are outdated and need to end. Irritated, Lee yells at him, asking what that person did in the past, and that without those rules, things get out of control. The president questions why she has been so loud in recent days. Sam Lee then falls silent, and he tells her not to worry so much, saying that they can put Daejeon inside the school and asks what the power of a man who has nothing is. Making an analogy, he says that the newcomer is just a cat chasing hard-to-catch mice, and that on the other hand, the cat is in our hands. Back at the high school, the news of Sangbo's defeat is already spreading. Now in Class 4 of the school, a student slams his hand on the table. It's the class leader of Class 4, Park Dojin, celebrating. He is asking for money from another student as a sort of payment, while his friend asks what he is going to do. Park says he doesn't care about that. Now in Class 9 of the school, a student is adjusting his glasses. It's the class leader of the entrance exam, Lee Sung-hoon. Heading to Class 6, there's Yoo Ji-seok, the leader of Class 5. He says he can't believe Minho is eating with the leader of Class 3, Daejeon, but that anyway, he can take him out whenever he wants. At that moment, Yoo tells one of the students that he is going to eat in Class 6, and the student replies that he doesn't care. Yoo says he feels that the new student is different and that they should plan something to be cautious. Then the self-proclaimed queen of Class 6, Baek Suzy, says she is tired of men who want to act like the boss, and she says that if they get caught, she will tell her appa, but Yoo says she can't bring a third-year boss to fight someone from the first year. Concluding, Yoo says that anyway, they need to think about this. Sometime later, in front of the school, Daejeon asks Hojong and the blonde why they are following him, and Hojong says that now they are family. Minho tells the protagonist that so far, the leaders have been cautious with each other, and that soon they should make their move. Completing, he says that even if the protagonist doesn't want to fight, he needs to be prepared, because it won't be easy. Hojong cuts the subject, saying that when the time comes, they will think about it, but now they should go to the internet cafe since he managed to get silver in LOL and invites Daejeon. Looking at a car, Daejeon thinks that this is the principal's car. He apologizes and says he has to go because he already has plans, but even if he didn't, he wouldn't go with the two, because the protagonist doesn't play with gold and silver. Hojong then says that they need to get revenge on Daejeon. The student Ji-ina is walking on the sidewalk, leaving. Her friend asks what happened. Ji-ina, completely in shock, is sure that the car Daejeon got into is the director's car and questions why he would get into that car, thinking that she might be plotting something again in director Sam Lee's car. She comments to the protagonist that he has already caused a lot of trouble on his first day, becoming serious after saying this. The protagonist argues that it was self-defense, since the others started a fight with him for no reason. Sam Lee remains silent after the protagonist's response. He accepts that arguing is pointless, and asks what the punishment will be. In response to the question, Sam Lee says there will be no punishment, and that he did a good job today. Moreover, she also mentions that the rules have changed a bit and that in the future they plan to minimize expulsion rules. Intrigued, Daejeon asks what that means, and Sam Lee replies that it means every day will be like today. Recalling the fights, the protagonist asks if they will really be the same. Excited, he says he doesn't need to be more patient, and Sam Lee questions if he ever was. Noticing something, the protagonist asks how she knew about what happened today, and questions if she was watching him. Adjusting her glasses, Sam Lee simply replies that this is confidential information. Confused, Daejeon wonders how they did this inside the school, and raises a suspicion that Minsu might be a spy. But he quickly thinks that this is ridiculous and that it must be some rumor circulating about him throughout the school. They then arrive in front of a building. Sam Lee is opening the door, saying that this is where the protagonist will stay, and he asks if this is for real. Already comfortable, Daejeon says it's amazing to live in a house with a sofa, and even as a secret agent, he is being treated very well. Skeptical, he says he has a feeling someone has lived in this place before. Sam Lee then responds that she used to live in this house before. Embarrassed, the protagonist exclaims, asking if they will live in the same house and that it doesn't make sense. With hatred in her eyes, Sam Lee asks what he is talking about and replies that it is not that. Embarrassed, the protagonist says it's fine. She says that the school administration was pleased with the protagonist's performance on his first day, and that because of this, they have loosened the rules a bit and will trust his judgment, but that violence outside of school is not under the administration's control, just like violence inside the school, since the teachers are unaware of this project. She concludes by saying that the administration will offer him assistance, but that he should not overdo it. Handing him a card, Sam Lee says to use it for his daily expenses and that he can live alone in this house. After that, Sam Lee says goodbye and wishes him all the best for the next day. Ignoring him, the protagonist simply says goodbye and thinks he will only do what he was told. Then Sam Lee starts to leave, going down the building's stairs to a very sturdy and large door where she uses her fingerprint to enter. It is a monitoring room with several monitors. At that moment, the protagonist is resting on the sofa in the room while Sam Lee sits in a chair and starts working right there. Sometime later at school, the protagonist is thinking that until now, he was sleeping on a hard floor and that he is very tired. Then he wakes up and remembers he is talking to his teacher. Annoyed, his teacher says that the student is closing his eyes while he speaks. He says that Daejeon has been hitting students since the first day and that he will have to talk to his relatives. But then he remembers that Daejeon has no relatives. Irritated, the protagonist just listens to the teacher's lecture. While the protagonist listens to the teacher's sermon, student Ji-ina just watches the situation. She looks intently at the conversation. In a conversation, one of the teachers tells Ji that she is the best student in the school and asks if she is the class leader too, and Ji confirms, and finally, the teacher tells her to go to her classroom. Smiling, she says it's fine. Going to her classroom, Ji looks at the conversation Daejeon is having with his teacher. From what she heard, the newcomer got into a fight right after he transferred. So she questions if that is the only thing he has been doing since he arrived at school. Sometime later in Classroom 6, Yu takes pictures of Bayek and asks why she is covering her face, and she replies that it's so he only takes pictures of her body. Someone calls Yu from behind. Two students ask if he heard about what happened to Sangbo. Yu says he did hear but hasn't been able to talk to him and tells them both to leave Sangbo alone. Then they ask what he will do about the transferred student Daejeon, saying that Sangbo was like that, and that all the first-year students ended up becoming like Sangbo too. And before he could finish speaking, someone interrupts him. This is Kim Myung-jun, the leader of Class 6, desperate. The student says he didn't say that Kim or Ji-seok will lose the fight. The leader of Class 6 then calls the student to his desk sweating. The student says he isn't saying the class will lose and that they might end up fighting at that moment. Kim punches the student in the face, making him bleed from the pain while trying to process what happened again. He calls him closer. Fearful, the student approaches, taking an even stronger punch to the middle of his face, now completely battered. He can't keep both eyes open calmly. The class leader tells him to watch what he says. Frightened, the student who got hit apologizes, throwing his phone. Kim calls them idiots and tells them to get out, stepping away. The students obey his order after leaving the room. The student who got hit says he wants to get out of this hell soon, and his friend asks if the best option isn't to transfer schools looking from afar. One of the leaders says Kim has great charisma. The leader of Class 6 replies saying he just wanted to hit the two idiots. Ji-seok says they can't just ignore what was said and asks if they should move slowly. Kim asks if he knows that automatic combat is the new trend in today's games, crossing his arms. The student replies that he knows, and that he doesn't play any game without that option while playing. Kim says he knows why this option is so popular because the reason is that they don't have to use their hands on a sunny day at school. The protagonist is adjusting his glasses while looking sideways, wondering why his classmate is wearing his glasses from one day to the next. Suspicious, he asks his classmate if he isn't using a camera in his glasses. Not understanding what's going on, Minsu asks what he means by that, changing the subject. Daejeon tells him to forget it and asks why he's suddenly wearing glasses. Then he replies that he used to wear them a lot, distracted. His classmate looks at another student who resembles a character named Kube from a manga. Hojong is talking to this student, telling him to go to the cafeteria, taking off his glasses. He says he was also afraid of getting hit and started wearing glasses since then, telling the protagonist that he won't need to do that anymore since he's there. And without paying attention, he calls Hojong a bastard, surprised while eating his bread. He wonders what he did, sweating cold. He calls the blonde to play something and he declines. Irritated, he stands up and tells Hojong not to eat any more bread, bending as much as his body allows. He says he's sorry, and the blonde wonders what's wrong with him and if the bread is poisoned. The nerd who only got beaten up adjusts his glasses at that moment. Then Daejeon looks at him nervously and confused at the same time, saying that he adjusted his glasses in a totally suspicious way, and he says he hasn't worn glasses in a long time. Awkwardly, the newcomer says he's been a bit sensitive these days, and in his thoughts, he confesses that he suspects someone is watching him outside the classroom. Another student appears, seeing from outside. He notices Daejeon studying and wonders if it's really him. The girl outside the classroom also notices that the newcomer is in this room, and they both end up thinking that he is more normal than they imagined. Walking down the hallway while observing the classroom, the girl accidentally bumps into this student, who immediately gets irritated and tells her to get lost. Scared, the girl leaves while thinking that the guy is a mafioso or something to act like that, turning to the window. He finds Daejeon watching him, turning to continue walking. He wonders since when he was being stared at now. In class 9, the girl with glasses says she heard that her classmate passed by class 1 earlier, and that most of the girls go there to see the newcomer because he is handsome, but thought her friend only liked to study and didn't care about such things. Bored and irritated, she starts to think about what to say. But her friend eases the situation by saying it's all good and that he's really handsome. She agrees and thinks there's a reason to keep an eye on the new student after some time. It's already the end of the day and the sun is setting. Watching the protagonist, the girl knows his name is Kwon Daejeon and that he transferred from Incheon according to what Ara told her. Ara also mentioned that she knows his address and that she passed by the food alley when she was going to school, saying he has a charm that's hard to resist. Startled, her friend is left speechless, hiding behind a pillar. She observes him feeling like a complete stalker for doing this and notices he's walking back from school without the principal, while wondering what their relationship is and that she needs to know why he was transferred at that moment. Other students are gathered. The student observing Daejeon questions the class leader about whether they have to do an assignment for no reason. Kim confirms, saying they just need to do what he said, and that the 4 of them can handle it. One of the students says he doesn't mind helping him, but that Minho is with Pam, and they aren't even leaders to confront the leader of class. 1-3 irritated, Kim asks what the problem is and questions if he can't show all his potential in class 6 because of himself and Ji-seok, and asks if he would have beaten half of his class if he were in another class, questioning if the student cares about the rules that the leaders of each class share, and says that he and Ji-seok will dominate all the newcomers soon anyway, concluding that he will take care of things, and that they should just finish all of this at once, asking to be called when everything is over. After Kim leaves, one of the classmates says he's amazing, and that he seemed just like a normal student when he saw him in class 6. And the other student says it's good they take this chance to boost their status. Coming from afar, they notice the protagonist approaching while sipping his iced tea. He sees the newcomer walking near them. He throws the cup on the ground and says they should follow him. Suspicious, Daejeon seems to realize he's being followed. Then he turns the corner, continues walking straight, pretending nothing is happening, while the group follows him. He keeps walking normally down the street, startled. The stalker wonders what's happening and why this group is following the newcomer. She steps out of her hiding place to see what's going on. The previous student notices the movement, looks at the girl he bumped into, and asks what she's doing. The girl decides to pretend she's on a call, suspecting something. The student tells his friend to go ahead and that he'll join them soon, confronting the girl. He says she's been following him for a while, and she replies that it's wrong and that she's just going the same way. Then he remembers bumping into her at school, questioning again why she's following him. Suddenly he has a realization and claims she likes him, complimenting her, saying she's cute, and asks again why she's being followed and asks if she wants to see him working, and the girl doesn't know what that means confidently. The student puts his arms around the stalker and says he's going to rent a room and play with her later, asking if she wants to come along at that moment. The girl pushes him away, telling him to take his hands off her. Completely irritated, he curses at her, claiming she followed him because she likes him. He approaches the girl. His friends hear the shouting and wonder what that was. This catches Daejeon's attention, who realizes the group has given up on following him, with his hands over his eyes. The student asks what she did, holding a pepper spray. He says no one told him to put his dirty hands on her. The group arrives, and the student says the girl is crazy and sprayed pepper spray directly in his eyes. One of the students tells her to put that down before he hits her. Startled, she claims it was him who started it. That same student says he hits girls, and she says she'll use the spray again if they get any closer from a distance. The protagonist asks what they're doing while staring at them, crying. The girl is surprised to see the newcomer annoyed. The bully tells him to go away. Meanwhile, the injured student tries to open his eyes to see what is happening. The bully says that Kwon Daejeon is here, and his colleague mentions that it was he who attracted this crazy guy. Then the protagonist asks if they had been following him for a while, and they deny it. Pointing to another place, he says he needs to do something and invites the bullies. One of them promptly accepts the request. Still scared, the girl wonders if he did this just to save her. After a while, they arrive at an alley. The bullies notice that there are 2 people in the area, and that they are from Bonggun School. This is Lee Jung-man, a first-year student from Bonggun Technical School. And this is Cha Jin-woo from the same class, who says he hasn't seen any girls from Guryung School for a while. Lee Jung says they are nerds and tells them to scram. One of the bullies asks if he knows Kim Myung-jun and that he needs to do what was asked. Then the 2 students confirm that they do know him, while Daejeon calmly observes the situation. The technical school student says that this time he will find out, but if they are using Kim's name falsely, they will pay. Irritated, the bully thinks about the bad luck he had and wonders why they encountered each other like this. Something catches Cha Jin-woo's attention. He asks if that girl works with them, and the bully replies that she doesn't, while Daejeon suspiciously stares at them. After a while, in a regular commercial building, Jaseok asks what Kim is doing there since he was supposed to take care of the newbie, and he replies that he sent Yang Jin Mo and other students to handle it. Suspicious, Jaseok questions whether Yang could really handle the situation, and Kim says he is strong, and that even if he weren't strong, he wouldn't be able to go to school after the second year caught him, and that even being in the second year, they fight on equal terms with third-year students and that he knows he shouldn't mess with them. At the same time, the group of bullies corners the protagonist in the alley. Anxious, the girl asks if she can go home now. The bully tells her to be quiet and just watch. Curious, the newbie wonders why she has been following him since school and what he should do about it. Telling them to let the girl go, the bully asks who he thinks he is, taking off his jacket and questioning whether the protagonist doesn't know the situation he is in, asking if he didn't know he was there to take a beating, and he replies that he didn't know that. Trying to understand what is happening, the transfer student knows they mentioned Kim Myung-jun's name before, and if he keeps sending these guys, he will end up getting beaten. Smoking a cigarette, the bully approaches, and Daejeon says that if he blows that in his face, the bully will be a dead man. Preparing to blow the smoke, the newbie tells him not to do that, just to act tough. Holding his face tightly by the mouth, he starts to push the bully away, surprising everyone around him, giving the bully a sweep after that, and getting ready to strike. Fallen on the ground, the bully realizes something is coming. Then Daejeon lands a punch squarely in his face, making him spit due to the impact of the punch. The girl is left speechless. The group of bullies is in shock, saying he is very strong. Getting up, Daejeon says that the bully didn't want to listen to him, and comments that soon they will be like his friend. One of the students says that if they don't catch the newbie, Kim will end up with them, and his colleague says he knows nothing and that they should go for it, and they all rush to attack at once. Near the protagonist, the three lock in, saying that one of them should go. With a look of disdain, the newbie asks if he should attack first, positioning himself to attack all at once. He ends up pretending to attack one student, and strikes the other beside him with a punch to the face. One of the bullies curses him and charges at him, but Daejeon easily dodges the attack and goes for the other student, who is completely startled by this, taking a very strong punch right in the middle of his face, knocking him out cold right there. The other bully becomes worried and asks if he can still fight, saying that now they should go together. Before any movement, the protagonist delivers a direct kick to the chest, pressing his body against the bars. From a distance, one of the bullies curses the newbie, preparing to throw a punch, but he is quickly taken down, receiving a direct punch to the ribs, spitting saliva from the pain. He grips his arm tightly, throwing him down hard, making the motion to knee him in the face, and at that moment the bully starts sweating from fear. Calmly, Daejeon says that this time it was close and that he almost killed him already. At the internet cafe, Kim ended up dying in his game, saying he died even with the auto combat, and Jaseok says he shouldn't go to the internet cafe to play on his phone, and that auto combat has its limits. At that moment he receives a call. Kim answers asking why they took so long, becoming surprised and scared upon receiving the news that all his friends were defeated. One of the bullies gets scared and suspects something is coming. He starts running into a dark place, desperate while running. He looks back and notices something approaching. It's a giant hand, and he starts screaming in despair, running even faster while crying as the hand chases him. Seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, the bully starts to feel relieved, saying that as soon as he gets out he will be dead. But before he finishes the sentence, the hand catches up to him, applying pressure. Due to its strength, he is very close to the exit, managing to escape. He jumps and smirks at the situation, joyfully saying that he is alive with a deadly aura. The protagonist appears preparing to deliver the final blow in shock. The bully realizes it is the transfer student. The fist heads towards him, fallen on the ground. The bully wakes up as it was just a nightmare, looking down. Daejeon asks if he is awake upon getting up. He sees all his friends injured kicking the bully. He tells him to get up and go to the line, saying that they are gathering like cowards, while another bully warns on the phone that the newcomer took down 4 students at once. Cha Jin-woo asks if there is someone like that at Golden Dragon School, and his friend says no, and that he is a transfer student from another city. Kim, scared, thanks for being warned. Meanwhile, the protagonist asks the bully about who the mastermind is. Then he asks if it was Kim Myung-jun, since the bully mentioned his name earlier, and realizes he is screwed if Kim finds out about this slip-up, telling the newcomer that he is mistaken, but his collarbone is pressed hard. While the protagonist questions if he is a clown scared, the bully confirms that it was Kim who sent them, but begs him not to say anything to him from afar. The girl observes the newcomer and wonders if he is a gangster or something like that. Looking at the girl, he asks what she is doing there, and the bully says she followed him, saying she likes him. Very irritated, she screams that she doesn't like him, saying she hates him, and throwing heavy insults at his appearance. With his self-esteem plummeting, he apologizes and says she was following him in a suspicious way. This ends up catching Daejeon's attention, not knowing what to do in this situation. The girl says he is watching too many movies and that he is mistaken, saying she doesn't like to get involved in this kind of violence, and walks away suspicious. The newcomer keeps staring at her at the alley exit. She sees one of the students from the technical school, thinking that everyone looks like gangsters around here. The two say she is very pretty and different from the girls at the technical school. Meanwhile, the bully exchanges his number with the protagonist, but he is filled with hatred and tells him to bring Kim Myung-jun to him, and the bully accepts the order. The next day at school, impatient Daejeon wonders why Kim hasn't shown up yet since the third class has already ended. Yang Jinmo, the bully, says he hasn't seen Kim at school today, telling him to believe that philosophically the newcomer says the saying that if Muhammad won't go to the mountain will come to Muhammad sometime later. In classroom 6, with a serious expression, he opens the door. The bully Yang is surprised by the newcomer's arrival in his classroom. He asks about who Kim Myung-jun is, and the bully asks who he is, pressing his collarbone again. Yang realizes it is Daejeon, and that he didn't recognize him because of the glasses. Everyone is watching this scene, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a girl enters the classroom, questioning why the newcomer is doing this in another classroom, and why Yang Jinmo is just accepting it, telling him not to embarrass himself. At that moment she grabs the protagonist by the jacket, and knowing he is the transfer student, questions why he is doing this. He asks why she is pulling him out of nowhere, receiving a strong slap directly to the face, making the glasses fall to the ground. The girl then asks him to speak politely, saying he must not know who she is. Surprised, he says he really doesn't know, and asks what she will do if the glasses are broken. Ignoring him, she says he must have no idea for being a new student, and asks if he knows Baek Soo-hyuk, who is the leader of the third year of the Golden Dragon. Apathetic to the situation, the newcomer says he doesn't know. Totally smitten, she says he is her appa, and in her thoughts, she thinks about how hot he is without glasses. The protagonist in turn asks what that has to do with anything. Observing one of the students approaching, this student kicks Yang in the stomach, leaving the newcomer surprised by this. He grabs the bully by the hair, delivering a punch with the palm of his hand, preparing to throw another with even more force, making the bully spit. Curious, Daejeon wonders what is happening, dying of pain. Yang calls out Kim Myung-jun's name. At that moment, the newcomer realizes it is Kim Myung-jun, and asks if it's really him. Kim replies saying yes, and that he heard he was being looked for by the transfer student Daejeon, then responds saying he was looking for him too. At that moment, all the students become frightened, making the newcomer realize he is being watched by the classroom. Remembering when his mission chief said he could do whatever he wanted with a mocking air, Kim says he shouldn't have any reason to look for him and asks what he wants. Then he starts to say what he wants and quickly moves to throw a punch, startling Kim with the speed of his movement. But suddenly the punch is blocked. The one blocking is Ji-seok, who intervenes in the fight, questioning the protagonist why he started fighting out of nowhere. Confused, he asks who he is at that moment. He replies saying he is Yoo Ji-seok from class 5, and that even though this is a problem from another class, things cannot be resolved recklessly. Then he tries to take Daejeon to the ground, but hears a crack and gets startled, realizing his arm is locked while trembling. He understands he cannot take down the newcomer nor move him an inch. Mockingly, he praises Ji-seok's strength at the waist and asks if he is trying to take him down, taking his arm away. Yu changes the subject, saying that no matter how chaotic this school is, he should know what is happening. Kim hugs Yang, saying that maybe this happened because of the confusion from the previous day, quickly changing his aura. He pulls the bully's hair, saying he has to explain himself, sweating profusely. He starts to speak, being interrupted by a left punch right to the face, leaving Daejeon surprised by this attitude, kicking the bully. Kim says this situation makes him feel like crap, defending himself. Yang keeps apologizing for all this. Very irritated, he asks if the bully's head is empty, and if it was too hard for him to just obey his orders in silence. The protagonist just observes after hitting the bully. The leader of class 6 admits he failed in his management. Looking back, he asks why the newcomer is doing this without evidence, and even though he is not guilty, he says he feels like crap, averting his gaze. Daejeon starts to state the evidence but realizes there is no evidence at all. Irritated, Kim tells the bully to stop pretending to be suffering, and Ji-seok tells him to calm down, telling the newcomer that he made a false accusation, and that since they don't care about the agreement between classes, he shouldn't either. The bell starts to ring. Thoughtful, the protagonist accepts that there is nothing to be done at this moment, saying he will leave. Now proud, Kim says Ji-seok handled the situation well, and he admits he was a bit nervous, commenting that the newcomer is indeed very strong and that it would be better not to fight him with his phone in hand. Kim says there is only one way for this to be done. Sometime later in class 1, the teacher is giving a lesson. Daejeon is thoughtful, telling himself that he knows Kim is guilty, but his authority ended up being undermined at that moment without him realizing, remembering when Kim hit Yang Jinmo and Jiseok defending his friend, knowing that if he hits someone who doesn't care about the school ranking, he will be the bad guy in the story, and that the only victim was a bully, which made a possible investigation as the bully chief quite difficult at that moment. His teacher says that in wars, a justification is an essential point, paying attention. He fixes the idea of using a justification, understanding that he needs a justification to do something in the back of the school. At the same time, the 5 students end up getting beaten. Yang is the last to get hit, taking 2 slaps instead of 1. Like the rest, Kim, annoyed, curses them out, questioning how they can't hit just one guy. The bully Yang thinks that even Kim isn't confident to fight alone and starts saying that the transfer student isn't normal answering a call. Kim tells the bully to shut up. It's Lee Jung on the other end of the line, sitting on top of someone. These people haven't collected the money that was requested, and Lee Jung says he needs to take a call, asking what happened to him yesterday. Kim says they need to gather Jinwoo and the rest of the group because he tried to resolve it and couldn't. Saying that after leaving the newbie almost dead, he finishes curious. The bully from the technical school asks if he is strong and says he has a lot of people to beat in numbers. Jinwoo interrupts, wanting to say something, listening attentively. Kim asks who he is talking about, questioning who the girl from yesterday was, and asks Yang who they are talking about. The bully wonders why they are talking about her since she has no relation to this fight. Yang asks why, and Jinwoo responds saying he will hit her, saying that she is his type, and with a scary face says he will have fun with her. Kim says he will take her too, and says goodbye while Yang doesn't understand why to involve her at that moment. The leader asks if the bully heard, making Yang think they really want to take her, blaming himself for it, and thinking about what to do, scared. Yang thinks they should wait, thinking that according to the school rule, you can only take that room if you fight the leader of each room, and that's why they can't mess with the students from that room, and that since the girl is from room 9, the leader of that room, named Lee Sung-hoon, is responsible for the room, and he won't just stand by. Kim responds saying it doesn't matter since the girls don't pay the protection money, remembering when he met Lee Sung-hoon saying he can take room 9 after that, concluding that Yang shouldn't worry about it, and should look for the 2 students he asked for. Meanwhile, in room 1, kneeling on the floor, the bully apologizes, saying that this kind of thing will never happen again. The blonde talks about the rumor that the newbie took down the 4 bullies, and Minho is impressed, while Hojong says the kid is a legend indeed. Then the blonde says he wants to be very friends with the transfer student, and Hojong says they barely interact with him, putting his feet on the bully Daejeon. He questions him about the blame being his, while he continues to apologize, remembering how he got beaten. Our protagonist concludes that this bully seems more like a poor wretch, telling the bully to apologize to the girl from yesterday. Embarrassed, Yang says yes, and that he wants to buy him a tteokbokki as a way to apologize. Surprised, the newbie wonders if he should accept. He thinks about how he feels sorry for this bully, and finally ends up accepting and thanks for the invitation since the bully will pay at the same time in room 9. Ji-in is asking if he will buy her a tteokbokki as an apology, and he says yes. Being cautious, he affirms that he has no ulterior motives with this and just wants to apologize, saying that Daejeon will go along, and Ara quickly interjects, amazed by this, telling them to hurry up, but Yang says he didn't invite her. His friend says no, because it will be very awkward and that only the 2 of them will eat. Ara starts begging because she won't have another chance to go out with the new student other than this Yang. For his part, says Ara can go because he will pay for both and says it will be a double date, but soon regrets this unfortunate statement reluctantly. Jian accepts the invitation but admits it's a terrible idea. Surprised, the bully says he will come after class, leaving. Yang starts to question what he did, saying he really thought they would go out to eat, and that he can't believe he involved this girl in this fight, wondering what he should do. Then, the boy with glasses calls his attention, thinking it's Min-soo, Daejeon's deskmate, wondering if they are close. Sometime later in the late afternoon, with the sun setting, 2 students from the technical school ask if it's okay for them to get involved in this fight since it's a problem from another school. Jungmin says this needs to be done because Kim needs to hide behind them. Then the students ask what Kim can do if he gets crushed by them, saying that he should change schools or drop out if that happens, but thinks that Kim Youngjun will help his group take Bonggun High after they take Gumryong High, making them increase the money they make since he no longer wants to hitch a ride, and that for this the transferred student needs to be stopped. At the same time, in another part of the city, Daejeon is walking with the bully and the 2 girls from class 9, thinking about this strange combination of people, and Jian thinks how uncomfortable it is. Ara only thinks about eating with the newcomer, and that everything is progressing quickly. Curious, the protagonist asks about this place they are going since everything is closed, asking if there is tteokbokki in a place like this, and the bully confirms while averting his gaze, completely in love. Era says that good restaurants are always in places like this, and sometimes don't even have signs. Surprised, the bully says she knows well, and she replies saying she knows all the good restaurants but that she didn't know there was a good restaurant in this neighborhood, and Jian says she didn't know either. At that moment, the newcomer asks the bully the name of the restaurant, which makes him nervous, suspicious. He asks why he is so nervous, and that it seems like he is plotting something. Looking back, he sees several students thinking about what is happening. He realizes they are the students from the technical school. Very irritated, he calls young Jinmo. He kneels down and starts apologizing. Terrified, he says that Daejeon can kill him when this is over, and that he had no choice. Jian, scared, starts to realize what is happening, and Ara, confused, questions her friend irritated. She calls him trash, and he kneeling says he didn't want to drag her into this in shock. Jian says that at least he shouldn't have dragged Ara into this situation. Then the crazy guy from the technical school calls the girl a cat and says she looks beautiful when she's angry. The other bully asks if Yang isn't afraid of Kim for kneeling to the enemy walking towards the two. He asks why the bully is kneeling at that moment. The newcomer calls Yang with a murderous look. He says he will kill him later, leaving the bully very scared. One of the students from the technical school asks if that's the one who defeated 4 students at once, and his colleague says that the 4 who lost must be retarded, saying that he seems very weak. Jinwoo says that the newcomer must be sinking his school, but that they still shouldn't let their guard down since he and Jungmin have already seen his true strength. Then one of the students crosses his arms, wondering if he is as strong as they say. This is Min Byung-gwan from the technical school, who asks to attack, first saying he wants to find out how strong a Jumryong high boss is. This bully says he is a top 10 ranked student in the first year of Bonggun Technical School, and while he speaks, Daejeon wonders where he is looking. Irritated, the bully calls him a poor thing. He says he is looking at the newcomer. The same says he doesn't know if he is looking at himself, but if he is going to fight, he should come soon. Acting strangely, the bully says he has a unique secret skill, and that he created a vision that transcends the vision of normal people, running towards the transferred student while saying that no one has survived after looking into his eyes. His colleague laughs, saying that if that were true, he would be dead, and that Min is bluffing, but that his words are acceptable. He then remembers when he faced him in the past, and that it ended up being difficult because of his eyes, since you need to look into an opponent's eyes to respond to an attack, and because of that, it was hard to avoid Min's attacks, stating that although he defeated him with his wrestling skills, he doesn't know what the newcomer will do, but it will surely be difficult. However, contrary to what the bully says, Daejeon is already putting Min in an arm lock. Scared, he asks what happened, saying that the chokehold fit perfectly, and that because of that, he doesn't even know if his colleague is conscious or not, getting irritated for not knowing even that. Since Min's eyes are always the same, looking at the situation, he tells the bully to give a tap and ask to leave. But the chokehold continues, leaving Min with a red head, while the protagonist shows no reaction, leaving Jungmin worried about this. Then all the bullies are in shock, dropping Min on the ground. Daejeon asks why, questioning if the bully thinks he would let his friend go, just because it was asked, asking if he came with the intention to kill, since he even dragged innocent people into the situation, and because of that he will also fight with the determination to kill one of the students. Says he still doesn't understand what's happening, and that defeating one of them meant nothing, because there are still 9 people, and another student questions if he thinks he will be the last man standing. The protagonist goes to Ara and asks her to hold his backpack and to stay away because it will be dangerous, while exploding with embarrassment. His friend says, "This isn't a romance webtoon." Walking up to the bullies, he stretches and tells them to come at him already. The students plan to surround the newcomer and attack 5 at first, and if he falls, everyone will stomp on him. Then they start moving to form the formation surrounding Daejeon with 5 people observing. He thinks about what to do and decides to go for one near the wall, throwing himself at him with all his might, slamming him against the wall with all his strength. After that, he throws a punch to finish it off. At that moment, one of the bullies curses him and charges at him, picking up some dirt from a pot nearby. He throws it directly at the bully to confuse him. At the same time, a blonde charges in to kick, which is caught by the transfer student, throwing him to the ground, immediately dodging a punch right after delivering a right hook under the chin to the bully and a direct kick to the blonde's face. Scared, Yang says he knew the protagonist was strong, but not that he was this strong, saying that maybe he can defeat Kim Myung-jun and Yoo Ji-seok, and that he might even become the head of the entire first year, correcting himself, saying that besides being able to do that, he will definitely succeed. Fearful, the weird kid asks his classmates what they are doing and that they should charge. Now then they all run in with everything, but the protagonist starts running too easily, dodging a punch, retaliating with a left punch to the ribs, finishing with a right to the face. The other charges in with everything too, and ends up taking a kick before even getting close, spitting a lot of saliva since the kick was to the stomach, taking another kick directly to the neck. He ends up crashing to the ground after that. Only the 2 main bullies are left sweaty. He says that 7 at once is a bit difficult, and that now only 2 people are left scared. Jinwoo says he can only laugh, and that he is not human watching the whole fight. Jungmin says that Daejin must have dealt with this kind of situation many times, because as soon as two bullies charged at him, he forced them to line up straight, and that this way, it's not how they cornered him, making the person behind blocked by the person in front, so they can't attack both at the same time but one at a time. Understanding that the newcomer can turn this kind of situation into a one-on-one. Admitting that he is strong at that moment, more people arrive worried. The protagonist just watches everyone coming. Jungmin says he needs to buy a motorcycle soon. One of the bullies arrives and is surprised since all the others have already been beaten, happy to have come with a bat. He says that his dream is to hit people with a bat at this moment. Jungmin recognizes the newcomer's strength, but says that even though he did well, his fate is to die today not knowing what to do. Daejeon starts scratching his head while analyzing the situation, and Jungmin asks if he can handle this alone. Someone arrives asking if he is really alone. Everyone looks to see who it is. It's Min-soo, the protagonist's friend, and he asks why he is there. More people arrive behind him, leaving the newcomer surprised by this suddenly. Along with Min-soo, the blonde Ho-jong and Min-ho arrive to help. Min-ho says he came to help the class president. He also says he is annoyed for having taken his place as president, but couldn't ignore what was happening. Surprised, the newcomer asks how he found out they were there. Min-soo then says it was because of Yang, who instantly asks the kid to be quiet. Jungmin gets irritated upon realizing he was tricked. Yang says he was talking to himself when he passed by the bully, and that he has good ears. Very angry, he curses him, saying it's because of him that this is happening, and says that Kim Young-jun will kill him anyway, and that he will kill Kwon Daejeon first. Nervous Yang says he doesn't even like Kim because he makes him do all kinds of cowardly things without any fear. He says he's not the type to accept everything quietly, and that he won't be Kim's subordinate anymore. Calling the technical school students idiots, Min-ho then asks if he's on his side, and that this is good because it means one more for them. But there are about 7 to 8 people on the other side, and questions who their leader would be. It would probably be one of those two, and that Daejeon can fight both of them, and the group will help him with the rest of the people. Min-soo says he won't fight, and that he will just stay there watching. Jungmin discovers that Min-ho is a former leader looking at Ho-jong. They think he is a mercenary adult before looking at the protagonist. He thanks Min-ho for being willing to help in this confrontation, but says he doesn't trust them to handle this since each one would need to take down 1 or 2 of those students, and one of them even has a weapon at that moment. Min-ho says not to worry because he's a dirty fighter. Dropping his bag on the ground, he tells them to get ready. One puts his phone in his pocket. Ho-jong opens a kind of folder. Min-ho takes something from his bag. It's a fighting baton while the blonde grabs a brass knuckles. Ho-jong is holding a key, and Min-ho says they are a bit different outside of school. Surprised, Daejeon wonders if they have crap in their heads and doesn't understand why they only have weapons in their backpacks. One of the bullies says the redhead is the legendary master of all weapons, and his friend asks if he's talking about some game. Then the blonde says it looks like they were talking about Min-ho, and he catches the boy's attention with the baseball bat, asking if he knows how to use a bat, and the bully replies that all he needs to do is hit someone in the head. Confident of victory, he challenges the bully, saying he will teach him a lesson. Irritated, the bully says he won't be responsible for blowing his head off mockingly. Min-ho tells him to try then, so he charges at him, saying he will kill him at that moment. Min-ho realizes he is right-handed, and that when a beginner uses a bat, he lifts it to the right and brings it down diagonally, throwing chalk dust in the student's face at the same time. He prepares for a strike, landing a solid punch to the stomach, leaving the bully stunned by what just happened, followed by a strong kick to the forbidden parts, making him kneel on the ground, delivering a kick to the face to finish the shocked students. Don't understand how dirty Min-ho can fight. After the fight, he picks up one of the bats and says he's good at using them. Holding his baton and the bully's bat, he says now it's time for the rest of the extras focused on the fight. The nerd asks if it's a double-edged sword nervously. One of the students says he's crazy for using weapons and kicking others in the groin, and that he's disgusting enthusiastically. Min-ho says he will go to the student if he doesn't come in response. The bully charges at him while thinking he needs to protect his face and groin. However, Min-ho dodges his punch, retaliating with a whack to the lower thigh at that moment. The nerd also charges in quickly. Ho-jong throws a punch to his face, leaving the nerd irritated due to the interruption with a murderous look. Ho-jong pulls out his key, seeing all this. One of the students says they are crazy and need to grab anything off the ground. One of them picks up a bottle, asking if it's not too dangerous, and his friend replies saying it's not the time to think about that. Surprisingly, the blonde appears at high speed, punching one of the students. The other, in turn, kicks the blonde, but quickly Yang arrives, kicking the bully in the stomach. That weird guy says everything is a mess with arrogance. Daejeon says the previous numbers weren't worth it, and questions if they fight with their mouths, calling them to the fight confident. Both start to prepare for the fight. Jungmin says it doesn't matter how many fights he has won. He will never lose a one-on-one fight, saying he will fight first. And if it doesn't work, his friend should help him, thinking that since the punches are fast, he can't risk staying too long in a punch exchange, positioning himself to start the fight quickly, heading towards the protagonist, who ends up grabbing him. Leaving the bully completely confused, Daejeon pushes his strike, pressing his head at that moment. His colleague goes to help, but the rookie dodges the kick, realizing he barely dodged. At this moment, Jungmin grabs his body by the torso, leaving the protagonist surprised with hatred in his eyes. The bully says, "It's over for him now since he was caught by a wrestler from behind," surprised. The protagonist wonders if he said wrestler, pulling the rookie with great force. He says he will kill him, but he starts to walk even while being held, and the bully says he can't escape, grabbing one of his arms tightly, lifting his body. He says he will end this, now executing the back suplex move. This technique consists of grabbing the opponent and throwing them backward, and depending on how the opponent falls to the ground, it can lead to death. The bully is succeeding with the move, but the protagonist holds onto the wall, straining to avoid falling to the ground at this moment. The bully is in shock, wondering why he can't move, realizing that this was the reason the rookie ran close to the wall. Both end up falling to the ground. Then he grabs the bully's arm, not letting him escape his own move, leaving him on top of his body, to then turn to the other side, throwing him back onto the ground, turning him again to the side. Scared, he realizes he will be underneath at this moment. Daejeon prepares to finish with a punch, but again his friend arrives, trying to kick the rookie, who barely dodges and ends up distancing himself from this fight, thinking about how annoying this is and that they are both good when they fight together. Jinwoo then asks Jungman if he is okay, and he says yes. He thanks him for saving his skin, because that was dangerous and that they need to be careful this time. Cha Jinwoo is a taekwondo specialist, and his friend tells him to hit and run because he is good at it. He responds by saying that now he will attack non-stop and asks for help in the back, running full speed towards him, delivering a strong kick that is dodged. After that, he walks back and forth, landing a lateral kick that is blocked, but it is blocked with great effort. Analyzing, Jungmin realizes that Jinwoo's attack pattern is not simple at all. Already in the fight, he continues kicking, and the rookie dodging and blocking, trying to hit again. He delivers a 90-degree kick that is dodged. At this moment, he thinks if the opponent's main skill is kicking, deciding to shorten the distance in the fight. But Jinwoo notices this movement, preparing to throw a punch. He ends up retreating a bit and returns to the same body combat distance as before. But the protagonist notices this and knows that when he enters, the opponent will kick or punch and retreat after completing the move. Besides that, Jungman is also in the back, just waiting for a chance to attack in a gap. The three are staring at each other. Jinwoo realizes that everything is working very well, and that because of this they have a chance of victory. The rookie, on the other hand, realizes what is happening, and decides to take out Jinwoo first, running towards his opponent. He dodges yet another kick, quickly, dodging another punch, and goes for a counterattack with a right punch. At this moment, Jinwoo already accepts that he will be hit, but Jungman intervenes to defend him while they fight. Jinwoo questions if he lost consciousness for a moment. However, thanks to Jungman, he hasn't completely lost it yet. Thinking of finding a gap while they fight, the bully dodges the blow, grabbing onto the rookie's body again, who says this is very obvious. Choking the bully, who looks with a genuinely angry expression because his friend is coming again, throwing Jungman away. Daejeon says that their friendship is very disgusting. Then Jinwoo appears at that moment, setting up a direct kick at the protagonist, who in turn says he has read all his skills, landing a sweep kick right on Jinwoo. He doesn't quite understand what happened, falling hard to the ground. Daejeon prepares to finish him off completely, leaving him very scared about what will happen, delivering a direct kick to his chest, which is partially blocked with his arms, but not stopping there. The rookie clenches his fists and prepares, delivering a beautiful direct punch to the bully's face, disfiguring part of his face, knocking him out completely on the spot. After the blow, with blood on his hands, he clenched his fists, saying that the last one standing should come here right now. Jinwoo is lying on the ground, unconscious. Minsu is impressed with Daejeon's strength. Ara says he seems like a protagonist from a famous webtoon, and her friend asks which protagonist those are. Relieved, the rookie asks where the other guy is, wondering if he is still standing, walking slowly towards his opponent. He tells them to end this once and for all, and asks why Jungmin isn't crawling away alone, positioned for a fight. He thinks he won't be able to win, but decides to fight and charges forward, going towards the protagonist to grab him, but ends up face to face with his fist. Then Daejeon realizes it's the same attack as before, bringing his fist closer to finish the fight, landing a solid punch right in the bully's mouth while saying he's tired of all this. With the force of the impact, Jungmin is thrown back, his mouth and nose bloodied. He is falling slowly after the blow, and quickly the rookie comes to hold him, taking the bully down to the ground while holding his arm. Jungmin thinks he needs to find a way out of this, trying to push with his legs, ready to finish. Daejeon tells the bully that he doesn't have the strength to escape this situation, and that before he couldn't because of his friend, and asks if he wants this to end. Now angrily, the bully tells the protagonist to screw off, but he lands a powerful left punch to his face, knocking him unconscious instantly. It was a punch with a lot of impact. The girl even looks startled. Even after this punch, the rookie goes for another hit, but the fallen bully on the ground tells him to stop and admits he lost. He asks again for him to stop saying he was wrong and that he will never touch him again with a murderous aura. He curses Youngman, landing another punch on him and putting him in a chokehold while he begs him to stop. But the protagonist says he will die today, asking what that guy can do for him. Now he questions the bully, saying that the reason he entered the school was to disrupt the hierarchy, asking who he thinks will have the golden dragon in his hands, if it's Kim Myungjun or the person who is choking him right now already in the group fight. Yang punches the nerd in the face, making him fall to the ground. After that, they say they are done there, threatening Youngman. He simply tells them to leave and they disappear in silence. Youngman accepts without complaining about anything and wonders if this is really happening. Minho goes to the rookie and asks if he's done and questions if he's going to let the guy go. Daejun says he will never let them mess with the golden dragon again, while Minho comments that Kim is calling students from other schools and suggests they go after him with a bat and end it all. But the rookie says there's another way to do this and that he's very tired, thanking them for coming, and that it's only because of that he's alive. The three feel embarrassed and blush. He also thanks Minsu, who says he didn't do anything special. Looking back, he asks Yang Jinmo if he's not forgetting something, remembering the protagonist's words. Earlier he asks if it's about the fact that he has to die, crying, saying he hasn't even had a relationship yet. Daejeon turns to the girls and asks if they got hurt, and Ara asks if the fight is over. He confirms that, yes, which relieves her, approaching the girl with glasses. He asks if she's okay, and she thinks he's holding her waist. She is completely mesmerized by his presence, and he asks why her face is so red, and if she's okay, and Ara replies that she is fine, uncomfortable. The rookie apologizes for all this. Ara says it's Yang Jinmo's fault, and that it's not his fault, while her friend says that his existence is wrong, leaving everyone in shock. She says he makes the bullies look like toys by hitting him too, and that he bothers the people around him, involving them in his problems, saying that they are all cut from the same cloth. Gina adds that he solves things in a childish and cheap way, and suggests he just go to a quiet place and die. Then the two leave. Hojong confesses that she is right, but that he is hurt, while the blonde says there's no way to argue against that. At that moment, the protagonist says nothing. Yang also stays quiet while Ara looks back. Sometime later, Ara asks Gina if she's okay. Gina apologizes, saying she let herself be carried away by the words, but that it's something she hates, thinking to herself that she doesn't care about the transfer student anymore, and that at least he doesn't seem like someone who will get involved in her plans. Then Gina says she's going to another place. Ara realizes she's going to see Jawoon, and she confirms, saying she missed him today. Then Ara says goodbye to her friend. Worried Araya is thinking that her friend must be more sensitive today. Because of her younger brother walking down the sidewalk, she thinks it was worth the day, even though she didn't eat tteokbokki. And that Jinmo seemed to feel very bad about what he did. Back with the group, Daejeon puts his hand on Yang's shoulder, asking how he wants to die, if it will be by drowning, and that he will pay 10,000 won for that. In shock, Yang says he wants at least to apologize to them before he dies. He says he needs to apologize to them really, and that he is very bad, but that there are others even worse than him. Sometime later at the hospital, inside a room, there is a 15-year-old patient. It is Gina's brother, who is bedridden. He is breathing through machines while Gina looks at her brother. She wonders if the bullies don't feel bad for doing all this to others, and that it doesn't justify it, because they hit each other having fun, wondering if they think this is a game. Transitioning to Kim, complaining about dying in his mobile game, saying he died again in automatic combat, and questions why this function exists if he will always lose like this, saying he will uninstall this bad game. Then he notices something approaching. It is Yang Jinmo and some classmates. Kim asks where Jungman went and where he came from, asking him to take his hands out of his pockets. Meanwhile, Gina wonders if everyone does the same thing in the same way, if they don't realize this isn't a game. Yang starts walking towards Kim, staring him down and making Kim angry. He clenches his fists in front of him, and Kim notices something happening quickly, dodging his punch, moving sideways, saying he is a bastard, landing a punch in his ribs. At that moment, one of the students runs towards Kim too, throwing a flying kick that is also dodged. Another one appears out of nowhere to attack as well, and lands a punch on Kim's face. One of the other students also shows up, kicking Kim under the chin. Yang punches the leader of Class 6 as well, all beaten up. He thinks about how messed up this group is, while everyone is going to beat up Kim with hatred. Gina questions whether to put herself in someone else's shoes, that when you pay for your mistakes, if you will regret and reflect on them. Thinking about this, she reflects on the philosophy of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and whether it would be right to seek revenge. Kim is desperate with all this. He starts running from the place. The group starts chasing him, pursuing him down the street at night. Kim keeps running. Looking back then, he bumps into a fixed sign on the ground. Yang approaches to deliver another blow, but Kim is faster and lands a solid punch, retaliating. Yang kicks him in the ribs, throwing him far away onto the sidewalk. One of the students says they will hit lightly, and Yang says he will pay for his karma, questioning Kim if it was nice for him to dominate for all this time. While another student says he looks cute when he's scared, Yang says he can't do anything alone and feels stupid, but now they will never see each other again at the hospital. Gina reflects on the world not being rational this way, and because of that, she will make them pay in a simple way, promising that she will take care of the guys who left him like this. Then she asks him to wake up the next day at school. A student is telling another that he heard Kim got beaten by Yang the day before. Showing a video of their fight, a hand appears at the door. It is the proud, powerful group of Yang. Another student asks what happened next, and another wonders if the boss changed, resting his feet on the table. Yang Jinmo has become the boss and asks if Kim Myung-jun didn't come today. One student asks about the deliveries and if they should continue doing as always. Yang asks his colleague what he should do, and he replies saying to have a race and choose the fastest as the new delivery person. Someone enters the room with their hands in their pockets, drawing Yang's attention. It is Daejeon from class 1. He takes his hand out of his pocket, all shy. He asks what brings him to his room. At that moment, the newcomer congratulates him on becoming the boss and says he must be having a lot of fun, a little nervous. He thanks but says he doesn't enjoy it at all. Interrupting him, the protagonist tells Yang to decide whether to fight him as the boss or to take a beating and get it over with. Yang asks him to hit gently. He says it will be gentle, preparing to throw a punch, landing a strong punch right on Yang's face. The punch was so strong it left a mark on his face as he falls. Yang thinks that now he feels much lighter, feeling as if he is flying from being so light, but getting scared, thinking that there's no way to fly like this from a punch. Seeing his own body from the window looking back, Daejeon says that since they are a gang, they should take a beating too, and one of the students denies it, saying they disbanded the group 3 seconds ago, placing a hand on his shoulder. He accepts what was said and warns them to live a controlled life. From now on, all 3 respond emphatically that they will. One of them says that his dream now is to be a crushed can, while the other asks if he wants to compete to see who will crush their own life, and that they are screwed. The other students are left speechless by what happened, and one of them says that this newcomer is the strongest person he has ever seen, giving a slap. One of the students tries to wake Jinmo, who is passed out on the classroom floor. Kwon Daejeon has become the boss of classroom 1, 2, 3, and 6 at Gumryong High School, where he studies. 4 classrooms were conquered in the first week. After he transferred, his 3 friends start celebrating the fact that Daejeon has conquered 4 classrooms and begin to shower him with compliments. Irritated, the protagonist hits the 3 of them in the face with a book and tells them to stop making noise. Hojong says that this is sweet compared to the first time he hit him and invites him to the internet cafe since he recently got gold in LOL while adjusting his glasses. He calls them annoying and asks if they should go together. They celebrate, and Minho says he is still bronze, but Hojong tells him to be quiet. A girl pulls the blonde's shirt, saying that she plays LOL, and the blonde doesn't believe her and asks what her rank is, and she can't answer. So the blonde says she is just lying to hang out with Daejeon, taking a punch to the face from her, while she says she can play Cartwriter with them. Then she starts kicking the blonde while Daejeon is studying at the same time in classroom 5. Jiseok is trying to contact someone. His friend asks if Kim is thinking about dropping out of school at that moment. Jiseok says that maybe Kim won't come to school anymore, very smitten. She says that the new student is handsome and good at fighting, and she asks what he will do now and if he isn't confident alone. And he confirms. The girl says that he shouldn't have been greedy with the ranking, or should have formed an alliance with the rest of the boys. Jiseok says that the classrooms that seemed promising for a possible alliance were 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9. At that moment, Jiseok finds it strange what the girl says and asks if she doesn't care about the ranking, and she says she really doesn't, but remembers at that moment the protagonist without glasses, thinking that she can't believe the word appa came out of her mouth, and wonders what she should do with him the next day at school, starting in classroom 1, which is the protagonist's. His friends arrive, and the blonde asks if Daejeon is already in the classroom, asking if he got home well the day before, and questions if he is already studying. And the newcomer says yes and asks why. The blonde then says that Daejeon is better at studying than playing, leaving him sweating cold the day before. The blonde was yelling for Daejeon to go ulta, but they ended up losing the match. Then he questions why the newcomer said he would carry the team and asks if he is sure he is gold. He replies that it's better not to get too immersed in this game while his hand trembles on the mouse. The girl then asks if he wants to risk his life for a game, and the blonde is confused by this question. She tells Daejeon not to mind him, and that in the end, those girls who risk their lives playing don't know practically anything. And Daejeon thanks her playing another game. She asks what he is doing, blocking the track, slamming his hands on the table. Then a person arrives at the students, drawing the girls' attention and pointing to the sign that says, "It's forbidden to rage," saying that they are expelled. Clearing his throat, Daejeon says that if they hadn't been expelled, he would show his true skill, and that it's been a while since he warmed up his fingers. He stands up, saying he needs to go to another room, and his colleagues ask why taking off his glasses. He says it's nothing special, and that he needs to take care of something as he walks. He reflects that the project he is working on is not simply about beating up troublemakers, and that the ultimate goal is to reform the school's image. And upon arriving in Kim's room, he asks about him once there. One of the students asks what he is doing in this room, and comments that they are living a quiet life at that moment. Daejeon asks how the boy's hand is doing. He says not to worry, because his hands have healed to the point he can wave his fingers. At that moment, the newcomer throws a direct punch between his hands. The student is startled, and the protagonist reiterates that he was supposed to stay quiet as he leaves. He tells him to live like this now, and that if he complains, he will lose his hand. Now he is in room 3, keeping control of the bullies so they don't get out of hand upon arriving. He notices that Shim Sangbo's gang never shows up at school, and that the room is much better now. At that moment, he thinks that the next room is room 6. We see several students talking and messing around. Suddenly, someone slams their hand on the table hard. Yang says that everything is too noisy and tells them to be quiet to study. One of the students doesn't believe Yang will start studying and asks if he hit his head in his thoughts. Yang knows that Gina is the top one in school, and that to be worthy of her he needs to be too. The girl then calls him this is Queen Baek Suzy, who tells him to study quietly. Embarrassed, he apologizes. His classmate asks why he is being so bold, and that regardless of what they do, they will have to live a controlled life. Baek Suzy is getting stressed and recalls again about her encounter with the protagonist. She then calls Yang, telling him to come quickly. He quickly stands up, apologizing. Suzy asks if he remembers that day, and Yang asks which one. Then she reminds him, and asks if he knows she didn't call Daejeon Appa, and he says he knows that while she explains this, Yang is focused on studying. She then calls him again, questioning if he is not paying attention to what she is saying, and he says he is listening carefully, angry. Suzy says she will let it slide this time, and someone asks where Yang Jinmo is. It's the protagonist who called him at that moment. Suzy feels insecure and embarrassed at the same time. From afar, she sees Daejeon explaining some things to Yang. Then the protagonist says goodbye, returning to the conversation. Yang apologizes and says he serves Daejeon and asks what she is saying, and she tells him to take off his glasses, obeying. He takes off his glasses, furious. Suzy starts hitting him with a hairbrush again. He apologizes for leaving her talking alone after the hits. She realizes she is sweating and says that because of him she is sweating and her makeup is smudging, and because of that she won't be able to hit him anymore. Yang asks if she is forgiving him, and she calls some students. The 3 promptly attend to her. She orders them to step on Yang Minmo. They start grabbing him by the head, apologizing while stepping on him while she puts on makeup. Suzy wonders what she should do about Kwon Daejeon and questions how he dares to act like a boss in her presence. She tells them to stop and asks them to go to room 5 to call Jiseok upon arriving in the room. Jiseok asks why he was called and that he is surprised Yang is dead, and Suzy replies that his crime irritated her. Then she asks if he knows what she said that day. Jiseok asks if she is talking about the ring and that he thought of that too, asking why she wants to do this, and she replies saying it would be done for him to suffer. He says that if that is her intention she can tell her Appa, but Suzy says she can't do that because if she does he might actually end up dying, and that this is very difficult, imagining herself on a throne as queen and using Daejeon as a footstool while he thanks her for this role. Annoyed, she says he should refer to her as Mrs. Suzy. Jiseok is shocked by this, and Suzy says she just wants to see him crawling back to her and asks for his help. At this moment, Jiseok thinks of all the heads of rooms 4, 7, 8, and 9 and that he has an alliance with most of them, thinking that there is no other way and that, besides forming an alliance, he needs to ensure the expulsion of Kwon Daejeon from this school. In a golf sports center, an adult man is practicing golf in an indoor environment. His colleague says that President Kim's posture is good as always and asks how the ball's trajectory can be so perfect, asking if he will debut as a golf clothing model, and at that moment, the president tells CEO Lee that he is provoking him for being too old for that. The president asks if the boy next to Lee is a rookie, and he says yes, but that the rookie is very smart. Lee says he looks like a model and that he is talented too. Then director Lee joins the conversation, saying that she is there to give him a report detailing the progress of the project. He starts reading the report and says it is interesting, concluding that Kwon Daejeon is truly amazing, asking the director to schedule a drink with Principal Bong please, and she asks if it would be at the usual place, and he replies, where else would it be, which irritates her. Continuing the golf game, the president tells her to inform Daejeon to try even harder because after this, he will take care of everything. The director says understood and is dismissed. His friend says it seems like he has been having a lot of fun lately, saying he is bored and that they need to do something together. After a while, at the end of the afternoon during a sunset, This is a commercial establishment. There is a meeting of several class leaders taking place. Yu Jiseok, who is the leader of Class 5, asks if everyone is present. Kwak Du-shik, leader of Class 8, asks if they need to take attendance since only 5 of them are there. Gu Sunghwa, leader of Room 7, says he doesn't feel well being with all of them like this. Park Dojin, leader of Class 4, is watching the video where Kim is getting beaten. Lee Sung-hoon, leader of Class 9, asks if it is about the new student, and if he wants to know the leader's opinions on what is being done. Jiseok says that is exactly it, and also wants to know their opinions on an alliance. Sunghwa says he doesn't like this idea, and the reason is that he is not interested in the ranking, but even so, he has no intention of losing to anyone. At that moment, the leader of Class 8 says they are not on good terms to form an alliance, and that he doesn't even know why they are doing this. Asking if Yu is afraid of the new student, which he probably is since his friend Kim lost his position. Irritated, Jiseok says he will hold back his anger this time but tells her to be careful with what she says, and provoking the leader of Class 8, he asks what he will do if he doesn't hold back this anger. Gu Sunghwa asks why they don't resolve this now, and that it has been a while since they have been at odds. Park Dojin bets 50 on Kwak, and the leader of Class 7 says that is not a bad idea. Annoyed, Yu says he thought they would understand each other there, and asks them to stop this useless conversation. The leader of Class 9 agrees. Kwak asks if he agrees with an alliance, and questions what he will do after forming it. Lee Seung-hoon says that first, they should listen to what Yu, who gathered everyone, has to say. Surprised, Yu didn't imagine Lee would agree, and that he heard rumors about this leader but had never seen him in person. From what he knows, he is the head of the nerds, and that being considered the weakest, he thought the alliance would benefit him. Irritated, Kwak asks why Yu is still not speaking. He begins to explain that the new student named Kwon Daejeon is dominating the other rooms at a concerning pace, and that they need to fix this because it is already considered a tense situation. Then Sunghwa, leader of Class 7, says this is pathetic and that it is natural for a strong man to be on top. Standing up, he says he is leaving, and that this is a waste of his time. One of the leaders is looking at the Bitcoin chart in the meantime and asks who will be the boss and how the money will work. Park says he doesn't want to share the money and leaves too. Stretching, Kwak says he is leaving as well and that this was a waste of time, saying he doesn't know if Yu thought this would work, but he should have thought about it beforehand. He tells Kwak to stop now and that he said he would only hold back his anger once. Confident, the leader of Class 8 calls him to fight, saying he will kill him and that it will be a perfect warm-up before his dance training. Lee asks both of them to calm down and that it's not the time to do this. Irritated, Kwak says there's no one around and that Yu thinks he's tough just because he can't control his own anger. Adjusting his glasses, Lee tells them to postpone this fight for a while and asks if they don't want to hear what he has to say at the same time in room 4. Park bangs on the table, hard saying he hit wrong and that it's another student's turn to hit. One of his classmates asks how the meeting went, and Park says it was just about the new student and that they are just idiots. The leader then looks at his book and asks if the student turned him. Then the student says yes. Taking the money, he asks if it's 40,000, and the student says yes and apologizes, but Park asks why he's apologizing and calls him for another round again. Park loses this game, and the student manages to win. He says the student is really good today. Irritated, he says he just needs to give 40,000 won. Scared, the student says no, and that he doesn't need to give anything, holding back his anger. Park says he needs to give the money since he's the winner, giving the crumpled money to the boy and asking for another round. Tired, the student ends up accepting again on his turn. He didn't turn. Surprised, he wonders what's happening and thinks his touch isn't working today. The student says, if Park's touch is bad, they'll leave it for next time. Irritated, Park just stares at the situation, slapping the student across the face with his glove, making him fall hard to the ground. Another student says he's surprised and asks why he hit him out of nowhere. Responding, Park says his touch wasn't good, but now it is asking the boy to get up quickly and sit in the chair before he loses his touch again in pain. The student agrees and goes to sit down, while Park tells him to stop crying, saying he's going to hit him. Scared, the boy already puts his hands on his face, laughing. Park says he's getting scared, and his friend says that's cute. Changing the mood, the bully questions why he hasn't sat down yet. With a marked cheek, Kim decides to obey. Shaking all over, the guy puts his hand over the coins, but before hitting, he asks if he could back out. The bully stares at him coldly. However, upon discovering he will receive all the money from the student, he decides to accept. Do-hyun doesn't like that at all, but the strong guy explains that if he wants to back out in the middle of the game, he'll have to give up all the bet money. After taking what he wants, Dojin states he will play with the young man again the next day, so he must bring more money. Furious, the student realizes he has already lost more than 2,500 rays and decides to make a call. In room 1-5, Susie says she heard that Jaseok and the others met the night before. Before asking the girl next to the guy to step out for a moment, the young woman agrees and leaves the room while thinking that Bayek thinks too highly of himself. Alone with the bully, Soo-hyuk's sister questions whether he will be flirting with other girls. The young man claims he hasn't done anything wrong and reveals that nothing will happen in the alliance for now. We go back to moments before, when Seung-hoon explained that because of the collection, many will want to become captain. And since Gumryong's gang collects money differently, the strong guys will gather around the young man. That's why, even though everyone in that room has different motivations, it's necessary to first discover the intentions of the newcomer, as he is sure a conflict will occur soon. After hearing the story, the girl with straight hair asks if her allies won't do anything, then stating that, in that case, she will have to act on her own. During the night, near a playground, Dojin meets with his friends to talk about investments. Upon hearing that the blondie withdrew the money, the bully concludes he was the only one who got screwed. To help his friend, one of the young men states that if he invests like him, he will definitely recover the money. Park says he doesn't have much money and asks how much a food delivery person earns. Changing the subject, the other bully comments on the collection day, but finds out that the strong guy doesn't intend to give him anything. The blonde guy warns that he will need to leave, but if his ally manages to get money, just call. Smiling, the group leader reveals that he is thinking of taking half the money before collection day, starting with the transferred student. Since the young man has already taken 4.5 portions, the guy in the blue blazer says he just had an idea and suggests they make a bet on the bully's fight with the rookie. The chubby guy says that would be interesting and asks if he could bet on Kwon. Ending the conversation, Dojin says he feels like training. However, suddenly a trio appears looking for him. Everyone bows before the veterans. Staring at the men, the black-haired guy says he heard they have been working for a gang since they dropped out of school. The tattooed guy confirms and says things have gotten a bit weird since apparently their client's target is his freshman. Confused, the bully asks what Kim is doing there. Sweating profusely, he starts to stutter. However, one of the strong guys tells him to relax since their team doesn't usually mix business with personal relationships, which means his freshman will learn a lesson. Taking off his jacket, Park asks if the trio is collecting money from other students to beat up those who bully them. The chubby guy says yes and claims this is a new business. The bully bursts out laughing and says it's very funny to see the man acting tough just because he's in a gang. Frightened, the guy in the blue blazer questions if his friend is going crazy. A bit irritated, the guy in gray clothes says his freshman has become quite rude, even knowing he is dealing with Yuk Ja-hyung from Beohmo Construction. The big guy grabs Dojin's head and says he is very disappointed to see someone he knows losing their sense like this. Therefore, he will stop going easy on him. The bully receives a punch right in the face, but instead of dodging, he decides to throw his own face into the man's fist. Smiling, Park says that the man's hand is much softer, before delivering a punch with all his strength. A few seconds later, he attacks the strong guy again and asks how deep he needs to hit for his fist to sink in. Yuk bends over in pain, but the bully doesn't care and states that hitting a pile of fat is horrible. After receiving another blow, the leader of the gang trio falls to the ground. Smiling in a terrifying way, Dojin promises that he will put the man in his place. Then everyone is shocked to see Ja-young on the ground. Frightened, Park's friends ask if he has gone crazy for acting that way. Staring at the duo, the bully asks if they heard the part where the veteran said he would kill him for money, which means Do-hyun has a lot of cash that should have been his from the start. The veteran's allies claim that the guy is indeed a bastard. However, the guy in the black hoodie realizes too late that the bully has approached. Delivering a blow with all his strength, Dojin shows that he really doesn't care about risking his life for a few bucks, since having money is what makes him feel good. Furious, the guy in the white shirt charges at him. Still, the bully manages to recover quickly and charges back with everything. Yuk's ally receives a knee to the face. Fearing the worst, the big guy in the black hoodie grabs the young man from behind. Worried, Park's friend says he will help him. Shouting, he claims he doesn't need it while jumping in the air. The big guy can't hold the young man and ends up receiving a nice elbow to the face. Seeing that everyone is on the ground, the boy who hired the trio panics. Smiling, the bully says it's better for him to hand over all the cash he has if he doesn't want to die. Terrified, Do-hyun starts to run. Determined not to lose his precious treasure, Dojin decides to start a chase. Suddenly, Ja-hyung appears with a baseball bat, forcing the bully to use both arms to protect himself from the attack. Furious, the veteran says the young man messed with the wrong person, but ends up being knocked down by one of his friends. Taking advantage of the situation, the dark-haired guy throws a punch at his opponent's face, knocking him down again. Turning around, he realizes that the boy has disappeared along with the cash and says that if he doesn't show up at school again, things will get complicated. When questioned about the trio of gangsters, Park says that no one needs to worry, as the big guys are nothing but liars. The next day, the protagonist says there's nothing better than school lunch, so Min-soo should enjoy it. Ba-young appears and says he would like to talk a bit with our boy, but alone. When asked what the topic would be, Minho gets straight to the point and asks if the guy plans to dominate all the first-year classes. Intrigued, Daejeon questions why he wants to know about that. Joining the conversation, Hojong says that's what everyone is thinking. The protagonist asks if they have 2 lives, as he warned he would kill everyone if they stopped him to talk about something useless. Taking the lead, the red-haired guy says that our boy is the head of 4 classes and will receive the operation cost soon. Not understanding anything, Daejeon asks what the hell operation cost means, and if it's the money the president receives to buy things for the class and snacks for the students. Myungjung appears and says the guy really has a naive side, explaining next that operation cost is just a facade, since that money serves to protect one class from the others and goes straight into the leader's pocket. Our boy remembers the rules that the guy from Sangbo's class mentioned. Continuing, the blonde guy says that the heads of each class will rank each other to maintain order. However, when the amount of money is doubled, in the case of someone controlling more than one class, everyone wants to be the head of Jumryong, which means there's a big target on Kwan's back. Kim thanks the blonde for the explanation, but asks why he is there. He then says he would like them to take care of their part in exchange for help. Irritated, the protagonist hits the young man and says it's about time everyone understood that this money-collecting business won't work anymore. Byung says the guy can't do that, since part of the first-year collection goes to the second year and so on. Agreeing, the red-haired guy says that not doing the collection is the same as turning the whole school against oneself. Our boy analyzes the situation, but, remembering that his job is to end all this, he decides to just leave. Suddenly, Jinmo appears and says someone wants to see the protagonist. Tired, Kwan says he will kill the guy if the topic is useless. Outside, he questions if the guy in the black shirt is luring him into a trap, before seeing Suzy sitting on a bench. Seeing that our boy got nervous, the young woman turns and asks him to let Jinmo go, while she is still being nice. As our boy doesn't obey, the girl asks if he is deaf, then asserting that she is the only one who can hit the guy in the black shirt. The protagonist says he has no idea what's going on there, but according to school rules, Class 6 is under his command. Grabbing the brown-haired guy's arm, Baek says he is above that rule, so it's better for our boy not to dare to act like a leader in his presence. Still holding the young man's arm, Daejeon asks what kind of nonsense conversation that is. Irritated, the girl says he is really an arrogant idiot. A little distance away, a guy in a hoodie says he is very disappointed with 3 boys, but he will save them all from the sin of greed. Standing up, Won Ja-ok, the head of the second year, promises he will beat the young men until they are on the brink of death. Ju Gong-myung, the vice leader, says that's why the trio should have made the payment on time. Smiling, Park asks if the bald guy always beats people personally, then questioning how much the duo can collect. Making the number 3 with his hand, the guy with glasses explains that everything is divided among the group, which makes the tough guy in the black shirt even more excited. The duo starts talking about the boss's behavior, who is not the most patient person. Finding it funny, the vice leader says the trio of tough guys from last night invented a gang to make money. Finishing the job, Won says it's not easy to walk the hard path of practicing Buddhism. When asked about the path he wants to take, Dojin says he intends to make the entire first year submit to him. But first, it's necessary to deal with the transfer student. And turning around, the bald guy says that's a good idea, then asserting that the trio of boys has until the next day to shave their heads and come see him. The tough guy says he had an idea, and the leader suggests they talk while walking to the store. We see our boy and Suzy competing for Jinmo again. In the middle of the two, the guy wonders if it's really that important. Irritated, the girl asks why the first-year leader is so stubborn. However, the protagonist seems more interested in why the guy in the black shirt is making that weird face. Quickly, the young woman understands the reason and releases his arm, before slapping the guy in the face and throwing him away. Standing tall, the strong guy says he understands it's time to leave. As he runs and shouts, he shows he's more than happy with what happened there. Turning around, Baek states he has a reason for calling the protagonist over. Then, she grabs him by the jacket and pushes him against a pole. Without taking her eyes off the girl, our boy asks what the reason for that action is. Nervous, the young woman lowers her head, thinking she needs to look into the guy's eyes to dominate his fighting spirit. The problem is her heart is racing too fast. Changing the subject, Daejeon asks if there's any construction nearby. Then, he asks the girl to spill it all at once. After calling the young man Appa, Suzy tries to make an excuse and says that last time she wasn't referring to him. The protagonist says he knows that and asks if that was all she wanted to say. The young woman tells him to shut up and claims that it's important for her, since just one word from her brother can mobilize the entire school. As the guy seemed unaware of this, she decided to take it easy at first, but she won't do that anymore. The protagonist breaks free and complains that his clothes are all wrinkled, while holding both of the girl's hands with one arm. Beck tries to break free and says the young man is making a big mistake. Not caring, Kwon asks her to bring Suhyuk over since he won't stop talking about him and would like to meet him. The girl asks if the guy wants to die. Intrigued, the protagonist questions why the young woman threatened him using her brother just seconds ago, then stating that he won't let her go until the guy arrives. Won and the others approach the duo. Quickly, Dojin says the young man is the student who was transferred. The second-year leader says he understands and asks if the girl isn't Suhyuk's sister. Getting even closer, he says it's disturbing to see something so vulgar in a sacred territory like school. Our boy asks what the hell the bald guy is talking about, leaving him deeply irritated. When questioned about what he said, the protagonist zones out and goes back to his past when he still worked at the convenience store and teased his boss who was getting gray hairs. Pulling the young man's hand away, the man says every strand on his head is precious. Then he asks if his employee's father doesn't have several as well. Scratching his head, our boy says he doesn't know. Irritated, the store owner orders him to throw away all the discarded products. Back to the present moment, Kwon apologizes and says he didn't mean to mock the strong guy's hair loss. Laughing, Park says the guy is very funny. Before explaining that, in fact, Jaeok shaves his head. The vice leader then says the bald guy also suffered from hair loss, then asking the first-year duo to move to another place. The protagonist asks who they think they are. Suzy then explains. When introduced, the second-year leader asks the two to disappear at once. Not caring, our boy says he got there first, so it's the trio who should leave. Worried, the young woman asks what's wrong with him. Meanwhile, the bald guy questions if the young man didn't hear him right, stating right after that, in that case, he can do whatever he wants. Baek calls her brother, while Ju asks his ally to calm down since the girl is calling Suhyuk. Curious, the protagonist asks if the guy will really show up. Ending the call, Suzy asks if the bald guy has anything else to say, because she has things to sort out with the newbie. The guy with glasses tells his friend that holding the duo there would be very reckless, before smiling and saying they can both go. Holding our boy's arm, the young woman asserts there's no need to worry about useless people. Observing the duo leave, the vice leader says that, thanks to the young woman's brother, they both got away. When asked if he is okay, Ja-ok says yes while trying to contain his anger. He then promises Dojin that he will take care of both of them in the future. The guy in the black shirt says he can't let the rookie escape like that. Worried, Gongmyung says it's better to let the young man go. However, the bully doesn't listen and charges at him. Daejeon quickly notices the movement and grabs Suzy by the waist, all to get her out of Park's way. Seemingly possessed, the young man prepares to deliver another blow. Using his agility, our boy manages to dodge more than once. Then, he extends his hand and slaps his opponent in the face. The latter smiles when hit and swings his arm again to strike the young man. Thinking, the protagonist wonders what makes the bully different, since most people would have fainted from that slap, concluding, right after, that he needs to create distance so Baek won't get hit. The vice leader appears and says that if the girl gets hit, things will get ugly. While defending himself once more, Kwon manages to grab Dojin's arm. However, he changes his strategy and delivers a kick. Noticing that the young man dodged again, he asks why he isn't counterattacking. Our boy looks at the girl, who is trying to free her arm from the guy with glasses. Determined, the bully asserts that just defending isn't fun. Reflecting, the rookie concludes that he has time to deal with the strong guy while Suhyuk doesn't arrive. Seeing his opponent approaching, he strikes. Covering his head with his arms, Park says that the young man is indeed quite fast. Daejeon gains momentum and attacks once more, showing that, besides being fast, he is also strong. When hit by a kick, the bully falls back hard. Recovering, he says that attack was brutal. Intrigued, our boy asks if he is okay since his arm has a bandage. Looking at the injury, Dojin says that it's nothing. Realizing next that the bruise is worse. Taking off his jacket, the protagonist states that it's better for the guy to get better soon, because he will take a few more hits from that moment on. Pretending to cover her eyes, Beck asks why the young man is taking off his clothes. Our boy says he will only take off his blazer. The girl then questions how he dares to undress in such a crowded place. Kwon looks to the side and notices he is being watched by a group of students. Some girls start talking about how handsome the guy is. Smiling, the guy in the black shirt announces that he intends to stop there, since what really matters will happen next time. Then, he leaves, pushing the group of girls that was watching. Before leaving, Ju states that they will meet again very soon. Adjusting his clothes, the protagonist says he hopes the guy will also participate next time, since it's quite annoying to have to beat them separately. Furious, the vice leader asks how the young man dares to speak to him that way. However, Jia-ok appears and says it's better for them to just retreat for now. The young man turns and says that thanks to his friend, he managed to control his emotions. The two start talking about pity, leaving our boy completely confused. Susie approaches and asks if the young man didn't hear that the duo is from the second year. Not caring, the protagonist says he isn't afraid of the duo. Impatient, the girl says she doesn't know if he isn't afraid or is just overly confident. Then, she asks the rookie to be more careful and thanks him for what he did earlier. When questioned about the strength he used to pull the young woman, Kwon apologizes and says he thought he wouldn't hurt her that way. Curious, he asks about Soo Hyuk, but the girl reveals she lied and questions what the young man intends to do if he encounters her brother, having almost died at the hands of the monk. Our boy prepares to say something, but realizes it wouldn't be the best choice. With her arms crossed, Susie says the rookie will die if that encounter happens. Therefore, it would be better for him to focus on resolving the problem with the first-year guys. Watching the young woman leave, the protagonist wonders if she came there just to threaten him. Meanwhile, Beck can only think about how reckless the young man is while trying to understand why the hell she was so worried. We are taken to room 1-4, where Park is asking about Doyeon, intrigued. Your friend asks what happened to the bully's arm, but he says he just needs a few more days to recover. Then, he changes the subject and says he really enjoyed meeting the new student, but now he needs to focus on collecting as much money as possible. When called, the class president rushes over. Sitting down, the bully asks him to get Do-hyun's address and collect the money that week. Worried, Do-hyun's friend says he can't change things like that, without permission. Not caring, the strong guy says you can't make a profit without investment. The class president then asks if the guy knows that he can't do things however he wants. Smiling, the bully suggests they play rock, paper, scissors. He loses the first round and asks to go again. Seeing that the bully won, the boy says that still, you can't decide things that way. Then discovering that he was playing a flick game. With nothing to do, he brings his forehead close to the big guy's hand. Confused, Park's friend asks why he is bending his own finger like that. Upon receiving the flick, the class president flies backward. The scene leaves everyone impressed. Excited, the bully says it's time for another round. Far away, Kwon feels frustrated for not being able to meet Soo Hyuk, and concludes that everything would be easier if he had defeated the second-year monk. Then, he starts thinking about how Dojin managed to withstand his slap and says he has an extraordinary physique, which means he needs to shake off the rust to hit the bully hard. During the night, Kim tries to call someone, but no one answers, which makes him irritated. Frightened, he wonders if there is anyone else to help him. Quickly, the young man remembers the new student, and the conversation he overheard about him putting several bullies in their place. Thinking, he analyzes the possibility of offering money to Daejeon. But to his surprise, Park appears out of nowhere, and violently grabs his face with his hand. At the same time, he smiles and says it's time for the boy to get what he deserves. Do-hyun asks the bully to wait a minute, making him stop pushing him back. Staring at the boy, the strong guy asks if this isn't fun and why he is crying, then asserting that it's time for another round. The next day, in room 1-1, Minho explains to his friends the principle of every weapon. Excited, the blonde boy asks if he can use the bat slowly. Denying, the red-haired boy says there is an order to everything. On the other side of the room, Jinmo celebrates having won the English vocabulary quiz. The short-haired girl says she gave a hint to the protagonist, but he says he didn't notice. Thinking, Minsu concludes that the guy hasn't been putting much effort into his studies. Our boy asks the dark-haired guy to stop being so full of himself. Intrigued, No asks why Yang came over just to do a quiz with Daejeon, and if that means they should study too. Suddenly, Park enters the room. Astonished, Hojong questions if he is there to fight. Approaching, the bully says he is there to talk to the newbie. Then, he asks the dark-haired guy to give up his seat. Even knowing he could never win, Jinmo decides not to back down to avoid being labeled a loser. Standing up, he asks the strong guy why he would leave his chair. Laughing, Byung says the boy is brave. Finding the situation funny, the bully raises his hand. Realizing he raised his hands to defend himself, Yang claims he isn't scared, just has very good reflexes. Smiling, the guy in the black shirt says he actually wants to play rock, paper, scissors with him. The two play around and the dark-haired boy ends up losing. Turning around, he says that in that case, he will get out of the strong guy's way. However, Park puts his hand on his shoulder, before delivering a slap right in the middle of his face, while saying that those who lose need to receive a punishment. Seeing Jinmo being thrown to the other side of the room, the blonde boy says that surely that hurt even his psyche. Noticing that Dojin sat down, our boy says he doesn't have time to fight now. However, his opponent reveals that he is there because he would like to receive some conditions before the battle. Elsewhere, Seonghwa explains to Ju that he managed to get the abandoned auditorium. The guy with glasses then asks him to stop pretending he is sitting in an invisible chair. Before asking about the new student's skills, the guy in the hoodie says Kwon ran over Sangbo, which means he has talent, even though he doesn't have a clear stance or keep his guard up. The vice leader then asks about Dojin smiling. The sports class leader says he is an interesting person as he bulldozes everything with his physical strength, in addition to having a lot of flexibility, which allows him to instinctively avoid most of the damage but makes him dependent on his physique. Intrigued, the young man with glasses asks if he should bet on Park's victory. The guy in the hoodie says he's not sure, but he doesn't think it's possible for someone who defeated all the academy members to lose. Back in room 1-1, the guy in the black shirt tries to understand how he lost in rock, paper, scissors. Curious, he asks if Daejeon had private lessons or something like that. Looking at his hand, the protagonist concludes that, even though it's been a long time, his body still remembers how to play. The bully says it's time for another round. However, the rookie says it's better if they just pretend the tough guy won, then stating that he will accept any condition. After thinking for a bit, Park asks the young man to show up at the agreed place that Friday. The protagonist says he will do that and asks him to take care of his arm. Minho approaches and asks if our boy really needs to accept that offer. Since it's very suspicious that the bully wants to fight in front of the second years, we go back to moments before and find out that Dojin revealed he invited an audience but promised not to play dirty. Even so, Kwon didn't care and asked the guy to bring the pair of bald guys. In the present moment, the protagonist concludes that, after solving this problem, it's better to deal with the second years too. Meanwhile, Yang continues on the ground wishing for the end of the world. Outside the classroom, Do-hyun watches the tough guy leave. Then he enters the room and says he's looking for Daejeon, before revealing that he would like him to lose to Park. Irritated, the short-haired girl asks the boy to be clearer about what he wants. Agreeing, the young man says the bully has a hidden motivation called Toto, and the same goes for the second-year guys who will bet intrigued. The protagonist asks what reason he would have to lose the fight. We go back to the past when Dojin hit the guy. Smiling, the tough guy asks how much money he has, then stating that he will take everything, including the cash he gave to the veterans. However, upon arriving at the location, Park gets annoyed when he realizes he won't be able to enter. Thus, he says he will borrow some money in Kim's name, but if he wins the fight with the new student, he will pay it all back. So, it's better for the boy to hurry and call the loan shark. In the present moment, the guy says that if our boy wins, he won't get his money. Smiling, the short-haired girl asks if Do-hyun wants to die. Minho holds the young woman and asks for Ho-jong's help. Curious, Daejeon asks what he will get in return and if the boy is good at English. With confirmation, he says he will do what was asked, but the young man must meet him after school because he needs help with the English quiz. The girl approaches and says she can teach our boy. However, he ignores her and tells Kim that they will start that very day. Later, the young man with short hair asks why the protagonist doesn't bet since he's confident he will beat Park. Interrupting his reading, our boy says he doesn't have any money. Turning around, Do-hyun says it was in that place that he and the bully borrowed money, making Kwon realize he was being lured all along. He asks if the young man would like him to borrow money. Upon hearing he won't get beaten, the guy says yes. Taking Daehan Il-soo's card, the rookie states he will go in alone. Elsewhere, Dojin says he has already gotten the money he needed and would like to invest a bit in cryptocurrencies. Worried, the bully's friend asks if he will be okay since he broke the rules. Without stopping his exercise, the tough guy says that with high risk comes high reward, which means he needs to keep climbing higher. Far from there, a man receives the protagonist and asks if he is there to borrow money, and why the hell there are so many students looking for the same thing. Inside the office, the loan shark asks how much the guy needs. When asked about his age, our boy says he is 20 years old. Irritated, the man asks if he is joking with him. Realizing that the situation has become complicated, the protagonist says he left his clothes on the line and needs to go home. The man then says he needs to use his brain more to come up with excuses. Daejeon says he will come back next time. However, the loan shark grabs his arm and asks what kind of gang the young man is from. Our boy breaks free and strikes the man, causing him to start screaming. He then says he will let him go but would like to leave in peace. Furious, the loan shark grabs the ashtray and charges at him. But, besides being stopped, he also ends up getting hit on the head. Noticing that the man has fainted, the protagonist says he overdid it, but at least now he can check the records. Looking at the wall, he sees a photo of Lee, the school principal. However, the other loan sharks start to arrive. Our boy decides to hurry and leave the office, but he ends up bumping into the other men. The big guy looks at Hyun Nim slumped in the chair and concludes that he must be sleeping. Taking advantage of the situation, the protagonist says he has finished his business and will leave. Outside, he hears the men trying to wake up his ally before he starts running to avoid being caught. Later, Kwon concludes that he shouldn't have gone to that place, then deciding to focus on the fight against Dojin. Seeing that it will rain on Friday, our boy isn't very happy. The day of the battle quickly arrives. When asked about his arm, Park says he is fine, which means there is no one capable of hurting him. Noticing that everyone has arrived, he says it's time to go in. Inside the auditorium, Seonghwa says the bully arrived too early since they are still in the middle of preparations. Turning around, the strong guy asks what Do-hyun thinks about sparring instead of a coin game, before revealing that he is just joking. Seeing that the second-year gang has arrived, the sports class leader says that now everything is complete. Looking at a young blonde, the bald man says that his hair is full of anguish and has been dyed. The guy in the blue sweatshirt approaches and says he prepared a table on the platform for them. Checking, Jae-ok asks about the new student and states that he doesn't want his patients tested. Outside, our boy says his allies don't need to follow him. Minho disagrees and says that since the place will be full of second-year guys, they can't leave the young man alone. When asked what he is carrying in his backpack, the redhead says he prepared some things because of the numerical disadvantage. Excited, the blonde says he also learned how to attack Dojin. The protagonist says he already knows how to do that, and, upon receiving a message, states that they will have to go ahead. Inside the auditorium, the bald man asks how the newcomer isn't with them. Smiling, the bully in the black shirt asks if he ran away out of fear, denying, No says that his ally is not that kind of man. Joining the conversation, Ju says that in that case, the group can sit wherever they want. Sitting in a corner, Byung comments on how the gang from the path has an overwhelming aura, especially with the presence of Oh Jae-gul, Do Sang-soo, and Kim Samuel. Suddenly, someone announces that more people are entering. The Fairbonds gang appears with their leader in front. Curious, Ma Ki-seok asks why so much organization for a simple freshman fight. Smiling, the bespectacled young man says it's because the newcomer is not an ordinary first-year student. Hojong is surprised to see that Lee Seung-hoon from Class 9 is also present. Ja-ok approaches and says that the gang that arrived will have to sit on the mattresses since all the chairs are already occupied. Sitting down, the leader of the bond says he doesn't mind that, then asking where the new student is, sometime later. Dojin throws his phone on the ground and, furious, says he is very bored. Desperate, he asks someone to fight him. Agreeing, the bald man says they can no longer waste time like this. Excited, the bully in the black shirt asks the guys from Class 1 to fight with him. Intrigued, Minho asks if he is talking about him. Affirming right after that, as a student from Class 1, he will take responsibility for his allies' delay. Seonghwa says that this is not a good idea since the fighters in the main fight must be in their best condition. Shouting, Park says he fights better when he is angry. Without caring, the guy in the blue hoodie says he will organize a fight between two members of the special sports room. Suddenly, someone enters through the door and asks if they are very late. However, to everyone's surprise, it is Myung-jung, and not our boy. The bully is not happy at all to hear that the guy doubts his ability to win. Nervous, the blondie tells the newcomer to shut up and sit down. However, he asks who he should give his betting money to. With a dark look, Dojin asks if the young man wasn't the leader of Room 2 until recently. Confirming, Kim says there was a time when he was known as the White Spirit. Furious, the dark-haired bully charges and throws a punch. Then he runs and grabs the blonde guy's head to throw him forward. The former leader of Room 2 tells him to wait, but he ends up being brutally attacked once again. When asked if the strong guy can do that, smiling, Minsu says he doesn't know, but he's sure the veterans will be satisfied. Out of control, Park continues the assaults. Far from there, we see someone holding photos of Cab Ryong, photos he took after defeating a group of loan sharks. Back in the auditorium, the bully says he needs to warm up more, so his next opponent will be Minho. Our boy finally appears and asks if he couldn't hold on while waiting. Everyone is happy to see the guy. Kwon apologizes for being late, while his opponent says he decided to warm up a bit. When asked if Myung-jung was his friend, the protagonist says he's not sure. Then, he takes off his jacket and throws a punch at Dojin's friends. Thus, our boy stands in front of his opponent and states that he is also warmed up now, which means the bully will feel more than just a taste of his strength. Gu gets excited to see that the fight will finally begin. Without getting up, Jae-ok asks someone to get rid of the guys who are passed out on the floor. Meanwhile, the strong guy in the black shirt says that even though our boy is a jerk, he can't help but like him, which is quite sad, since the toys he liked the most were destroyed. since his biggest flaw is not being able to hold back. The protagonist watches the guy coming at him full force, and, at the last second, he manages to dodge the punch. Determined, Dojin quickly turns around and attacks once more. The problem is that Kwon is really good at escaping. Shouting, the bully asks what the hell the rookie is doing, then ordering him to stop dodging and fight him. Not understanding anything, Hojong asks why the strong guy is swinging his fist so recklessly. Understanding everything, Minsu says that Daejeon is analyzing his opponent's punches, something he has always done in all his fights, until after a certain time he will start using a counterattack. Our boy finds an opening and lands a punch to his opponent's ribs. The latter turns around and prepares to attack. However, he ends up getting tripped. The protagonist takes advantage and finishes knocking the bully down with another punch. However, Park refuses to stay on the ground and charges again with all his fury. Our boy delivers a kick to his back along with another punch to his face. After being hit 3 times in a very short time, Dojin tries to stay focused. However, he ends up taking a slap and another kick that sends him flying. Intrigued, Ju wonders if the protagonist is really human, since he made a guy who trains lifting weights fly. Meanwhile, Sunghwa says that if the bully keeps swinging his fist with such simple movements, he won't even be able to touch his opponent. Wiping his mouth, the strong guy admits that the last punch hurt a lot. Shocked, Minho tries to understand how he is okay after being beaten like that. Stretching, our boy says that the strong guy's endurance is good, then stating that he hopes he can hold on for a bit longer. Charging again, Park says he is still warming up. The protagonist analyzes the guy's movements and realizes that the bully is trying to lure him into a straightforward exchange, which means he doesn't know what really matters. After trying to attack once more, Dojin ends up taking another punch to the face. Thinking, Kwon concludes that the strong guy is doomed to take hits. Watching the battle, Kim smiles every time the bully gets hit. Minho says he now understands what Daejeon meant when he said he had analyzed the strong guy through the coin game. Curious, Byung asks his friend to explain better. After being pressured, the red-haired guy says that, as everyone knows, Park's strength is overwhelming, and this also applies to the coin-hitting game. Since, if a person hits too hard, all 4 coins will float in the air. That's why waves form in the notebooks, and this means that the bully's physical strength will only help him to a certain extent. Because the coin game is also a battle of skill, as the strong guy isn't good at these games, he only uses his instincts to hit blindly, which reflects in the fight, as he just swings his fist using brute force, unlike his opponent, who knows exactly where the coins are and hits in the best possible place to lift them accurately. We go back to our boy's past, when he learned that, in the coin game, you shouldn't hit just any way. With his hand on the back of his neck, the little protagonist tells Heejin that he understands. Continuing, the boy says that the kid needs to hit the right spot and with the right force. Besides avoiding the coins, he doesn't want to flip. Hearing the advice, Kwon focuses his vision and prepares to hit back to the present moment. Park lunges back after taking another hit to the face. The protagonist watches him come at him full force once again and concludes that the bully is like a tiger moth. One of the members of the Fair Link gang claims that it's ridiculous to bet on a one-sided fight. Smiling, the glasses guy realizes that this is a good opportunity to better understand the new student's strengths. But for that, it would be interesting if Dojin put in a little more effort. With a marked face, the bully tries to understand why his attack isn't reaching the protagonist. Adjusting his shirt sleeve, our boy says that the fight is getting boring, then stating that apparently the guy doesn't like him that much. Elsewhere, Suzy asks why her brother is talking about that subject. Intrigued, Soo-hyuk says he heard about the fight from Sung-hoon. The young girl asks the guy to get out of her way. Laughing, the short-haired guy's friend says that apparently, the girl likes the new student. After knocking the guy out, Baek's brother tries to understand why she is acting that way. On the street, the young girl prays that Kwon doesn't act recklessly in front of the second-year students. Before running off, determined to reach the auditorium as quickly as possible. In the ring, Dojin slaps his own face. Confused, Jaegil asks what kind of self-discipline that is, while Do-hyun says that he is testing his own strength to see if he is acting the right way. Frustrated, the bully says it's very strange that only he is getting hit, since in a brawl, the coin usually falls to the other side at some point. Determined, he concludes that it's his turn and charges forward to attack. However, the protagonist dodges again and delivers a kick, sending Park flying backward. The guy does a somersault, gets back on his feet, and runs again, starting a full-on exchange. Our boy dodges a few more times and counters with his fist. As he falls, the bully says that it's no problem to get hit a few times, since he just needs to land one hit. Daejeon throws a punch at his opponent's face. The bully withstands the impact and, using the strength he still has, extends his arm. but ends up discovering that no matter how much time passes, his fist will never hit the rookie's face. After taking another hit, he finally falls to his knees, while thinking about how embarrassing it is not to land even a measly punch, just as he couldn't flip the coins, even giving it his all. In the midst of his daydreaming, Kwon appears and grabs his arm, then stating that this is not how you should hit. The protagonist grabs the bully's head and, without hesitation, slams his face into the ground, while saying that, thanks to the guy, his warm-up is complete. Everyone watches the scene in surprise, until our boy asks who's next. We go back to Park's past. When he entered the academy but preferred to sit and look at his phone rather than train, a young man approaches and asks if the bully feels nothing, watching others train hard. Laughing, the strong guy denies it and claims he will beat everyone anyway. Curious, the coach asks what the guy is looking at. Dojin then says he is betting his money on the Toto site. The guy then says that the young man is betting the same way he trains, which is why he doesn't improve at all. Irritated, the bully asks the instructor to stop bothering him, before asking if he would like to fight seriously with him. After defeating his trainer, Park says the man talks too much for someone so weak, claiming next that he can indeed win if he fights using only his instincts. In the coin game, the bully gets stressed and slams the table with both arms, since the game will be won if everything is destroyed. In the auditorium, he stands up and asks what the protagonist means by next. Minho is quite surprised by such determination. Meanwhile, a member of the sports class asks the leader if it wouldn't be better to stop the duo. Feeling disgusted, our boy asks the strong guy to wipe the strawberry juice dripping from his nose. Obeying, Dojin states that he understands his attacks don't hit the guy because he has read his patterns. That's why Kwon is avoiding everything he does, just like a worm. The issue is that even if a worm gives its all, it will still explode in a human's hands and die. Thinking, Do-hyun asks the bully to just die already. Seung-hwa says that the real fight will finally begin, since if Park's emotional trend reaches its peak, only the will to win will remain, and the guy will trade his body for an explosive amount of physical strength. The protagonist stops his opponent with a slap and asks what he is talking about, since he had already warned that he was warmed up, which means he is no longer interested in fighting him. Everyone watches the scene in shock. Correcting his speech, the leader of the sports class says, "The bully is still just a human and not a fictional character." Glancing sideways at Jae-ok, our boy asks about the money collection for protection and why a bunch of students acts like gangsters. Without waiting for an answer, Daejeon states that anyone who dares to collect money from that moment on will end up like Dojin irritated. The bald guy says that the collection is a necessary means impatient. The protagonist asks the monk to go to the center of the ring to have his head blown off furious. Ju says the guy can only say something after taking out all the first years. Agreeing, Kisiok says Kwon is just a rookie, but still wants to break the main rule of the school. That's why he will teach the guy a lesson. The gang members start advancing towards our boy. Minho says he will help his ally, as the second-year guys fight in a cowardly way. However, to his surprise, the enemies start flying everywhere. With a serious face, the protagonist states that he doesn't need help. Other guys from the gang rush at the rookie, making him increasingly irritated. While defeating everyone, our boy says he doesn't need any more warming up. Shocked, the bald guy's ally asks how that is possible. A young man with glasses grabs a chair and charges. Screaming, the redhead tells his friend to look behind. Suddenly, someone slaps the second-year boy in the face, throwing him back with force. Everyone looks to the side and discovers it was Park who did that. Not understanding anything, the long-haired guy charges at the bully, but ends up being brutally hit. Everyone is confused about the reason for that attitude, until the strong guy looks ahead and, giving a scary smile, states that the battle is not over yet. Thinking, the bald guy concludes that this is not the Dojin he knows. Excited, Kwon says the big guy really knows how to give his all. Still, he doesn't think he will survive another round, which means it's time for the final blow. Intrigued, Seung-hwa asks what kind of athlete the protagonist is, since that posture is not normal. With his hand on his head, Park says he doesn't know what he is talking about, but his body feels insanely light at that moment. Seeing the bully running towards him, our boy says it's been a while since the last time. However, even though it's a shame he will end this with just one blow, the strong guy is hit by a deadly punch and ends up crashing to the ground. Shocked, Jae-ok realizes he saw something completely insane. Sweating cold, Kisok states that attack felt more like a gunshot. Looking at the spectators, the protagonist says that now the fight is over. Elsewhere, someone says the Sunbai Nims will finish the job, claiming next that now they just need to burn the photos. However, we see that the stranger kept a photo of Daejeon for some reason. In the auditorium, everyone waits for the bully to get up. The protagonist looks at the fallen guy, and turning around says once again that the battle is indeed over. Once the strong man had taken a lot of damage, and it only took one well-placed hit for his limit to be exceeded. Next, our boy asks Park's friend to move him out of the way. The blonde rushes in and grabs the bully from behind. Looking at Jae-ake, Ju notices that he is shaking quite a bit, sweating profusely. The second-year leader asks how Kwon has the same energy as that certain person. We flash back and discover that someone passed the second-year command to the bald guy. In the present moment, Won can't stop looking up and reveals that he can see Asura. Worried, the guy with glasses slaps his ally in the face, bringing him back to reality, before asking what they should do with the rookie. However, the bald guy asserts that no one there can defeat the young man. Interrupting the conversation, the protagonist asks who will be the next to face him. Far away, Susie hails a taxi. Inside the car, she tells the driver to speed up. He replies that he can't do that because of the rain, before noticing that the young woman's clothes are soaked. Irritated, the girl tells the man to step on it and shut up while trying to hold back her worry. In the auditorium, the protagonist defeats more guys from the Fairlinks gang and questions whether he should choose who his next opponent will be, since no one else has volunteered. Suddenly, his phone rings. Upon understanding, the young man asks why the principal is shouting. Nervously, Saim asks where the young man is and what he is doing. Intrigued, our boy says he is working hard on the project. However, the woman says that from that moment on he will do what she says. Everyone tries to understand what is happening. After giving the instructions, the principal states that she will call back later. In her office, she tries to figure out why on earth the young man went to Il-su's office instead of acting as bait, as was agreed. Putting away the phone, Daejeon says he will need to leave, which means everyone there is lucky. Before leaving, the protagonist asks if they can say he showed mercy. His friends get excited at being called fearful. Do-hyun says he will accompany the group. When asked if he can defeat the rookie, Seonghwa asserts that he is very strong, but that is useless against delicate techniques. Turning around, our boy says that whoever collects the money next week will be killed right after. As he opens the door, he bumps into Susie who, worried, asks how on earth the young man seems to be doing so well. Even after facing several second-year guys, the young woman is surprised to see everyone knocked out. Meanwhile, the protagonist questions if he can leave now that she has seen he is fine. A bit awkwardly, our boy hands over his jacket and asks Bayek to wear it. Even trying, the young woman can't pretend she didn't like it. Helping her, Kwon says it's a bit embarrassing to see her like that. Meanwhile, Susie already imagines him adjusting her dress on their wedding day. Jinmo calls the girl and asks if she won't join them. After everyone leaves, Kiseok asks what's up with the rookie smiling. His ally says that, as he can see, it's not just the second year that is no match for Daejeon. Therefore, it would be interesting to use Baek to catch the young man far away. Kim praises our boy for the victory, and says it was worth losing his money in exchange for seeing Park completely destroyed. In the auditorium, Myung-jung wonders how much longer he will have to pretend to be unconscious, concluding next that he made the right choice in swearing loyalty to the protagonist. His only regret was not betting on the street. Our boy asks his friends to go back and get the blonde guy far away. The CEO asks how they will make the loan shark talk if he is almost dead. One of the suited men approaches and says he needs to leave, because certain personal matters require his attention. Intrigued, the leader asks if he is going to meet someone from his hometown or something like that. Elsewhere, the protagonist comments that there is a mysterious number that still sends them photos. However, even checking all the places, including the most obvious, he couldn't find any data. Still, his plan is to take another look. A little further ahead, Daejeon runs into men in black suits and warns that he will hang up the phone. The group leader appears and asks who the young man is. As our boy remains silent, he asks if he is deaf. Realizing he will be attacked, the protagonist decides to act first. With the leader on the ground, unconscious, the others are left unsure of how to proceed. Kwon says he just arrived and is already received that way. Suddenly, when the men were preparing to attack, someone appears and tells everyone to stop, as the guy is very dangerous. One of the guys asks if he is serious, since the young man is just a high school student. Getting a little closer, the mysterious man asks how our boy has been. He is surprised to see Park Hee-jin in that place. The two go to the terrace to talk better. Getting straight to the point, the protagonist asks if it was the young man who sent that message, revealing next that he got to the location quickly but arrived too late. Confirming, the boy says he took care of the men because they were rummaging through data about his organization and ended up discovering about Daejeon in the process. Changing the subject, Hee-jin asks why the hell his friend is wearing a high school uniform. Our boy says he has been going to school. Deciding to let it go, The man in the suit asks the protagonist not to trust director Lee too much. A bit irritated, the newbie states that his wish is to live a normal life without suspecting his own shadow, which includes graduating from high school and going to college like everyone else. So it would be better if his friend didn't disturb his routine anymore. Turning slightly, the young man in the suit asks if our boy is good at studying. He remembers his defeat in the English quiz, and, angry, he asks Park never to show up in front of him again, while trying to understand how the guy knew about Saeem. The next day, the protagonist says he needs to memorize English words. Disagreeing, Minho suggests that the boy take advantage of the weekend to relieve stress. Then, he gives a pen to Kwon as a gift and states that the young man can use the object as a weapon. Impatient, the blonde asks everyone to hurry up the stairs so they can start playing fastball. The short-haired girl appears and, grabbing the protagonist's arm, calls him to come up too. On the field, the red-haired guy prepares to take his first swing, thinking. Daejeon says he is eager to see if the guy is really good at it. However, to his surprise, he is quite bad. Putting away the bat, Minho says he wanted to test his new weapon, but now he is really ready. When the ball is pitched, the young man hits with all his strength and makes a home run. Intrigued, our boy asks how that is possible. Smiling, No says he invented a new skill, where, to hit accurately, you just need to create a space between your eyes and cross them. Realizing that the protagonist is not keen on testing, he decides to explain that when you cross your eyes, the focus of your vision becomes blurred, making it possible to see two things. Thus, when you see two balls, the chances of hitting double astonished. Our boy says that if the guy ever gets into a fight, it's better to call him. For the sake of humanity, Hojong says he is next. So, when the ball is pitched, he catches it with his belly. Intrigued, Byung asks why his friend didn't hit the object. However, he says he is there to test his resistance, since it's the one who can withstand Daejeon's punch. But, when he saw what Dojin is capable of, his idea is to improve more and more. Picking up a bat, our boy says he can help him with that. However, as the big guy declines the help, he says he is up for hitting. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl pays attention to the conversation of two other girls. The duo doesn't like being stared at and asks if the young woman is Kwon's girlfriend. A fat guy appears accompanied by his friends and questions who dares to mess with Bongyun, before asking which school the group is from. However, when confronted by Minho, he realizes he needs to protect himself and ends up striking a ridiculous pose. Confused, the red-haired guy asks if they know each other. Irritated, the young man in the black shirt prepares to fight, but ends up being stopped by the gang leader. Desperate, he asks if his friend's dream is still to build a family with Minji, which won't be possible if he decides to face those people. Shouting, one of the young women says once again that our boy was staring at her. Confused, the protagonist asks what is happening. Upon seeing who said that, the group leader asks everyone to go down the stairs at once. Byung says that those people were with Bongan Technical School when the fight happened. Later that same day, we see Park trying to escape from a group of men in black suits. Shouting, the boy asks why he is being chased, even after saying he just needs a little more time to pay his debt. Without caring, one of the men obeys the orders and goes on the attack. However, Heejin appears and says he will take care of the bully. When questioned about his identity, he says it doesn't matter, so it's better for them to end that situation quickly. The strong guy realizes who the young man is because of his posture. After taking down Park, Daejeon's friend claims he will have to pay the debt with his own body. The next day, Do-hyun wonders why the bully didn't show up at school. Reflecting, the boy realizes how peaceful his school life is until one of Dojin's allies appears and disrupts his peace. However, since Kim knows things have changed, he decides to intimidate the bully, threatening to tell everything to the protagonist, since he was given that mission. Thus, the short-haired boy creates the violence committee made up of students who were saved by Kwon. Even though some idiots show up sometimes, as club president, Do-hyun tries to be understanding. The problem is that special rooms 7 and 8 seem to have difficulties attending meetings, and, in the case of room 9, no one seems to complain about being chased at home. The club president enjoys the feeling of sleeping without fear of going to school the next day. However, that night, he has a nightmare. The next morning, in room 9, a bully bothers another student by throwing paper balls, and, when told to stop, he finds the situation funny. Irritated, Jian asks why the boy is acting like a child. However, he says she shouldn't pay attention to him since she's the top of the class. Retorting, the girl suggests the young man go outside to play alone instead of disturbing those who want to study. The bully doesn't like having his grades mocked and says the girl is only saying that because she knows he will go easy on her. The boy with glasses appears and asks the cocky strong guy to follow him far from there. The member of the Fair Links gang beats up the bully and tells him to think less of himself from that moment on, since the school's image is being ruined by idiots like them. After the beating, the boy answers a call and asks if the meeting is really happening at that moment. Elsewhere, Dushik comments on how Kwon managed to take down Dojin and threatened everyone as a bonus. Surprised, Jiseok says he can't even imagine the scene. Laughing, the bespectacled young man says the newcomer may be strong, but he turned the whole school against himself. Impatient, the hoodie-wearing boy says they still need to find a way to collect the money. Provoking, the arts class leader asks if his ally is really afraid of the new student taking the lead. The other bully claims he has taken care of everything. Since the protagonist broke the only rule he shouldn't have, now he has only self-destruction left. At school, our boy asks his assistant to keep an eye on rooms 7 and 8. Excited, the club president says that thanks to the newcomer, many students have started to find it fun to go to school. Beck appears and asks for permission, then states that he is there to return Daejeon's jacket. We see that the girl spent days smelling the piece of clothing, to the point of staining it with makeup and having to wash it. When questioned about this by Guri, the young woman asks if she still likes her brother. Embarrassed, the short-haired girl asks her to stop talking about the boy Minho approaches, and asks if it's true that our boy is going to beat everyone who collects the money. Hearing about how dangerous the third-year students are, the protagonist concludes he is on the right track, since he needs to do exactly what Saim and Cabriong want. A few days later, in room 1-8, Cha Yunwoo says he will get a nose job when he gets the money. He asks why his followers aren't increasing, and the class president says maybe he needs more publicity. Dushik appears, interrupting the conversation. When called, the class president quickly approaches and asks if they are really going to do the collection. A bit irritated, the arts class leader asks if the young man is hesitant because he heard rumors about the new student, then stating that this matter doesn't involve their class. When questioned if he doubts the bully as a leader, the president denies and says he would never do that, but ends up getting doused with cola. The girls feel sorry for the boy. Before leaving, the wavy-haired guy asks the young man to clean up and collect all the money by the next day. Suddenly, a message from Jihu arrives, talking about the deposit, which leaves Dushik irritated. In room 1-5, Susie's brother reflects on how none of them can defeat Daejeon. He wonders what he will do if the guy comes after him. A girl appears and shows a jacket, claiming it would look great on the young man. Soo Hyuk agrees and asks the student to send the link. In room 1-9, the vice president says he didn't know Sung-hoon was collecting the protection money, so he didn't help. Smiling, the guy says it's all good since their room won't be doing the collection. In the library, Kim says he's glad the president of room 1-8 showed up. Then, the guy says the next target is Dushik. Excited, the young man with thin eyebrows claims that Cha also deserves a lesson. Far away, the leader of the art class says he made the money deposit, but the new student is causing a lot of headaches. The guy with glasses appears and asks who his ally is talking to. Hanging up the phone, the young man asks what he wants, and if, by any chance, they are dating or something like that. Changing the subject, Seung-hoon asks about the collection and says he finished his part. When asked about Kwon, he says he has a clear plan, so his ally doesn't need to worry. In room 1-1, the protagonist's assistant goes over the information he gathered. Intrigued, our boy asks if it's true that Dushik is collecting money, and with confirmation, he states that he will blow the guy's head off as promised. In room 1-8, Yeonwoo says that if he manages to become an idol, his goal will be the billboard. Laughing, the class president tries to hide his desire to beat the guy up, and decides to throw out some compliments to disguise it. Meanwhile, the duo of girls continues recording TikTokers. The blonde guy asks why the duo isn't complimenting him, and the young man with thin eyebrows claims they must be holding back. The girl with short hair comments that apparently Cha really thinks he's good looking. The class president accidentally lets slip that he thinks all parts of the blonde guy's face are ugly. However, he doesn't even consider that possibility. Daejeon appears and asks for Dushik. Quickly, the girls approach and say the guy isn't in the room. Our boy then says that, in that case, he will come back later. Desperate, the class president silently prays for the protagonist to beat up Yeonwoo before leaving. When asked what he thinks of TikTok, Kwon says he doesn't really like it. However, the girl asks him to help her with a filming. Pulling his arm away, our boy says he doesn't have time for that. Determined to take action, the young man with thin eyebrows shouts that he thinks the blonde guy is very ugly. The duo of girls asks if the guy has finally gone completely crazy. Cha remains silent for a few seconds, but soon bursts into laughter, while saying that it was very funny. Continuing, the class president asks why the young man keeps coming after him to boost his self-esteem. Standing up, the bully asserts that that's enough now, because even if all of this is a joke, the young man has crossed the line. Smiling, the boy who threw the insults says he feels much better now that he was honest. Furious, the blonde guy goes for the attack. On the ground, the class president waits anxiously to be saved by the newbie. However, he realizes that the latter is just watching. Seeing one of the girls with her phone, the protagonist notices that she is recording, which complicates his entry. Even so, he decides to do something. Being patient, our boy holds Yunwoo and says that this isn't necessary. The girls mock how the blonde guy looks like a squid next to the newbie. Furious, Cha steps back and asks why Kwon is interfering, then asking how many followers he has. Not caring, the protagonist says he prefers to talk about the young man's fearless personality, and questions whether he isn't good at controlling his anger in front of women. Realizing he is immobilized, the bully orders Daejeon to let go of his hands. Speaking softly, the protagonist asserts that it's better for him to just sit down and prepare for the next class. Even knowing he can't win, Yeonwoo decides to resort to words, forcing our boy to act. Due to the impact, a bit of spit lands on the short-haired girl's clothes, leaving her disgusted. Taking advantage of the fallen phone, the protagonist punches the bully in the face, causing the young man to fall to the ground, unconscious. Dushik arrives and asks what the rookie is doing there. With a frightening expression, Kwon says the guy didn't go to the auditorium last week, when asked if he was the one who did that to the blonde guy and the class president. Our boy says they can consider that yes. Joining the conversation, the short-haired girl says it was Cha who started it. The arts class leader then asks what the problem is. Being direct, the protagonist says he would like to talk to him outside thinking. The wavy-haired guy concludes that Seung-hoon lied when he said he had resolved everything. Meanwhile, Kim is surprised to see the leader of Class 9, smiling. The guy says he heard that this is where Daejeon's supporters gather and claims he would like to join the group. Intrigued, the club president asks why a guy like him would want that. Without losing his smile, the bespectacled young man asks what the boy knows about him. Back in room 1-8, our boy says that if the young man hands over what he collected, he will leave, since he doesn't want to ruin the face of someone who wants to become a celebrity. Not caring, Dushik says he knows the rookie likes to hit people, revealing next that even if he wanted to, he can't give the money he collected. Upon hearing that the guy used all the cash, the blonde stands up and asks how he will do his nose filling now. The arts class leader thanks for the offer and asks Kwon to leave. With a smirk, our boy says he has until the next day to change his mind. The girls are relieved to see that the two won't fight. However, the wavy-haired guy shows that the conversation isn't over yet. Furious, he lunges at the protagonist using his leg. Even so, our boy manages to escape in time. Still with his leg extended, the arts class leader asks why everyone thinks he will lose. Looking at the spectators, Daejeon says it's because everyone there is sensible, determined. Dushik attacks again using all his agility. Thinking, the protagonist concludes that the guy is quite flexible and good at quick strikes, but upon seeing the camera, he starts to feel uncomfortable again and decides to dodge and stay behind his opponent at the same time. The girl with the phone quickly realizes that, no matter the angle, she can't film both at the same time. Meanwhile, the wavy-haired guy reflects on how annoying it is that his opponent just dodges. Shouting, Yeonwoo encourages his ally. However, suddenly, our boy appears, and, using only one hand, pushes the blonde. He ends up hitting the short-haired girl, who in turn drops her phone. The arts class leader asks if the protagonist really thinks he has time to get distracted. Showing that he does, our boy grabs the young man by the waist and, delivering a brutal punch, claims he will avoid the guy's face. After attacking once more and leaving his opponent on his knees, Kwon says it's better for Dushik to return the collection by the next day. But if that doesn't happen, the young man's face will become his personal punching bag. Everyone is in complete shock at the scene, and the president of Class 8 is convinced that the rookie is a god with his hands in his pockets. The protagonist says it's time to go to room 5. There, Jiseok declines the brown-haired girl's invitation. Then, he asks what she thinks of his new jacket. The girl says the guy looks very handsome and asks him to come by to see her friends later. While the leader of room 5 takes pictures, the news that his ally was attacked arrives, a bit nervous. The girl says that the one responsible for the attack is coming after him. Nervous, the guy also realizes he was tricked by Sung-hoon. Meanwhile, in the club, Kim explains his goals. Out of nowhere, the bespectacled guy says that in that case, it's better for him to lead the group. The short-haired young man tries to contest, but, after being shot down with a glare, he decides to pass the crown laughing. The new president says he will do his best because he wants Daejeon to clean up the mess quickly. In room 5, Jiseok says he needs to leave to sort something out. However, Kwon appears and says the class isn't over yet. Afraid the girl will see him get beaten up, the leader of Class 5 asks them to talk outside. Sometime later, our boy asks where the destination is. Going ahead, the brown-haired guy says it's better to resolve the situation without anyone around. At the same time, he analyzes when the best moment to attack by surprise will be dying of fear. He wonders if it wouldn't be better to be a coward and use a weapon. However, he quickly concludes that he won't be able to win anyway. The protagonist stops walking and asks about the collection. Clenching his fist, Jisuk says he doesn't know what the other means by that, but he will do everything he is asked. Later that same day, Daejeon realizes that now only Class 7 and Class 9 are left, along with the second-year students. However, his biggest problem is figuring out who he should actually fight, and if he decides to ask, it's just a matter of people lying. In room 9, a girl asks Lee to lock the door when he leaves. Suddenly, the leader of the arts class appears furious and asks what the hell the guy with glasses thinks he is doing. Seung-hoon questions whether the young man really needs to act that way. Jisuk also enters the room. Finding it amusing, the leader of the 9th class asks if the losers have decided to unite. Filled with rage, the young man with wavy hair says he will no longer tolerate that, launching into an attack right after. Without hesitation, Lee raises his leg and strikes the face of his former ally. Confused, the leader of room 5 asks what that means. However, he ends up receiving a punch in the nose as a response. Smiling, the young man with glasses says that the guy shouldn't waste time. That's why he's been getting robbed around furious. Jiseok decides to join the fight, but his opponent is faster and immobilizes him with an arm lock before hitting his face with a knee. Noticing that the guy is about to fall out of the room, Seung-hoon uses his speed and pulls him back inside. Meanwhile, in the gym, the leader of the sports class watches some students fighting until some of his allies start to lose control. Even so, he remains seated, not caring. Taking notes, Gu says that apparently one of the guys knows how to use the strength of his shoulder, but since he is still not used to fighting, he can't control himself. Therefore, he will end. The training for that day, we return to room 9 where Dushik is unconscious and Jiseok has a fractured nose. Approaching, Lee asks if the guy understood what level he is at, and reveals that his plan is to make Daejeon a leader, since fake people like his former ally have no place in that school. Later, the protagonist walks calmly down the street, quickly realizing that he is being followed again. After analyzing his likely opponent, he starts heading towards a wall, and running, jumps over the structure to appear behind the pursuer. Getting straight to the point, he asks who the stranger is. However, to his surprise, it is the girl with glasses. A bit awkward, the girl says that, actually, she was following the guy who was chasing him, but at some point, he disappeared. When asked why she didn't stop following him, the girl says she didn't get a chance to thank our boy for saving her. In a hurry, Kwon gives her his number and says she can call if she needs. That night, he thinks about how he made the right choice in walking the girl home, before starting to count how many times he has been followed, and how the situation will get complicated if he misses any detail. In the shower, our boy tries to understand why Heejun appeared so suddenly, and concludes that he is definitely involved with the council member. The next day, Kim wonders how Lee dares to interfere in his relationship with Daejeon, deciding next that he will say bad things about the guy until he becomes the leader again. However, to the boy's surprise, Seung-hoon was faster and seems to have formed a bond with our boy. The two walk down the street and the guy notices that the atmosphere in this place is quite different from the alley on the other side. Who hears him is his classmate, who, upon hearing him, decides to do something she has wanted to do for a while, and that is to thank him for being saved. Upon hearing her, the student simply says that everything is fine between them and also apologizes for involving her in this mess. Despite this, the girl remembers that her friend may have also been rude and hurt the young man with what she said. Even so, Daejeon does not feel bothered. On the contrary, it was all because of his actions, plus he didn't get hurt in that mess. As they talk, the girl with glasses remembers that, deep down, the other girl also regrets everything that happened. This makes the boy remember that everyone can have a painful point and that the situation they ended up in was quite desperate. Next, the nerd grabs her companion's arms and comments that one day she will sincerely apologize, so she doesn't want him to hate her until that moment arrives. When he hears her, the guy says he has a question, which surprises her. But it's not about her personal tastes, like suspense movies or whether she likes instant noodles. His doubt is whether they practice violence in Class 9, and the smart girl remembers that the girls were arguing among themselves. But Seung-hoon managed to put an end to that. He is the class president of the room, who talked to the quarrelsome girls and calmed the situation, as everyone listens to what the leader says. Now we see the dark-haired guy reflecting on this subject that his acquaintance mentioned, and he begins to think that he might not be such a bad person when someone calls him out of nowhere. It's the very student that the slick guy was thinking about, and the big shot would like to have a conversation. Out of nowhere, another member of the school appears, noticing that the two recognized each other faster than expected. Upon seeing each other, Daejong comments that the class representative will take over the position, then the bald guy starts justifying that this dude is quite a bully. In this, the Korean remembers that this argument is wrong, and since the protagonist is also a leader, that would make him an aggressor too, but of course, the coward backtracks. Even with this nonsense, the commander assures that everything is fine because at first he also had some prejudice. Previously, the fighter suggested facing his visitor with fists because he is sure that the boy collects, only for him to promptly deny it. It turns out that in the past, he was forced to collect money from his classmates to protect them, but everything changed with the arrival of the strongest. Of course, this gave him a bad reputation, so his desire is to break this prejudice alongside the fighter, in addition to offering his help. Back to the present, the heartthrob comments that at first, he also had the same impression, but he felt Sung-hoon's sincerity and believed in his change. Thus, the captain gives the order for the two to unite and reconcile once and for all, in addition to shaking hands. Next, the newcomer in the alliance suggests that everyone be informed of this new alliance. When everyone arrives at the location, the guy with glasses prepares to start a summary about the Bully Violence Committee. The blonde finds this story strange, and, even remembering that anything that generates money is good, still has doubts. Then, the host of the meeting comments that it's nothing serious and he organized this for just one reason. Two of the aggressors look at him seriously upon hearing him say that he will hunt down all the slackers there. Moreover, other cowards are also shocked to hear that the idea is to take the lives of all the oppressors. As he says all these serious things, the young man seems to feel awkward and apologizes for saying this out of nowhere. When the redhead questions why the Class 9 leader is in charge of this, the dark-haired guy says he tasked him with ending the school's collection rules. This will be the perfect chance to help. After all, the money collection was done by the class president, and participating in the council made him connect with various classes. This made him basically an expert on this subject, and he knows about all those who take money from others, and with Daejong's help, he will be the one to define the targets. Those gathered there seem to find this idea a bit strange, and the other guy questions what his relationship is with the second year. Then, to justify himself, the hunter comments that he just came out of an executive meeting with the teachers and other important people. Since the protagonist doesn't have much time, he demands to know about the plan right away, and his new ally comments that there is only one way to end the oppression. They first need to take down the third-year leader named Baek, but he and the senior executives have disappeared. In other words, the idea is to attack the second year, as this will affect the third and force them to show up to resolve it. Besides that, they also need to finish cleaning up all the classes, and one of the problems is Ku, who is a trash that oppresses Room 7. At first, this guy seemed just like a normal person, who just exercised and didn't want to bother the kids. The problem is that the enemy is like a demon, who uses all the club sports to satisfy his own desires, which is to fight. Continuing his explanation, the analyst says that the opponent uses the characteristics of each sport within martial arts. And to refine these skills, the insane one simply doesn't care about hurting anyone who gets in his way. In other words, it's possible that the crazy one comes after the commander of this group, and the host remembers the case of the auditorium against Park Dojin. There, the bastard saw the fighter's skills and, continuing the reasoning, the bald guy probably became obsessed with facing him. Now we see the villain commenting that his ally needs to put an end to this once and for all, even if the opponent can no longer fight. Upon hearing him deny his order, the psychopath simply grabs his own ally by the neck and makes it clear that he needs to push beyond his limits, because only then will it be possible to reach his best form and overcome his own barriers. Outside the school, one of the bosses comments that he doesn't like Sung-hoon or receiving his orders. Despite this, one of the guys comments that, even though it's strange, the strategist is right in what he said. In the end, the complainer just complies with the orders and decides to invite his colleagues to play something to relieve the stress. At night, someone is going to meet another slick guy in an isolated location. As the smart one enters, he asks if his companion managed to find Baek. In this, the guy comments that he didn't find him. Then the clever one remarks that he always said that, besides remembering that he has been neglecting his schoolwork. When asked about the plan, the trickster comments that everything will go according to plan, so they just need to wait for the signal. Now we see a girl complaining that her appa put protein in the rice, and this infuriates her. When informed that there was money on the table, the brunette takes the amount, and we find out that she is worried about the third-year leader. We see a student simply beating another mercilessly. His commanders notice that the aggressor got stronger when being choked. Then one of them even comments that it would be good to start hitting him before sending him to fight. Even so, the bald guy notes that this doesn't make sense because everything they have analyzed so far are obvious things that don't differ from ordinary people. Upon hearing him, his right-hand man disagrees and reminds him that they have been doing these tests for years, and this has certainly improved each soldier. Out of nowhere, The brute stands up, tells everyone to stop, and starts talking to his 10 best students. Everyone gathers in front of him, next to Bei, and the idea is for everyone to participate in a special study. The master's first question is whether the guy who was strangled felt pain or anything else when he passed out. Then, before he can answer anything, the crazy one makes it clear that his subordinate felt nothing, and, because of that, he will have an important role. We see the students all gathered in an abandoned building discussing something. At this moment, the second-in-command arrives, making it clear that the boss would never do anything without reason, and reminding that the slick guy is important. The issue is that, while everyone prepares, an infiltrator talks to Sung-hoon and starts revealing the big guy's plan. Now the guy becomes desperate, and one of his companions comments that he is just following orders. Then, a punch is thrown right in the middle of his face with all possible force. On the other hand, we see two people talking about the disappearance of Bayek, who has still not been found. When the nerd receives the message, he just says goodbye to his allies because he needs to leave and says he will see them next time. In this, the one with glasses starts calling the protagonist, who wonders about the reason his new companion is calling him. The other subordinate, who is furious about this, reflects on trying to regain the president's position. Then the dark-haired guy just assures that he is on his way to the meeting place. Meanwhile, the strategist watches the students from Class 7 simply beating good people at the behest of the maniac. Reflecting on the situation, the boy is in doubt, because no matter how obsessed the enemy is, he would never give low-level beatings like this, and, therefore, it's better to just stay on good terms. Now the same greedy one from before starts giving information about his group's plan and asks the other guy to act. The one who answered was the redhead, and he comments that the bombshell information that reached his team is that someone is getting beaten at the construction site. Despite having doubts, the blonde just stands up and tells his gluttonous partner to stop eating so they can leave. At this moment, he starts reflecting on the location that was passed to him. As night falls, the trickster approaches the location where the assault is happening and thinks that it's not good to act immediately. As he walks and analyzes the area, he soon seems to notice something and comments that his rival is much more fun than he thought. We see one of the crazies hitting an innocent with all his strength, who can barely react. When everyone talks about what they should do now, someone in the back is watching them. He is the very commander of this atrocity, who still hasn't noticed any progress in this research, and his right-hand man comments that he has devised a plan to lure the opponents as soon as possible, and soon notices that one of them has arrived. It is none other than Daejeon, who came alone and soon discovers that his ally will arrive a bit late, and even though he denies needing help, his friend reminds him that it is quite dangerous. We see the genius noticing that the view from the rooftop is good, and that despite everything, the tip he received might be false. For from afar, he soon notices that his rivals have positioned themselves to observe the protagonist from a distance. Thus, he can keep an eye on them. As the beating continues, the dark-haired one finally arrives to intervene in this situation and comments that he also likes places like this, for he will punch each of the fools until the end, without anyone discovering what happened. Everyone is surprised to see him arrive there. Then the vigilante questions the location of the captain of the cowards, but the clever one knows that he can take out everyone there and that his greatest enemy will appear. Now we see that the bald man ordered Bei to be beaten for knowing that normal people like him do not break their limits, only chosen individuals do. In other words, few can evolve infinitely, and the guy remembers that everyone there is well trained and asks if that isn't enough. The thing is, the crazy one doesn't want his students to be powerful, for in the end, they only serve as bait for Daejeon to reveal his abilities. When the cruel one comments that he is just using the poor souls, a guy appears out of nowhere recognizing this trickery. It is Sangbo, who hopes he hasn't been late for this meeting. However, the fighter comments that his opponent will soon be ready for the challenge. In this, the student analyzes everything and seems to find it strange that they chose to face him in a one-on-one. And his first challenger comments that fighting in a group would only hinder him even more. Then, the other two analyze, and the one who will face the one in red is a boxer like him. We see the analyst reflecting on the characteristics that shape a good fighter, and the first thing everyone mentions is the physique. After all, athletics, bodybuilding, and dance can well represent this concept. The second one keeps his guest alive, and the specialist remembers that it is technique. It is through these skills that they can dominate the opponent brutally. In some cases, it is also possible to break their joints to incapacitate them, or even make them faint by preventing their breathing with a chokehold. Despite these two elements being part of combat and the body, the intelligent one remembers that there is one more necessary thing, which is information. After all, professionals gather data on their opponents to find the best method to defeat them. In other words, a fight begins outside the ring, and Sangbo is left wondering why he is hearing all of this. Continuing his thought, the cold and calculating one remembers that recognizing the enemy and their abilities is a priority, and this is infuriating his ally. Then the bald man concludes that the reason the one in red lost previously was not weakness, but rather a lack of information about his rival. The sly one had gathered ideas and analyses about him, thus he managed to create a method to defeat him, which was by kicking his leg, so this gap made his defeat inevitable, thus the loser comments that he would have won if the conditions were equal. Because of this, the obsessed one prepared this moment for the defeated to analyze the opposing tactics. Even so, his right-hand man seems doubtful, as he doesn't believe this rematch would end well for the boxer. After all, this fighter is a monster, and now, the protagonist analyzes the stance of his challenger. He soon concludes that he is a boxer, but at that moment, the tough guy charges at him with a punch. None of his blows are able to hit him, as his dodges are quick. Then, as he positions himself, Daejun notices this offensive style and seems to remember someone who fights similarly. With that, the martial artist unleashes a powerful kick to the fool's leg, which he takes without even realizing it. This ends up being the opening for another powerful attack to his face. When the guy is knocked down, Bae watches this interruption that saved him from continuing to be beaten. From afar, Sangbo notices that it was the same strategy used when he fought previously. Now the handsome one remembers that everyone there practices a different sport as they are part of the physical education club, and he came for this reason, thinking it would be fun, but everything is quite boring. So, deciding to end this case quickly, he simply throws his jacket away. With a quick charge, the vigilante knocks down one of his attackers right away in an instant. At the moment they decide to attack simultaneously to stop him, the agile one dodges and takes down another. He continues this confrontation and takes down another guy, and one of the idiots approaches from behind, just to miss and be counterattacked in a brutal and very painful way. To make matters worse, the humiliated one is thrown hard in the direction of one of his friends. Two of the weak are knocked out with powerful punches to their faces, and when one tries to kick him, he simply gets tripped and falls to the ground. This ends up being the opening for the poor guy to be stomped on with enormous brutality. A duo surrounded him and tried their luck too, but they were quickly subdued by the dark-haired one. Thus, only the victim and the strongest among the maniac's henchmen remain. He recognizes the strength of the invader, who had a reputation for being truly strong. Now Daejun himself hopes that the one who remains is interesting, as the rest are nothing but trash. From afar, Sangbo seems shocked, as he wonders if his rival is very powerful, or if the rest are weak, and the bald man catches his attention. They comment that the last one to enter the fight was from a gym, and rumors praised his abilities. The fact is that in the whole club, he is the best after the commander of this club of violence and oppression. Starting this clash, the brute charges in at high speed. This speed is recognized by the vigilante, who does the same and also advances with a crushing punch. That's enough to knock him out and leave his nose dripping a lot of ketchup. Once again, the strongest is disappointed and realizes that even this boss is useless. The allies run, and one of them is slow because he ate too much at lunch, but the blonde seems desperate. It turns out that his suspicion is that Seung-hoon seems to have planned all this, just to set the protagonist up in a trap. They soon notice the construction site, but another thing catches the suspicious one's attention as he spots the observers. The redhead confirms it, so everyone decides to go up there to confront them. Before the wrongdoer can say anything, the one in red just tells him to be quiet, because he already knows what to do, and the two become worried. Reflecting on the situation, the trickster knows that all those challengers were nothing, plus now, he learned how to deal with his style. Until he is approached by the trio that came to check the situation, and they quickly confront him before he can leave. When questioned about why he is there, the boxer seems not to recognize them. When one of the henchmen can't answer about Ku's location, his head is slammed against the ground. Thus, the interrogator just tells his victim to find a way to get the information. When asked if he is looking for the dark-haired one, the bully simply dismisses the question from his pursuers. Moreover, he also asks if it's worth following him and makes it clear that after taking him down, he will deal with the trio as well. Despite this, the brave one makes it clear that none of this will happen because the boxer will be defeated by him. After all, that time the trickster's dirty play made the arrogant beg like a true little girl. For inside the school, he fights one way, but outside, his style is completely different. Hearing him, the arrogant comments that he has heard rumors that his rival has been armed, and at that moment, he takes the opportunity to use him as a warm-up. It turns out that Manhwa left his bag and weapon behind, and even though his partner wants to help him, a mano will be enough. The nerd observes everything, and now, the other two must go up because their friend will take care of this guy. Hearing the boy's order to win, the fighter comments that he is confident and charges in. Noticing this speed, the armed one tries to hit him with the pen, but the dodge avoids that. This ends up being the opening for a powerful punch to land in his ribs with full force. Even feeling pain, the warrior manages to raise his guard in time and avoid a direct impact to the face. After this disadvantage, he quickly tries to hit him with a jab, but it's futile. Because he is soon punched hard in the jaw by the boxer, his attempts to hit him continue to be useless. Thus, the opportunity is seized by the trickster, who punches him. Each blow hits him, and the unbearable one comments that his opponent hasn't changed at all and continues with his childish moves. The nerd watches everything, annoyed by the fact that his ally seems stupid, and it's obvious that he will be defeated this way. The big problem is that the trajectory of the pen strikes is curved, while the line of punches is straight. As they both fight, the analysis is that since both of their ranges are similar, the redhead will always be hit before completing his attack. So his strategy is to kick the leg of the one in red, who visibly falters as he weakens at his base. Even though he felt uncomfortable and wobbly, he acknowledges that this kick doesn't compare to the one from Daejeon. But, noticing something wrong with his hands, we see that the clever one simply put several watches on his arms. This infuriates the maniac, who charges at the kid and sees him preparing another kick. The problem is that he already expected this strategy, and because of that, the analyst lowers his stance as much as possible. Thus, he can deliver a powerful uppercut to the poor guy's chin, hitting him squarely. A hook also lands on his chin, and this assault was visibly devastating. And, to make matters worse, the jerk belittles him and reminds him that despite everything, the fight is very easy. We see both arriving at the other bully's observatory, and find it strange that their leader hasn't shown up yet. Of course, the ones in blue don't like this invasion, and when the glutton discovers that their commander isn't there, he just takes out his anger on the blonde. What happens is that, before the fool can warn the protagonist about the enemy's location, the other guy starts to run. Using one of them for support, the crazy one delivers a kick with both feet right in the middle of his face. Upon delivering such a massive blow to the poor guy, the trickster also starts kicking the other one, who luckily manages to raise his guard. This is Chi, who practices gymnastics and remembers that they don't need to call anyone since they have finished their work. Then, both return to conflict, and the brute comments that his strength is invincible, only for his attack to miss him, and a counterattack is delivered through a powerful stomp that hits his chin squarely. When the boss remembers that soon the other fight will also end, the agile one reinforces that it will also be quick because it's his specialty to deal with big, slow guys. So much so that he delivers another fast and imperceptible attack to the poor guy, who takes more damage. Now we see the redhead all beaten up but ready to end this confusion once and for all. Then, his opponent approaches, making it clear that this is far from over, and quickly charges at him, only to be pushed back by a pen strike that almost hits him squarely. Then when trying to deliver another punch, a kick is landed right in the middle of his ribs. Even so, the maniac makes it clear that none of this has any effect, as they are weak blows. The problem is that the arrogant one soon feels the consequences, and ends up kneeling, which clearly surprises him. Thus, his opponent comments that it wasn't a normal attack, but rather something that works like a type of perforation. Reflecting on the strategy, he thinks that using the top of the foot doesn't cause much damage, but using the tip of the boot has a greater impact. And upon saying that he won again, it's obvious that the boxer denies it, as he is sure that it's not over yet. However, for his misfortune, his old enemy is merciless and soon lands a blow that seems quite heavy. Even having won, it's a fact that he received a lot of damage, so he soon starts to think about how his companions are doing, until the dark-haired one appears, questioning him about what he is doing there. Thus, the winner decides to tell everything that has happened so far. From afar, the bald guy doesn't believe in Manho's victory and laments not being able to see the rematch of the one in red, and, having gathered information, it's time to wrap things up. Meanwhile, his subordinate seems to continue beating on the big guy, who remains strong and steady even while taking hits. The big problem is that no matter how much he gets hit, the glutton stays on his feet and even grabs his phone to send a message. This makes the analyst ask if his ally isn't going all out, and of course he is. The problem is the opponent's resilience. Even so, the bald guy decides to intervene to deliver an effective blow and soon grabs the poor guy by the torso. Thus, the crazy one delivers a powerful back suplex that slams him to the ground with all his strength. Watching this finish, the gymnast remembers that he is not weak, but rather his opponent is exceptional. And from afar, the blonde remains awake trying to contact someone. However, before the villain can reach him, someone appears, kicking the agile one quickly. Of course, the coward tries to counterattack, only to be repelled once again with a strong kick. To make matters worse, a punch also hits him, just to finish the job once and for all. It's Sung-hoon, who finds it strange to see them there. After all, he hadn't called any of the three. No matter how much the poor guy tries to justify that he came to help Daejeon, the one with glasses just reminds him that the weak get in the way. and when the guy tries to talk about the dark-haired one, he suddenly appears, helping the redhead to walk. Now that everyone is gathered, the protagonist finally comes face to face with his enemy and questions him about everything. He justifies that he put his best students to lure him in and force him to fight, just to gather more information. Everyone finds this statement strange, and the trickster simply says he wants to reschedule the conflict because he needs to go and prepare. Even saying this, it's clear that the strongest one refuses, as he hasn't finished what he came to do. Thus, the strategist just invites him to go somewhere else, so they can have a real fight. On the other hand, we see some people counting money inside a base, and Gongmyung appears approaching Jaok, who continues working out, and despite the increased protection fee for the 3rd year, no one has found Bayek. So what's left is to leave the message with the errand boy, and the idea is for the troglodyte to see the bully in person. The problem is that access is practically impossible from this year onward. As they reflect on what to do with the money, one of the henchmen just thinks about spending it on barbecue. In this, one of the guys reminds them that it's not the time to spend money carelessly, and one of them soon realizes it's because of Daejeon, but he doesn't fear him. Continuing with his reasoning, the young man remains skeptical about his colleague's intuition and denies that the students are dangerous. Besides, there's no way any of them can handle everyone alone until his friend catches his attention. Suddenly, Samuel arrives, saying he was late because of his nightly religious service. Continuing the conversation, the one with glasses discovers that the newcomer has allied with Ku, and it will be convenient to get close to the crazy guy if he wins. The fighter is good enough to be there, largely because he is the same age as them and has a perfect physique, and admits that few there can defeat him. Then, when the brute is questioned about the winner between the bully and Daejeon, he just remains silent. At first, the dark-skinned one makes it clear that it's annoying, and the one in blue reminds him that his style is wrestling. When the guy is about to continue his speech, a sandal is thrown at his face, and it's clear that he doesn't understand anything. Thus, the analyst comments that provocations are useless, only to receive another sandal right in the middle of his face. In this way, the mocker just makes it clear that his enemy talks too much and tells him to start already. This makes the strategist assume his combat position quite differently, and in the glasses wearer's analysis, it's possible that he uses this stance to employ techniques that grab and take down. Then, the leader of the bullies charges in full force, and the protagonist seems to notice something. So, when the redhead sees this, he wonders if it's a normal attack or an attempt to grab. A first-hand thrust is dodged by the clever one, who soon seems to realize that this is a feint. After all, the bald one quickly lowers himself to apply a low tackle. The issue is that the direction of his attack is soon altered to become a punch again, and he barely dodges it. The one analyzing this is the smart one, who quickly starts noting all the rival's tactics. Another straight punch is fired in his direction, and the fighter manages to dodge it just in time, just like another cross is also thrown, and fortunately, it doesn't hit its target. As he defends himself, the skilled one reflects that, despite being a wrestling user, the brute has been trying to hit him in another way. In this, the redhead notices that the giant's advantage is his greater reach, plus his destructive power coming from his weight class is quite dangerous. Now the gymnast finally wakes up from the beating he took and disregards the ignorance of the guys, who were wrong to think that a grappler would hit weakly. For even though he is a specialist in grappling, Ku is also specialized in MMA, which makes him a complete fighter. Since, above all this, a fight is a fight, and not a physical demonstration, we see a punch thrown by Daejeon explode in the face of his greatest enemy, who is pushed back. This sight clearly surprises the other bully, who didn't expect this turnaround. Now the brunette dries her hair after taking a shower. A notification also pops up on her phone, and someone informs her that they won't be able to come in for a while. And when the towel falls, the girl notices that there's no problem. After all, she is alone. After getting dressed, she soon starts thinking about calling someone to have fun there, and immediately thinks of the dark-skinned one. Even having been hit squarely, the proud one refuses his subordinate's help and prepares to continue. After all, he is finally experiencing the punches of the one he so wanted to face, and he still recognizes that he isn't fighting seriously yet. The agile one notices that his friend is just testing for now, and the bald guy always knew he wouldn't win in a stand-up fight because his specialty is on the ground. Reflecting on the idea of being good at fighting, the specialist realizes that it's necessary to develop step by step. Hearing these words makes the nerd acknowledge that he calculated everything completely wrong. In this, the obsessed one comments that he learned his first technique at 9 years old and, for the last 9 years, went to learn more on the other side of the ocean. Knowing that the crazy one is a year older surprises everyone. and the brute recognizes that the physical difference between them is due to age. As they analyze, everyone concludes that, in physical terms, both have developed as adults and start making comparisons with other fighters. Despite having heard this explanation, Daejeon doesn't care about anything because he's curious to see his opponent's technique, so the slacker just keeps getting closer, remembering that the opponent prefers to fight up close. This reaction makes him very curious, as he didn't expect this attitude from his challenger. The big question is that the confident one intends to give an advantage to the brute, and this gives confidence to Ku. As he analyzes him and tells him not to hesitate, the sly one starts thinking of a way to throw him to the ground immediately. The problem is that, when trying to grab him, the fool is met with a powerful punch right in the face. To make matters worse, he is captured again before hitting the ground because the powerful one applies a takedown strike. Being thrown to the ground leaves him extremely surprised. After all, the game seems to have turned. Even in this disadvantage, the skilled one notices that this is an opportunity and quickly grabs his enemy. An arm lock is applied swiftly on the Korean, who is surprised by this counterattack. While the nerd acknowledges that this is quite dangerous, his commander continues trying to counterattack. Then the two keep grappling at this moment, and the protagonist remains strong and steady even in this position. So much so that a powerful punch lands right in the fool's face, hitting him with great force. To make matters worse, a knee strike is prepared by the opponent, who is about to apply it. Of course, the martial artist realizes that this is terrible and decides to escape this position, releasing the student's arm. He steps back after this critical scenario he was in and seems fine despite everything. As both recover, the one in blue reflects that he needs to test if the young man knows how to fight on the ground, or if he saved himself by pure coincidence. Hearing him say that he hates fighting on the ground, the judoka notes that he has no choice but to use superior techniques. When they get close again, another punch is thrown towards the dark-haired one, who easily dodges it. The issue is that it was just a perfect opportunity to apply another takedown attempt. His subordinate quickly recognizes that it is his superior's specialty, who executes an inamari roll. Seeing this move surprises the stronger one, who, having his leg immobilized, quickly kicks his rival away. This sight leaves the gymnast extremely shocked because his boss should easily weigh over 100 kilos. Of course, the arrogant one underestimates this counterattack attempt and even jokes about him trying to clean the floor. Now the two weaker ones are impressed by their commander's counterattack, and no one expected such strength. The one with glasses acknowledges that this was a high-level jujitsu attack, and this shove is not a common way to avoid it. Even having been easily countered, the situation is still amusing for Ku, who soon notices that his challenger did this instinctively. He quickly concludes that it is no longer about technique against technique, and realizes that the bigger one is better. When Daejeon tries to confront him with words, he is soon met with another uppercut, which obviously doesn't hit him. Then, with great force, he delivers another extremely strong impact to the brute's ribs. The brute, feeling pain, tries to counterattack, but of course, his punch also fails miserably. Thus, this is the opportunity for the stronger one to deliver another very powerful strike right in the middle of his face. His grabbing attempt is also easily countered, just to receive another cross right in the middle of his face. In this, those watching discuss, as initially the bald guy's idea is to win through the ground, but clearly, his idea is to create a safe area before that. And once again, his grabbing attempt is met with a devastating blow that hits his head again. Putting him on his knees, the brute strikes him again with a crushing kick. Every attempt to grab is met with another massive and painful counterattack, so much so that a knee strike soon explodes right in the strategist's face, who obviously gets hurt. The conclusion is that the crazy guy is obviously doing this on purpose. But upon closer observation, it's not just about being hit, but rather about trying to grab him at every moment. With this opening, the guy remains strong and steady even while being punched and grabs him by the neck. Then he quickly jumps into his lap, and the conclusion is that, even being heavily struck, the martial artist only needs to succeed once. Thus, both go to the ground and assume a guard position while staring at each other. At this moment, the smart one explains this stance and clarifies that, regardless of the protagonist's strength, this is dangerous. Now, the trickster finally manages to execute his strategy of taking the fight to the ground. After all, the specialist makes the analogy that the lion's strength won't matter if the crocodile can drag it into the swamp. At this moment, the student doesn't understand his rival's decision, and the confident one recalls that he built his techniques like a castle, and now assures that he has the advantage. After all, his skills and resistances are solid enough to apply hundreds of combinations in this position. Meanwhile, someone calls the brunette, who didn't expect this call suddenly. It's the long-haired one, who assures her that he will see her soon, but first needs to go home. When the jujitsu user tries to explain himself, Daejeon simply delivers another crushing punch and questions whether the difference between the two is still not clear. Even recognizing the risk, the crazy one continues to accept being hit with such brutality. Because his strategy is to unbalance the brute's center of gravity, who will lose the chance to strike. Then, the clever one quickly grabs the collar and places his leg right in the guard of the dark-haired one. And as he thinks about what to do, he also prepares to receive the other punch, but is already ready to minimize the damage. Next, his idea is to wrap around the student's wrists, who soon has his arm grabbed. The problem is that the guy keeps punching, and now, he hits the blue-clad one's arm with great force. This pain leaves him in shock, because he realizes that, this way, he won't be able to complete his plan and decides to escape this position. The issue is that the protagonist doesn't allow this escape and prepares to deliver another extremely heavy punch. His sequence of attacks continues in an extremely violent manner, to the point that even the bald guy can no longer react. Now, the analyst, who seemed calm before, recognizes that he is in a terrible situation. Hearing the other two talk, the specialist remembers that this isn't about techniques. After all, the student's physique is enough to surpass Ku. As they faced off, the maniac's attempt to deliver perfect strikes was quickly cut off by the stronger one. And no matter how much he tried to move his face as quickly as possible to dodge, he was still hit with great precision. All of this isn't possible through physical attributes, but rather with a sense close to animal instinct. But before concluding his analogy, the genius apologizes, as it wouldn't make sense. Thus, he corrects himself and compares it to a guided missile hitting a solid, resilient castle, and no structure can withstand that. Even while injured, the judoka remains awake and with his guard up, but his enemy assures that he will keep hitting. This reminds him of the past when the other kids called him a monster. He was only 9 years old and was already teased by others, and the rude ones tried to knock him down, but obviously failed, until he decided to fall on purpose and stay underneath the bully, who began to attack him. From afar, someone spotted this cruelty happening, and this woman approached to stop them from continuing this oppression. Then everyone fled, and the girl was completely stressed by this terrible situation. This is Yahello, his older sister, who finds it strange that he always continues to accept being beaten in silence. In those moments, the girl would just start comforting him because the blame was on those who abandoned them. And despite being beaten, the young man never felt pain, as he managed to unbalance them by swaying, which reduced the impact of the punches. This response surprises the beautiful girl, who is astonished to see that her little brother learned this on his own. Thus, the prodigy began attending the gym that his caretaker went to, and at the time, his innate skills helped him stand out. So much so that the teacher supported him greatly and was surprised by such nearly supernatural ability. Moreover, even being younger, his training was extremely intense and merciless, to the point of having trained at a completely different intensity and having prepared against countless techniques of all kinds. Thus, he defeated yet another opponent and managed to absorb their styles, which quickly satisfied him. Each victory felt like stacking several bricks, to the point of creating an extremely strong and solidified tower. The problem is that seeing it being knocked down leaves him extremely shocked, as he never expected that to be possible. And the one responsible for this is the protagonist, who ruthlessly attacks every part of the structure. Even begging, Ku couldn't make him stop, resulting in yet another powerful punch to his face. Despite being at a disadvantage, the gymnast shouts for his leader to pull himself together. Now the skilled one grabs him again and ensures that his construction will never crumble like this. Hearing him, the arrogant one tells him to build another, as he continues the devastation with another blow. This event leaves everyone there surprised by the huge difference between the fighters. Now, the defeated one lies on the ground, wondering if his construction was poorly made, until his right-hand man quickly runs to check if everything is okay with his captain. Although he is completely devastated, the crazy one assures that he managed to gather useful information. Seeing him analyzing everything even in this state surprises his colleague, who still can't believe the outcome. Outside, the victors mock the opponent, treating him like a weakling and belittling his improvement. The thing is, Seong-hoon knows that, in reality, the bald guy is on a level far above ordinary people, even though he lost easily. The blonde even jokes about his commander being able to demolish a tower using just his fists. We see the redhead congratulating him on this victory, as it solved the first year's problem, which is now taken over by them. Then the other jokester thinks he will take control of the class, but the fool didn't help at all. Despite this, the strategist remembers that this isn't over, and tomorrow they will fix the second year. We see another student wandering through the school, and a guard soon approaches him for being there at this hour. It turns out the fool says he is lost in the middle of the hallways. Two girls think about what to do, and one of them suggests calling some guys. They soon notice that there are many handsome boys in the school, But then they see that Ji-seok is there and find it strange to see him. In other words, the conclusion of the two is that Suzy is alone, but that seems unlikely. Earlier, we see Sung-hoon questioning if they were dating, and the long-haired one just says he has known the girl since they were very young. Hearing him, the nerd acknowledges that this is good and orders his subordinate to go after Baek, who has gone missing. Besides that, the clever one also wants to know more about the girl, like what she likes and dislikes, and when questioned, the dapper one tells him to shut up. Not to mention that the sly one reminds him that if the fool follows his orders, everyone at the school will follow a happy path. Even though he doesn't like those words, the downcast one realizes that this is important to protect his friend. It turns out those two soon approach him, and one of them starts complimenting him non-stop. Then the other student just brushes off her colleague's advances and leaves her behind. Until, out of nowhere, the brunette appears, commenting that she didn't expect to see people with her partner. It turns out the boy explains that he bumped into the two by chance, and the teenager who has a crush on the handsome guy gets jealous. Seeing the affront from the other student, the queen tells her to stop whispering and take her hands out of her pockets. Even trying to respond in kind, the foolish one is shaken by the dominant glare of the newcomer. Before the confusion continues, the boy tries to calm his companion and places a hand on her shoulder. The issue is that the strong one soon immobilizes him and starts twisting his hand mercilessly. Although he is feeling a lot of pain, his pleas to be released are ignored, and the arrogant one insists that her rival obey her order immediately. Thus, she has no choice but to take her hands out of her pockets, and Suzy makes it clear that she will attack him if it isn't an important matter. Both are shocked by this event and wonder what could be happening between the two. As they talk, the beautiful one comments that she doesn't know when her brother will return, as he warned that he wouldn't show up for a while. Moreover, she doesn't know how long he will be gone, maybe a month, and there is nothing they can do about it. In this, the fighter just asks her friend and relative not to involve her beloved in any trouble, because the promise was that the third year wouldn't get involved with the first year, and the boy soon realizes that she likes Daejeon. It's obvious that the tsundere denies this information and starts punching him, but it's clear that the poor girl is lying to herself. She is also surprised to find out that now her crush is also the head of her class. On the other hand, we see the one with glasses saying goodbye to an old man and thanking him for his help. Minsu calls a girl, who assures that she did a good job and also asks for more information about the protagonist. Knowing that events have unfolded so quickly surprises her, so much so that she suggests her companion slow down. Upon hearing her, the young man simply assures her that he is trying to do his best. In this way, the girl says goodbye and makes it clear that she will be in touch again. The next day, everyone at school observes the arrival of the new commander and begins to talk about the rumors. Some admire him for his beauty and strength, while others remember that the poor guy is not very good at studies. Now we see two of the henchmen writing a message on the board about the new big shot in the place, until the honoree himself appears, ordering them to erase that note immediately. No matter how much the sycophant tries to show his devotion and willingness to serve him, the only interest of the stronger one is to know the whereabouts of his right-hand man. We see two students from Bongjun School talking about the monster that took power in Jumryong. And who hears this whole story is a strange bald man who seems to have no memories of the past. Meanwhile, a few more students enter the room shouting and congratulating the leader on the new era of governance. Even so, the cold and calculating one refuses these accolades and continues talking with his strategist. They discuss the fact that Manhwa is currently off, so the fighter intends to act alone. It happens that the maiden suddenly arrives, commenting that there is no reason to be so proud, in addition to sending one of the teenagers away from there. She even congratulates him, but also asks if it's not an exaggeration. After all, he has only become the head of the freshmen, but deep down, the girl wants to support him. The problem is that none of her words are answered, causing the popular girl to grab him as she feels ignored. The issue is that the sly one feels embarrassed when she accidentally pulls the collar of his shirt and sees his chest. To make matters worse, the guy can't close it, and deep down, his colleague seems to like it. We find out that the troublemaker went there to confront him since, even being a queen, she was not greeted by her friend, who should have gone to look for her. Thus, Sung-hoon explains about the tradition, where the captain of the first year must always go to meet those who command the second and third years. Despite this rule does not apply to Suzy, who remains blushing because she considers him a king who should have reached out to the other monarch of the school, which is her. The other boys overhear this and wonder about the relationship between these two who supposedly wear the crown of the school. These words make her furious, and she charges at whoever said that. However, deep down, Baek's sister seems to have enjoyed hearing that thought because it makes a lot of sense. Next, the pretty girl also tells him to put her number in his phone, and the embarrassed one makes it clear that she is not trying to flirt or anything like that. Even though he seems not very interested, Daejeon is practically forced to comply, especially since the smart one also reminds him that she can help them get closer to their relative. The one with glasses observes this situation with a smile, as if everything is going according to plan. Thus, the stressed one leaves the room treating the same poor guy from before poorly, who again, just obeys. At this moment it is necessary for the protagonist to greet the seniors, and there is no time to lose, because at this moment, the analyst does not want his ally to play around but to fight seriously. Upon hearing him, the muscular one simply complies and decides to take action. The second-year students are impressed to see him passing through the corridors of this other class. At that moment, we see two bullies taking down a boy, who can barely stay conscious as he is being choked. Then, the dark-haired one approaches, only to be blocked by one of the henchmen, who prevents his arrival. However, this audacity is met with a powerful punch that explodes his chin. Another unsuspecting one is also brutally beaten with a direct punch that wrecks his face and sends him flying. Everyone around is startled by this sudden occurrence, and this whole commotion was just for the sly one to say hi to Yahello. Looking to the side, the martial artist notices that there is another person accompanying the commander there. This bald man becomes extremely furious with this sudden arrival but is soon kicked with enormous force. Another one sees everything going wrong and charges in with blood in his eyes, aiming his fist at the invader's face. His bad luck is that a counterattack is launched against his abdomen, and the fool simply falls drooling to the ground. Thus, the one in the blue suit gradually gets up and seems extremely furious about this attack, in addition to trying to use his influence. Even so, the dark-haired one does not care at all because he came to seek justice for the extensive criminal record of the slacker, who, on top of everything, has been stealing money. What remains for him is a desperate charge to try to counterattack, but he is soon met with a devastating kick to his leg. And to make matters worse, the newcomer grabs his head and slams it with all his strength right into the wall. Now the oppressed watches this situation in fear, as his cruel pursuer is being humiliated as if he were nothing. So much so that Daejeon questions whether the weak one is okay, and this approach frightens the fallen. Although he thinks he can be happy for being saved, it is also concerning, as these attacks are like a true riot. Next, one of the criminal's other partners appears, commenting that the store is closed, but the sight he sees is of everyone fallen there. Then, his first reaction is to act sadistically and pull out a pen to strike the newest rival of his organization. His bad luck is that this weak attack is met with a chair shot that soon breaks his arm. And after this impact, another blow is directed at him, and this damage causes him to be pushed back. Hitting his back against another wall, the brute feels extremely pained by this complete humiliation. Everyone watches Do Sang-soo confronting the current first-year leader, who casually positions himself in front of the enemy, and casually delivers an extremely humiliating and strong kick to his face, making him fall to the ground. Seeing the others watching this beating, the conqueror orders all the accomplices of the money theft scheme to show up because they will also get beaten. Seung-hoon, who remembers that even being a year above does not make him absolutely stronger, knows that challenging the whole school is dangerous. He arrives to see the chaos happening and observes one of the knocked out on the ground, concluding that it might be good to take the risk and do this in a flashy way. At that moment, one of the henchmen charges at him and prepares to strike with all his might. The thing is, just one slap is enough to defeat him, and the one with glasses notices that the strategy is to trap those who believed they were predators. Another fool also tries to hit him from behind, only to be met with a straight punch to the chin. As soon as the weakling falls to the ground, the strongest re-enters the classroom and throws another slacker outside. Not to mention that another one is also repelled with all his strength, as if he were nothing. Next, the powerful one notices that there is another name on the list and goes to look for his other enemy to be punished. When the wrongdoer approaches to hit him with a chair, what stops him is just a kick right in the groin, if you know what I mean. Such humiliation only worsens, because after being battered, he is met with a punch to his face that crushes his nose. We see one of the desperate ones trying to use a broom to attack. The thing is that the fist is already inches from his face without him even realizing this attack. This blow obviously knocks him out instantly without a single drop of mercy. A chair shot also goes straight, as the skilled one manages to dodge even with his arms crossed. His doubt is the location of the so-called Samuel Kim, and when one of the subordinates denies knowing anything, a punch is delivered right to his head. As he continues questioning about this guy, another coward tries to hit him from behind, but logically ends up missing, and a slap to the face is enough to knock him down as if he were nothing. It is annoying to have to keep searching for his target, so the dark-haired one's wish is that he would come looking for him. We see one of the bald ones desperate and trying to contact one of his allies as quickly as possible. The bully sends desperate messages to Ju explaining that the situation is becoming more critical. It happens that the clever one is soon noticed by Daejeon, who quickly approaches to take advantage of this situation. After all, his order is for the hostage to use his contacts to call and ask that all his superiors show up. On the other hand, one of the slick ones calls one of his allies and makes it clear that, for now, they will need to avoid communication. But this scares his superior. After all, she is responsible for the bully project in charge. His two colleagues appear questioning whether the nerd is talking to his girlfriend, and the curious ones insist on the subject. But the three soon leave as they need to go after their leader, who left his place in the first year to do something else. As he has the chance, Minsu explains that now the target is the second year, and each of the students has been found and defeated. As for those in the second class, they all act like a true crew that moves as one body. At that moment, the reinforcements arrive and comment that it's impossible for just one person to handle all the students in a classroom. To his surprise, several bodies are sprawled on the floor, and one of the subordinates is simply giving a shoulder massage to the challenger. This sight makes him extremely angry because it's an affront for a freshman to be acting like this against a veteran. But the fearless one ignores this comment and just tells him to come in at once. We see that earlier the two allies had discussed the power takeover in the year above them, and the best way is through chaos. In this, the strategist notes that it's strange that the martial artist doesn't follow the typical cliches, because normally a fearless and strong student appears to challenge the current leader. And gradually, he wins several challenges and takes each of the classes in the school. Proving himself above his opponents, his strength is shown to everyone around him. It's as if a lion displays its mane, or a gorilla pounds its chest. In other words, it's basically the male instinct to show off. Despite all this, Daejeon doesn't show all his strength, even though he is becoming a great commander. Thus, the intelligent one associates that his comrade seems to be limiting himself to toy with the opponents, and perhaps his purpose in leading everything is not to show strength, but rather a different objective. In this, the slick one begins to formulate some theories about the fighter's motivations. It happens that all these words seem to irritate him to the point of telling him to be objective and stop talking so much. Noticing that this reaction was terrible, the clever one backs off with his analyses and remembers that they both connected through fighting against bullies. He then asks for his partner's notepad and starts writing down some important information. This is the list of second-year targets that need to be defeated the next day, and the dark-haired one reads it carefully. Because tomorrow, the protagonist will be responsible for leading all the bullies in that class. Returning to the present, the other commander of the bald ones agrees to talk out of kindness and mercy with the invader. Everyone positions themselves, and the guy realizes he needs to teach the freshman with a merciful heart. Because his goal is simply to offer a gentle and simple end, which will take the life of the strongest without suffering, and one of the henchmen seems to advance. Out of nowhere, Daejeon decides to place his hostage right in front of him for some reason, just to hit him with a punch. As soon as the injured one hits the ground, one of his allies tells him to get up and not block the way, until suddenly, an impact repulses him with all its force towards the chairs without him being able to defend himself. Then a punch hits another unsuspecting one, who didn't even have time to understand what happened. His leader complains that the poor souls just seem to be lining up to be taken down by the monster. Then, the idea is simply to use the chairs to pass over the bodies, blocking the way to the opponent. The problem is that this stupid idea goes wrong because Daejeon quickly kicks the furniture and takes advantage of the fall to land a strong punch. Thus, the fool's body is thrown towards one of his companions, who is also forcefully hurled against the wall. What remains is for the two that are left to run around and try to catch the opponent through the back door, until they are surprised by a head crashing through the window just as they prepare to invade. To make matters worse, they are also prevented from accessing the place because an inexplicable force throws them away. Then, the fighter pulls one of the weak ones inside and places him right in front of him, just as another bald guy prepares to swing a chair, and since the guy can't interrupt his attack, the chair ends up hitting the fallen one's back with knockout force. Next, the guy is taken down with a brutal kick right in the middle of his face. A few more opponents arrive to try to intervene in this critical situation. The problem is that nothing goes right, as one pair already falls to the ground being pushed by the stronger one, and the other poor soul is crushed with a single charge that sends him flying like a toy. Two bullies are brutally kicked simultaneously and smashed right into the classroom lockers, just as others are punched almost at the same instant they try to approach the protagonist. To top it off, another straight punch explodes one of their jaws, knocking him out with tremendous violence. Watching all this is the one with glasses, who noticed not only the great strength of his challenger, but also his strategy for dealing with more than one enemy. While watching another of his men being defeated, he notices that this adaptation of the opponent can handle as many people as necessary. Outside the room, several students observe this beating completely terrified and unable to believe what they are witnessing. This is very concerning because the other students are seeing the second-year bullies being brutalized by just one first-year teenager. In other words, it is clear that the situation cannot end this way, and this needs to be avoided regardless of the method used. With that, the coward approaches, pulling out a knife and preparing to commit an even worse atrocity. Now we see the trio discovering that their leader is simply facing all the rivals alone, which makes them prepare to act. Minsel becomes worried upon seeing them comment on this, and when everyone runs away, the slick guy decides to chase them. Now we see Susie tormenting one of her classmates and questioning him about why he is memorizing words in English. Her justification is that tensions between the classes have been increasing, so the troublemaker just tells him to get up so they can go help the protagonist. When they arrive, we see that everyone has fallen, and the knife doesn't seem to have worked as it should, and the coward sees a kind of ghost or mystical figure right in front of him, as if it were a haunting. Of course, he quickly clears his eyes thinking something is wrong, until someone approaches. It is the dark-haired guy, and he immediately questions him about that thing that seemed to be surrounding him in a supernatural way. But his response is not words, but rather a blow aimed right at the middle of his face. Such force throws the leader of this gang several meters away, as if he were just a toy. Everyone witnesses this brutal fight, which resulted in the humiliation of several students. At that moment, the allies arrive and are shocked to see that everything has already ended so quickly. And Manhwa is surprised by the fact that his commander has handled everything and everyone individually. Now that Ju has fallen, it's time to hunt Wanjoak, and the fool realizes he should have asked about his target before taking everyone down. At this moment, we see someone walking somewhere. Then Shung-hoon comments that he thought none of his allies would come, and to make matters worse, the arrogant one doesn't even know the names of the other two. Until Susie appears bumping into the redhead and asking if her beloved is there. Upon seeing her, the nerd comments that he needed to find out some information about the girl, like her likes, but it seems that won't be necessary. When the trio wonders about Minsel's location, they are surprised to see him accompanied by the teacher. Then the man simply asks what happened this time. Then the worker scolds Daejeon and tells him and his bullies to fight outside of school, without causing trouble during class hours. From a distance, the infiltrator wonders why his target is in such a hurry to eliminate his enemies, and he continues to reflect on the next steps of the operation. Then, someone asks for permission to enter, and the strategist simply bows to the person who has just arrived. He notices that this individual has arrived at a good time. Meanwhile, the elderly man continues to humiliate the dark-haired guy, making it clear that his actions are wrong, and he can't even talk to his parents since the boy is an orphan. It is the school president, who appears to meet with the troublemaker, and upon seeing him there, the staff member quickly bows. Seeing both of them talking so casually surprises Lee, who did not expect this relationship between the student and the principal. Then the bearded man simply tells the guy to go to his office for a meeting. At this moment, the suited man comments that it is not right to humiliate students for not having resources, and the poor guy remains bowed on the floor. In this situation, the man continues to wonder about Daejeon's identity, as he did not expect this relationship between his boss and him. Thus, the only imposition from the school manager is that his subordinate treats the fighter well. Now the one who finds this situation strange is the young man himself, who seems not to understand the stance of any of the adults there. Then, the administrator comments that it is the first time they are meeting after the project meeting, and because of that, they will now talk. And the boy just remains silent, accepting this order from the big boss of the place. We see a bald man observing all the devastation caused in the classroom, as well as the body of his ally on the ground. His fury is immense, and Samuel comments that the one responsible was Daejeon, and he only came out unscathed because he had been away for a while. All of this happened because the leader was not there to protect them, and the brute did not show up because he went to meet Beck. Then, the long-haired one starts to come up with some theories, and, believing that the invader's idea was to wait for the muscular one's absence to act, he deduces that there might be a spy. However, when he asks where his companion is going now, the big guy makes it clear that he will teach a lesson to the enemy and find out what is in his heart. We discover that the local director's strategy was to put a bully in charge of another bully at school. Although it is a childish idea, it is a fact that it excites the bearded one as entertainment, in addition to mentioning that he almost forgot about the project. When talking about his ambition, he concludes that the creatures need to fight for something, and the only way to prove their own existence is by climbing the hierarchy. And knowing that someone like the protagonist would understand this, the crazy one decides to give an order. His wish is for the first-year leader to take out all his rivals with full force. Besides, there's nothing to worry about, even though he broke a window in the middle of the fight. After all, everything belongs to him, President Gabriong, so there's nothing to worry about. Outside, someone hears this conversation and seems to analyze the situation well. Someone walks through the hallways while this happens. and the three allies of the dark-haired one continue talking in the classroom and even arguing. In this, the blonde decides to go buy another snack before the studies begin. The problem is that upon opening the door, he is startled by a figure blocking the way. It's the enemy, who feels such fury that smoke is coming out of his body non-stop. Before the poor guy can say anything, a punch hits him right in the abdomen with unmatched brutality. Such impact leaves him completely destabilized and knocks him out instantly. This attack causes the other two to run to assist him immediately. To make matters worse, the monster throws him and comments that sowing evil will reap evil, and that is karma. Seeing that they will need to fight, both arm themselves and prepare for the worst, and the invader comments that all of this is the consequence of the attack provoked by Daejeon. As the maniac comments that he hopes the poor humans reach enlightenment, the boys discuss whether they can defeat him and decide to use the same strategy. Thus, they decide to charge using the 2-for-1 type A plan, which is the typical tactic. At the moment Manhwa analyzes that the brute acts with more strength than speed, he quickly appears at his side. And to start the fight, he grabs Hojong and slams him down with all his might. Thus, the redhead charges and attacks him from behind, but his iron bar seems to have no effect whatsoever. Witnessing that his attack was completely useless leaves the fighter quite scared. Then, upon being struck, the bald man rises like a mountain and questions him if he has ever heard of the legendary Diamond Buddha. He feels awkward and afraid of what to answer, to the point of even sweating cold, until he simply tells his other ally to start acting now. It happens that, when he turns around, the enemy only notices that the other teenager remains lying on the ground. This is the perfect distraction because the bluff allows him to try to hit the giant's lower parts. The problem is that with his legs, he blocks the advance of the reinforced stick and even recognizes the sharp eyes of the attacker. Despite this, the monster already knows the trickster's fighting style, as well as his obsession with hitting weak points. Thus, it ends up being the perfect opening to strike him with a strong Buddhist palm. Such force throws the poor guy as if he were just a rag doll, and the fallen one finally gets up to counterattack and help his allies not to be humiliated. As the young man is using brass knuckles, the Buddhist pulls out his rosary and comments that he has approached nirvana through his prayers, and they collide. The problem is that, even with the metal coating, the weak one still has his hand injured. To make matters worse, another blow impacts his abdomen with unfathomable force. As he agonizes from this unreal damage, Hojong has just been brutalized with both fists hitting his back with full force. And as karma will be paid through the laws of cause and effect, the maniac's goal is to reap the lives of all those related to the protagonist. Seeing the big guy approaching, the redhead realizes that it is impossible to defeat him, as this being is not human. Besides, if he is not careful, he will surely be completely destroyed by this monstrosity. The poor guy begins to reflect that it was a short life and laments not having used the weapons he wanted, until someone appears questioning him. It's Park Gyuri, who doesn't understand what's happening, and then the bald man asks if the girl is part of his enemy's group. It seems that, at the moment, the crazy guy is even willing to hurt her to achieve his goal. Then, the guy shouts for the girl to run away as fast as possible. Something manages to pull her quickly away from the man. And by a hair, his punch doesn't completely crush the innocent. The one responsible for this is the dark-haired guy himself, who managed to catch her in time. Then, the fighter finally introduces himself to the great Wanjak. At this moment, the friend comments that she would like to be carried again, but he just tells her to stay away. With that, the villain comments that he has been waiting for his target and that he punished some of his subordinates as a form of revenge. Seeing him there infuriates him even more. After all, he is the one responsible for this chaotic situation. Everyone is surprised to find out that the class leaders will face off and rush to see what might be happening. Upon hearing him, Daejeon remembers that he only did that because the other gangsters were bad people who took money from others. Next, Manhwa warns him to be careful because the opponent is extremely strong, and lowering his guard could be dangerous. When asked what he is doing there, the redhead comments that he can't move his legs. Thus, the guy notices that this guy's aura is completely different from the other students he faced. He ends up thinking that this might have been the reason they hadn't fought earlier, and now the crazy guy concludes that this could be fun. Although he admits that his self-discipline is flawed and that he needs to forgive humans, the brute comments that this time he will not be merciful, because there will be no forgiveness for the dark-haired guy, who simply attacked all his friends before. Upon hearing him, the martial artist decides to charge in, and for some reason, a weapon is aimed right at the middle of his head. Such force sends him flying away with all its strength, as if he had really been shot. Even his colleague doesn't seem to understand very well what happened at that moment, and the girl is also worried because such an attack probably injured him deeply. Then we see Susie desperate to know that her beloved is involved in an even more dangerous fight. Upon hearing her, the student comments that there is nothing to fear and no reason to help him. After all, the boy is very strong. The thing is, the dark-haired girl fears this situation because, once, one eliminated everyone from the rival gang alone and without the slightest difficulty. Thus, the desperate girl would like to find a way to stop her love from facing him and ends up using the poor guy as a mount. Now, the one who is horrified by what she sees is the short-haired girl, who is surprised to see him getting back up. It turns out that the muscular guy is firm and strong, and soon recognizes that this was the punch that defeated his companion. We see that the shot was actually Daejeon's punch, which is as strong as a firearm. It happens that the opponent considers himself blessed by Buddha and, for this reason, will never be easily harmed. Upon hearing this, the student comments that this is the diamond body of the second-year leader and wonders if it is possible to defeat him, only to be punched in the face. It's the dark-haired girl who arrived too late because this fight has just begun and cannot be stopped anymore. It turns out that the blonde uses a brass knuckle to try to hit the enemy from behind stealthily. And before his lower regions can be hit, the Buddhist simply tells him to stop immediately. After all, earlier the monster could have finished him off, but still had mercy on the kid, who is nothing more than an ant. He doesn't have time to deal with an insect, as in the future, the weak will be dragged alongside the protagonist. Using his sixth sense and the quick pass technique, the maniac quickly moves to land a massive punch. Even recognizing such speed, he manages to easily dodge this powerful impact. She is surprised by the pressure exerted by this completely out-of-the-ordinary charge. At that moment, the fighter decides to counterattack using his own skill, which bombards the crazy guy with several punches. Even having managed to defend himself by raising his guard, a target appears right on the challenger's head. For now, an attack of extreme precision is delivered directly to his chin, as if it were a sniper shot. The window soon shatters from this impact, and even having been hit, there is still strength and stamina to try to counterattack. And, saying that nothing can harm his body, the young man delivers another cross directly to the crazy guy's abdomen. What remains for him is to try to throw another swing, which is easily dodged by the first-class leader. In retaliation, a punch of immeasurable power is thrown against the giant, who is once again hurled backward. Then Sung-hoon notices that the one naming the commander's attacks is the subordinate, who seems like a narrator. As the fight unfolds, the strategist begins to reflect that his comrade's strikes are not like firearms. Now, another punch is delivered with all its force to Wan's ribs, lifting him off the ground. Another uppercut lands on his chin, and the nerd concludes that each blow is like a pile bunker. After all, each punch is capable of penetrating any target, and to illustrate this, the poor guy's abdomen is crushed once more. It's as if this damage could break through the religious man's armor, who ultimately succumbs. Now the Buddhist falls to his knees, and his faith is mocked by Daejeon, who treats all that talk as a big joke. In his fury, his counterattack is an attempt to slap the boy's face. The problem is that it is easily avoided and countered with a devastating knee strike. To him, the bully acts merely as a false monk, who will now need to ask for true blessings. After all, he will be beaten even more. Two guys are bored because they can't go to school, and in their minds, the outcome of all this will be obvious. Then, the one with green hair laments not being able to see the believer in Buddha being beaten in person, until his friend tells him to prepare the henchmen, and the main order is for each of the allies to be armed with something in hand. Even while getting furious, it's clear that the big guy is being easily beaten. The two watch this beating, surprised by the brutality involved, and Susie herself acknowledges that the bald man seems barely able to move due to the damage. He reflects in his thoughts that he cannot lose this way, as he still has several goals, but soon questions his own identity. In the past, he was the third-generation son of his family and was asked what he would like to receive as a gift. Thinking it over, the rich kid chose a Rolex, and it was natural for him to have everything he desired in life. Until one day he noticed there was a lot of thin hair in the bathroom, and his conclusion is that the housekeeper didn't clean properly. But while drying his hair, he noticed he was becoming increasingly bald. And looking at his father's head, for the first time he noticed that something was defective in his perfect life. This shocked him because he had no idea what defects were, and reality hit him hard. Then, the spoiled brat simply freaked out over losing more and more hair. Every time he got angrier, more strands fell from his head, but everything seemed to be resolved the moment he found a way to compensate for this with a hair transplant. Even though it was very expensive, he quickly went to ask his father, but upon entering the room, he saw his old man kneeling on the floor surrounded by several people. Everything in his house had been confiscated due to lack of money, and for the first time, the privileged one began to understand the feeling of losing everything. As he hit rock bottom, he needed to find something to cling to and trust, and what gave him strength was Buddhism. Thus, he shaved his head completely, detached himself from certain things, and finally began to regain his peace. The problem is that while walking through a park, the crazy guy became furious with a tree and for some reason decided to punch it. Then we see that all this detachment was a lie because the madman continued focused on acquiring more wealth. Over time, the fake entered school just to get rich through fights. And mastering everything in just one school year, the wrongdoer simply began to collect resources until he became wealthy. He was just eagerly waiting for that day, until the point where that goal was completely destroyed. The one responsible for this devastation was the dark-skinned man, who uses his fist to ruin everything easily. Seeing him take everything he has achieved leaves the Buddhist even more desperate. In a moment of tension, his strategy is to quickly grab the opponent's legs. Then he starts using all his strength to drag him, and he swears he is close to escaping this hell. Even using everything he has, he is easily overpowered by Daejeon, as his body is effortlessly thrown. Even the strongest recognizes that his enemy still has energy to get up, and he assures that he is overflowing with will. It happens that the martial artist guarantees that if the bully returns everything he stole, he will have mercy on the villain. But he believes that this is nothing but absurdity, as the madman insists that collecting money is a necessity, and none of the allies seem to understand these crazed words very well. Then, the one with glasses finally wakes up and is surprised to see his comrade acting, for everything indicates that at this moment, one has finally reached nirvana and is determined to show all his blessing. Thus, the attack of 1,000 hands is launched against the dark-haired one, who seems quite calm. His dodges quickly avoid any impact, and we see a reflection happening during this fight. The guy explains that this state of immersion is extremely strong, and for him, it is impossible for the protagonist to deal with this technique. Watching this is Susie, and the brunette recognizes that this is practically madness. She also notes that, even being an extremely fast barrage, none of the fists can reach the skilled one. Even not hitting anything, the brute continues to unleash his abilities without stopping for a moment. He gives a moral lesson to the kid, who would be clinging to futile things and ruining the peace in others' lives. For if Daejeon weren't there, no one would care about losing their money and wouldn't cling to it in a mundane way. In the midst of his anger, the poor guy ends up confessing that everyone would be close to enlightenment, while he could buy his hair implant. The one who finds this comment strange is his right-hand man, who remembers when the big guy ordered him to shave his head as it was a symbol of pain. Upon discovering his enemy's true intention, the protagonist realizes that all of this is just greed. Besides, the rogue jokes about greed pulling people's hair out, and the crazy one prepares a final Buddha punch. It turns out that only the outer part seems resistant, and with a simple counterattack, the strongest begins to shatter the great hand, and easily his arm is broken because the interior of all this faith is completely hollow and empty. At that moment, the weak one assures that only one of the 1,000 hands has been defeated, but is soon grabbed by his challenger, who lands a cross with all his strength on his face, and this force pushes him back. Thinking he can't be defeated this way, his arms are grabbed again with all the power. Then, it's as if he is transported to a completely supernatural dimension. There, the poor guy faces a ghostly and demonic figure. Even being cornered, there is nothing to worry about, because Buddha's blessing accompanies him, but even the golden statue begins to fade. And as he starts his prayer, an impact hits his skull, and the tough guy simply crushes his head. Of course, this explosion is powerful enough to knock him out once and for all. His companion is incredulous to see him thrown to the ground so easily. Moreover, the other students are also surprised by the outcome of the fight. So great was the force that smoke even comes out of his head. And then, Seung-hoon reports that Won has been defeated, meaning there is no more salvation for the second-year members. And Samuel receives the message and notes that the third-year students are absent. So the strongest in Gyeomryong school is definitely the protagonist. Thus, the strategist's conclusion is to use Susie to lure Beck back to school. The brunette is surprised by her beloved's power and gets angry seeing the other girls amazed by his feat. So much so that the violent one threatens them and sends them back to class. And, while watching him leave, she reflects that the comments from the other girls have stressed her out quite a bit. Some time passes and the nerd goes to meet Samuel and they both talk about the next steps. At the moment, the doubt is how to contact the leader of the third year, so the one with glasses comments that his sister likes Daejeon. Moreover, the strategist remembers the incident that made the missing one feared by Bongjun school, and both were rivals until a certain event. Back then, the big shot and his 5 subordinates were enough to take down an entire organization that worked with the rival institution. Thus, the fight between the two schools came to an end. But before, the bully never cared about this rivalry. It happens that one of those involved in this war simply fell in love with the brunette and followed her to her doorstep. Upon hearing this story, the long-haired one deduces that the idea is to make Daejeon approach the young woman just to infuriate her family member. However, this is not enough, and the trigger needs to be stronger, meaning the strategy is to make the fighter enter the girl's house. And, to make matters worse, it needs to go beyond that, because to complete the plan, he also needs to enter her room. After the real war that took place, the entire atmosphere at school changed, and the two notice this, to the point that the lines have decreased. The reason is that everyone there started to behave in a civilized and extremely organized manner, as it should have always been. The change of power and influence spread throughout all regions, and other guys learned about it and considered the event a mess. Suddenly Manhwa is approached by his partners, who are surprised to see them there. It turns out that both were surprised by the fact that everyone had been cautious with them. And when the redhead seems excited about this idea, his commander quickly realizes that his subordinates appear happy. At that moment, the blonde remembers that, although they have conquered the middle road, there is still the gang of sacred ancestry, which is extremely dangerous. It happens that the other guy remembers that these guys won't show up because they are afraid of the current commander of the place. But the dark-haired one acknowledges that this is good, as he barely had time to study before, and then they start talking about Beck. Since only Susie knows the location of her brother, the fool thinks about intimidating her to find out his whereabouts. Then, the guy with glasses appears questioning what his friends are talking about. In this, the trickster suggests that all Daejeon needs to do is get closer to the girl to find out more information. The problem is that the girl is quite arrogant and difficult to deal with, to the point of cursing him if he tries to talk. Park is involved in this conversation. The problem is that the short-haired girl refuses to admit that she is close to her colleague. At this moment, the strategist decides to organize a barbecue to congratulate the commander's new achievement, and the two think it's a great idea. And Manhwa also thinks it would be great, in addition to suggesting that they should have a new training session as well. Before the dark-haired one can say he wouldn't like that, his companions remain excited and even suggest alcohol. In the past, we see that he worked in a convenience store and drank a lot, as it helped calm him down. So much so that nowadays it is very tempting for him, especially the idea of drinking again. The problem is that Sung-hoon remembers that students like them cannot drink freely like that. No matter how tough he wants to seem, the guy ends up accepting the idea of going to this special dinner. Even having a commitment to training, their friend also assures that she will go. Since everyone has already been invited, now they just need to invite the queen. Then, the slick guy guarantees that he will invite her personally. Later, everyone gathers and talks about the fact that Min-soo didn't come to participate because he has some pending work. To make matters worse, the protagonist seems a bit down for not being able to drink, and another colleague comments that they are similar for liking meat. At that moment, the other jealous girl corrects her, because everyone likes barbecue, so it's not like that makes them similar. On the other side, the other students wonder about the reason this girl came, and the guy with glasses who invited her. Then, the two start to compete, to see who will grill the meat for Daejeon. Until Manhwa catches the attention of his two colleagues, as he makes it clear that this is a perfect opportunity to train. Because using both hands to grill is the perfect chance to train his arms. The problem is that the brute interrupts him. All this confusion surprises the teenager, who seems a bit lost, and his companion continues to pamper him. From afar, the guy keeps an eye on the bottle of alcohol, as if he were thirsty. Then the student quickly offers a piece of meat to the school champion, who thanks her for the kindness. But the short-haired girl intervenes and even suggests feeding the food to the young man. Then, when he comments that there is plenty of food for everyone, the slick guy is approached by the blonde, who wants to know about Susie. When he says she will arrive soon, out of nowhere the dark-haired girl appears complaining about being called. And the reason for her coming was simply because the queen couldn't miss the official event of the new leader's coronation. Seeing her there surprises the guy, and the strategist knows that his guest had no choice but to accept to show up. Earlier, the trickster discovered that Ara liked the protagonist, as he had taken her home. Thus, the clever one went to mention the barbecue to his acquaintance, who, even seeming embarrassed, really wanted to go. At first, the fool continues to disguise and pretend not to want to go, but the girl found it strange that a girl from the analyst class would attend the event, and knowing that this other teenager likes the fighter left her completely shocked and visibly worried. To make matters worse, the clever one lied about having introduced the two because his ally wanted to learn to speak English. Upon arriving, the arrogant girl becomes worried to see her beloved surrounded by his two competitors. Now, the newcomer sits next to her colleague and is visibly uncomfortable with the presence of the nerd. And even knowing she is inferior in terms of studies, the woman continues to think she is superior. Now the short-haired girl approaches Susie, who brought an English language book because she is studying the language. They both continue talking about the subject, and Sung-hoon seems to be doing something in the back. We see the sly one appearing with some glasses of alcoholic drink, and even knowing that the clever one mixed substances, everyone toasts in celebration. When everyone drinks, the fighter seems discouraged to notice that there is no taste. Everyone seems happy with the liquid, and the one with glasses apologizes for making the mix, until the short-haired girl sees that Suzy is completely red and shaken from the drinking. She is very hot, and when Seung-hoon insists on questioning her, the crazy one punches him. This impact obviously throws him forcefully to the ground with extreme ease. Now the brunette starts taking off her jacket because of the heat she feels in her body. And of course, the two students keep an eye on this beautiful scene. Then, the drunk girl starts talking to her beloved, even calling him a kid. The bold one tells him to sit next to her immediately while making a strange face. And the fact that he cannot get involved with the girl is quite irritating to him apparently. Despite having been hit, the strategist knows that his plan worked because his target fell into the trap. He also sends messages to his ally, alerting that the mission has been completed. And now, the mischievous one is surrounded by armed henchmen ready to act as necessary. On the other hand, we see one of the girls furious with her colleague, who suddenly started flirting. It turns out that she doesn't care, and asks for more drinks for her beloved, who is visibly embarrassed by the situation. And at the moment Ara tries to talk to the out-of-control one, the rude girl questions whether the guy likes nerds. So much so that, to prove herself, she starts reading her English book until her rival corrects her, saying that all those words are jujitsu moves. This ends up being the opening for the rogue to invite Daejeon to practice fighting, and the one who loses will be enslaved by the other. In this, the student gets furious and decides to go after her companion, who is already being annoying. Seeing this scene surprises the other two foolish students, who even joke about thinking of learning the ground combat martial art. Meanwhile, we see a student taking some photos of the documents on the president's desk. When she leaves the office, Minsu spots her and thinks he didn't expect to see her there at that moment. Because of this, he thinks about telling Sam. Back at dinner, Park Yuri panics upon seeing that the fainted girl fell, without even having touched her. And the one with glasses notices that she fell asleep from drinking so much during the meeting. This makes the boys believe that there was something in the poor girl's cup, and they notice that the slick one has simply disappeared. We see that the rogue is tying a rope to the doorknob. Meanwhile, Daejeon is happy to see that he can drink alone. After all, he is an adult. But before anything, he decides to take his fainted friend home, only for his companion to decide to do it on her own. Even though the boys offer to help, the teenager doesn't hide that she is suspicious of everyone there. So both walk towards the door until the arrogant one starts to wake up. The problem is that everyone is surprised by a group of vandals that appears cornering everyone in the group, and the first of the slackers mocks about helping the two girls who were leaving. Noticing the strangeness of the two, Manhwa questions what might be happening. At this point, one of the subordinates alerts the green-haired one that the fallen girl is Baek Suzy, and this makes everyone decide to let her go. The problem is that the rogues decide to settle scores with the boys instead of harming them, and one of the rogues jokes about them being about to start the big fun of the night. From a distance, the protagonist comments that he hoped to be able to drink freely, besides not having any idea what the slackers are doing there. Then the guys notice that Seung-hoon lied, as the idea was to get the brunette drunk, and that didn't happen. Who gets furious upon hearing this is the blonde, who can't believe that the strategist betrayed them. To make matters worse, the ironic one tells them to use their heads because he sees no fun in fighting against people in a fair way, and makes it clear that the students are at a disadvantage. Despite this, the redhead shows that he is not joking, and pulls out his retractable baton, ensuring that those who use weapons must also be aware that they can be attacked. Outside, the clever one also questions the opponent's baton, revealing that he has stolen the object, and this only makes the fighter even more excited to take it for himself. Now, before the fool can say anything, a stake is thrown at his face, which obviously infuriates him deeply. It turns out that the strategist's challenge is a fight where both will wager their weapons, and he orders his allies to assist the commander. Of course, the arrogant one accepts this wager, in addition to sending the rest of the cowards to attack the main target. One of the leaders also makes it clear that they cannot hold back because the enemy is much stronger than he seems. When the idiot also comments that they need to hunt him down like a beast, the martial artist agrees and tells his men to take care of the girls. As he approaches the new opponents, the strongest one commands everyone to focus on him. Upon hearing this, the weak one tells everyone to stay alert, and the fighter remembers that they were right to arm themselves to face him. The problem is that this makes him increase the strength in his fists, and hearing this frightens everyone there. In other words, since more than 10 of the soldiers are using objects to fight, this gives the powerful one the chance to charge in without holding back. Right off the bat, 2 enter his line of precision and are taken down with unfathomable jabs. At the moment the first ones are crushed, the others begin to be brutalized after all. they made the mistake of being too close to each other. Each of the baton users starts to be beaten with inhuman strength. His punches explode against the guard of each of the weaklings, who are easily knocked out. One is thrown with such force by the kick that he nearly hits the leader of this attack. Meanwhile, the other two continue to face off, and Manhwa taunts the opponent, who dislikes his dodges. This leads the redhead to deduce that it would be best to end this confrontation as soon as possible. It turns out that the strategist was just testing whether his baton was real or not, and when he tries to strike him brutally, the enemy merely darts out of his line of sight quickly. This is the perfect opening to deliver a surprise attack right to his ribs, and the fool again tries to hit him upon feeling such pain, but fails miserably once more. In that moment, when he least expects it, he starts receiving multiple strikes to his back, which are easily pulverizing him. Thus, the fool finally understands that he can't see him because the left lens of his glasses is fogged up by the grease from the thrown steak. At the moment, the desperate one tries to counterattack and change the game. It is too late, as he receives a flurry of blows to the head, chest, and stomach. The issue is that the poor guy being beaten realizes that, in fact, the third attack was not to the abdomen, but to another place. Seeing that everything is going wrong, the other treacherous one tries to charge at the defenseless girls. His bad luck is that Park is not as weak as she seems and lands a kick right in the middle of his legs. To make matters worse, the sly one also applies an ippon on the useless one, who is slammed to the ground with all her strength. After all, it is a mistake to consider her weak just because she is a woman. From a distance, the short-haired girl thinks about helping her friend, but soon realizes something is wrong. It is the enemy running towards Susie, ready to brutalize her with the baton. Fortunately, her opponent manages to step in front to take the full damage, and the sadist mocks this effort of the fighter to help her defenseless friend. Upon defeating his opponent, the winner retrieves the aluminum baton he so desired. When he notices that his commander is almost defeating everyone, he sees a flip-flop thrown at Aura and manages to avoid it by striking it. The poor girl remains scared but flushed for being protected by the delinquent. On the other hand, Daejeon crushes the arm of one of the thugs trying their luck. Meanwhile, two others are being attacked with overwhelming force that knocks them out instantly, and it's useless to try to attack from behind because that effort is also completely futile. Thus, the merciless one subdues one of the idiots and prepares to finish him off. The problem is that the coward managed to subdue the poor girl with a knife and makes it clear that he will hurt her. The two fools who have done nothing until now are scared by this turn of events. To make matters worse, the guy keeps threatening the teenager, even challenging her to try to react until someone sneaks up. This individual quickly disarms him, and we see that it is Seung-hoon subduing him with a rear naked choke. In that moment, the strategist remembers that it is always bad to get involved with them, as the crazies always go too far. Meanwhile, the other subordinate subdued by the dark-haired one receives a slap to the face that will make him sleep for 3 days. So, of course, the commander demands an explanation from the slick guy, who tries to make excuses and confesses to lying about his relationship with the rival gang. It's clear that the blonde is furious about this, and the traitor admits he got involved with the sacred ancestry to get him drunk and defeat him. Despite everything, the liar keeps talking nonsense and comments that he didn't expect to have gotten Susie drunk as well. It's clear that the protagonist concludes he cannot trust him, and the fake apologizes, saying he only wanted to deceive the enemy. As soon as Park is helped by the martial artist, the girl starts to retaliate against the attacks. Besides that, the strongest one remembers that he will take care of the nerd if he commits another act like that. And since the poor girl hurt her wrist, Manhwa tells her to go to the hospital, as he will handle the enemy. When the redhead prepares to test his baseball bat, the strategist starts checking if anyone is injured. Since Susie is drunk, the idea is for Daejeon to take care of her, and although he finds it strange, it's inevitable. At the moment the guy picks the unconscious girl up, the jealous one approaches, preventing him. Not to mention that the other two useless ones are also not allowed to help the drunk girl. Then, noticing that his plan might go wrong, the rogue tells everyone to act quickly, as there is no time. They say their goodbyes, and the one with glasses finally manages to conclude his strategy, and someone seems to be arriving running. When Jiseok tries to intervene, the rogue grabs him and prevents the long-haired guy from getting involved. We find out that it was the newcomer who revealed the fact that she is weak with drinks, and the fact that Gyuri knows the address of the unconscious girl also helped. Even though the young man insists on taking her home, knowing her very well, his companion keeps insisting on sending him home. And at the moment, the poor guy doesn't quite understand the situation. The crazy one lands a powerful kick on him. All of this was just to hurt him and give a reason for the guy not to help, as it's part of the plan for the protagonist to take her to the apartment. The big problem is that when she gets drunk, the girl has a habit of wanting to practice jujitsu. In other words, his fear is that the crazy girl will attack the dark-haired guy during this loss of control. As she slowly wakes up, the maiden notices that she is in the arms of her beloved and sees that he is indeed quite handsome. The fact that she is being carried makes her embarrassed, and the boy notices that he is attracting a lot of attention. Then, when the guy sees that there is a taxi there, the clever one thinks about feeling nauseous and possibly vomiting in the vehicle. Seeing her awake surprises him, and the fighter quickly dismisses the taxi driver by saying they won't need the ride. All of this is because the rascal just wants to be carried by the one he likes so much. With that, the strongest one decides to go all out and uses all his speed to follow the path. Such agility surprises the driver, who didn't expect to see someone so fast at this level. This is basically a challenge to the worker, who decides to bet on a race with the kid. Sometime later, we find out that the fool ended up crashing into a pole and went to the hospital. Who is there is Minsel, who, reading the file, identifies the name of someone named Seo Jawoon. We find out that a girl visited him, and she talks about her friend Ara and her crush. The one with glasses listens to this conversation until he finally processes the facts and discovers that the hospitalized person is Seo Jin's brother. Such information makes him decide to report to his superior until he is approached by his colleague, who suddenly appears. Seeing her there leaves the clever one quite scared and without reaction. As he enters the apartment, the muscular one notices that he is tired from having used the immersion state for too long. From a distance, a villain photographs this moment, precisely to cause chaos in the future. Entering the house, the visitor notices that there is no one, and the drunk girl tells him to take her to bed as she is very weak. Even though she says she doesn't care about that, the boy finally places her on his bed. The problem is that when he tries to turn to leave, something grabs him, and the crazy girl pulls him onto the bed. It turns out that the troublemaker hasn't forgotten the challenge she made earlier, because whoever loses will be enslaved by the other. Although he denies it, and wonders what it means to be a slave nowadays, the lazy one doesn't accept it and continues on top. Currently, the annoying girl is applying her knee to the poor guy's stomach, who will need to act if he doesn't want to be at a disadvantage. Since the only way out is to subdue her, the fighter quickly tries to get her off him. The issue is that none of this works, and the fighter manages to keep him restrained. Since her technique is very good, the only choice for the defeated one is to start fighting back. His strategy was to use pointing to create space, and the good thing is that his core strength has always been well trained. Since this is superior to that of ordinary people, the fighter herself acknowledges that her back is quite strong. What was left for her was to try to grab him, but her mistake was attempting to capture the guy's neck without having a supporting hand. And the loss of balance is the perfect chance to execute the sweep and turn the tables, ending up on top of her. So it's basically Daejeon's victory, and that makes her even more flushed. Back at the hospital, Minsu tries to disguise himself by saying he came to visit his bedridden father, and he simply leaves. The problem is that his rival noticed the mistake, as the crazy guy said his father had issues with his breast. At that moment, the infiltrator calls Saeem and reveals that Seon Ji-in is pursuing the school president. We see the bearded man released from work, as he will continue on with CEO Park, and she will only need to report tomorrow. As they talk, both praise the woman's work, and the slick guy assures that this place is something completely different from anything else. This location is dangerous because it's a construction area, but the administrator quickly reassures his ally. One of the security guards announces the entrance of both, and as they walk, the man reveals that this place cannot be accessed with money, only if chosen. It's a den of pure masculinity where they don't care about the rules, and two individuals are fighting in the middle of a dark corridor. The security team arrives to separate them, and we see that the one in black simply took out the one in white, who had a fight scheduled. Of course, this sight leaves the visitor shocked, but it's something routine there and just the beginning of what the businessman would like to see. As they approach the waiting room of a certain player, the old man starts to be in shock. This aura frightens him and is released from a cage that holds a lion with bright eyes. This leaves him stunned, to the point of falling to the ground in despair, thinking there's a person inside. Then, a student appears out of nowhere to help the fallen one get up. This is Ham Sunjin, who is in the 3rd grade and is known as the Task Boy. Since the big boss still has business to attend to, he tells the teenager to go ahead, and the suited man quickly notices that he is a student from the school. And what surprises even more is that the next chosen one for the game is also a young person from the college. In this, we see the helper entering one of the cells and getting startled by the fact that his acquaintance turned off the lights. Now, CEO Kim notices that his guests have arrived late and allows them to open the doors. At that moment, the bearded man questions about his colleague's chosen one, who seems to be hiding his champion. Then, the millionaire looks at his subordinate and comments that the newcomer will be very surprised when he discovers the truth. Now, the two continue competing in jiu-jitsu, and the protagonist notices that the opponent is indeed good. She keeps moving and suffocating him with her airbags, if you know what I mean. Then, while trying to apply a powerful immobilization, the guy's arms manage to block, and the brunette is surprised by this skill. Continuing his counterattack, the clever one turns the tables until he manages to grab her and pin her down. As the trickster applied handcuffs to her hands, the loser tries to comment that this is cheating, but her opponent is worried about the blanket. At the moment, the young woman confirms. She questions why he is interested in that and becomes even more flushed. It turns out that the fighter quickly wrapped her up with the fabric and managed to restrain her completely. Since this is the only way he can leave, the winner simply leaves her trapped there and prepares to depart. As he exits the apartment, we see that someone observed the handsome guy complaining about being sweaty. Upon hearing him say that, Samuel doubts why he is sweating, but the point is that he managed to take the perfect photos. At the moment Ham prepares to assist his partner, some messages arrive on his phone. These photos are from Susie, which soon leave him quite startled for having received them. Upon hearing that it's about his sister, Back quickly takes the phone from his hand and sees the photograph. He tries to calm things down by commenting that they don't know if the images are authentic. Plus, the context may be different from what it seems. At that moment, the short guy assures that they don't need to rush and makes it clear that he will investigate calmly. But this doesn't calm the brute, who crushes the smartphone's glass with just his fingers. So, the leader of the 3rd grade and of the entire Gumryong school orders his subordinate to investigate this right now. After much effort and struggling in bed, the troublemaker manages to free herself from the blanket. Moreover, the young woman notices that he left quite quickly and even thinks that the guy should have stayed a little longer. We see Soonbai-nim being informed that the match he has been waiting for will start immediately. The first to be announced in the ring by the host is the hell dog named Magma. He is the chosen one to face the top dog of the arena, and the crazy guy took off his clothes because he was hot and to better utilize his ferocity. Now, the next fighter chosen by the president is announced, and this guy is known as the Beast King. Each compliment to the opponent makes the redhead uncomfortable, as he does not accept being treated like a lion. The issue is that this aura is brutally oppressing him, to the point of feeling small next to the monster. Despite everything, he acknowledges that it is an exaggeration, as this is just the regional champion Bayek. Now both fighters are ordered to face each other. From a distance, the servant notices that the news regarding Susie has shaken his friend. It turns out that Ham Sunjin has been his servant for 10 years and assures that he will resolve this situation. At the moment, the host tries to explain the rules of the fight. The impatient one charges in without thinking twice. Even being fast, his opponent is also extremely skilled and doesn't even move upon seeing the punch coming. Then, the impact is received full force on his face, and the explosion is fervent. The two supporters of the injured are incredulous at the scene they witness. Meanwhile, the others notice that this attack really hit him hard and mercilessly. With that, a series of devastating strikes aim at the brown-skinned fighter, who simply accepts the damage. And finally, the redhead hits him with another impact, making it clear that he is nothing. Then, the guest notices that the fighter chosen by the president does not seem to be in good condition. Sunbai-nim analyzes that the opponent is not someone who normally accepts being hit like this, and thus, he won't be able to concentrate on the fight. Another blow detonates the face of the paralyzed one, who doesn't even dodge. Moreover, another hook to his stomach also causes extremely alarming damage. So, what remains for the agitated one is to ask the others what is happening there. Thus, the merciless one grabs him by the hair and starts questioning what is going on. After all, he traveled the whole country just to fight in this brutal arena. In this way, Magma prepares to deliver the mercy blow that will finish him off. His bad luck is that the counterattack finally occurs, and an impact is concentrated on his stomach. So great is the pain that his knees hit the ground, and he starts to vomit ketchup. In the time of the Roman Empire, humans faced lions inside the Colosseum, and it was a game where life was at risk. While the injured one crawls on the ground, the bearded man questions who wins between a man and a beast. Now the guy finally gets up and makes the excuse of being injured for being defenseless, but his fury is visible. However, when he tries to counterattack with a punch, his arm is punched at that very moment mercilessly. This is enough to cause a serious fracture in his bone, and the pain makes him scream. As if that weren't enough, another punch is thrown to break his ribs with unimaginable violence. He falls back to the ground, spitting out more barbecue he had eaten at the weekend barbecue. And even begging for mercy, another blow is dealt to his face. And since his hand was in front, his fingers were shattered. Another explosion hits him, throwing him far away, and the reflection is that an animal's attack can devastate a person with a single hit. Then, the president concludes that people did not see the guy trying to defeat the lion, when in fact they were just there to see him being hunted by the beast. While the poor guy crawls away from his hunter, Beck begins to talk about how much he loves his sister and that he would do anything for her. He wanted to show her, but since he can't, he remembers that the reason Magma came to the arena was to engage in a fight to the end. Even if the gladiator fights bravely, there is no other fate when crossing paths with the lion, and the redhead tries to plead for mercy. When the victim asks for help, not even the referee is willing to intervene in the fight. This drives him to despair because he knows this is his end, and nothing can save him. No matter how much the injured tries to offer money, the brute knows he will get more if he wins, and starts dragging him by the foot. Because, with the cash he receives, he can pamper his little sister even more. When the trio enters a classroom to check if Dejan is there, they notice that the students have organized themselves in a line, and one of the subordinates starts to organize the whole scheme, as everyone is there to greet the king. They are surprised by this, and soon realize that everyone gathered there just to greet the protagonist. Even being revered, the dark-haired boy feels uncomfortable, because all this ceremony hinders his studying. Some even cut in line to try to approach him, and this almost leads to a discussion. The issue is that someone enters the midst of everyone there without asking for permission. When a blonde asks for permission to collect resources, he receives a kick right in the middle of the face. His body is brutally thrown against the wall due to the impact. And the one responsible for this was Susie, who orders everyone causing a disturbance to leave. At the moment the crazy one gets upset for being beaten, the other student interrupts him angrily as he wanted to be hit in his place. Feeling ignored and avoided by the fighter, the crazy girl simply grabs him by the collar. This makes him complain about not being able to study in that classroom. But his beauty ends up making her even more flushed and in love than she already was. Besides, the crazy girl complains about his aggressiveness the night before. After all, her bed ended up breaking. Everyone hears this and is completely shocked, and the girl tells him to take responsibility for what he did. These words leave him completely scared, as he didn't expect this. As everyone present feels awkward, he tells her to speak properly, as this is getting quite strange. To make matters worse, the crazy one comments that the completely soaked blanket from sweat was also hard to wash. Who hears all this is Ham Sunjin, who gets furious with this discovery, because in the past, he remembers when his friend was just a child, and even back then, Susie was already arrogant and not cute at all, as she would send him to buy ice cream just for her. And if the poor guy was late, he would get beaten too, and knowing that his colleague has grown up stresses him out. Despite everything, the analyst knows he needs to stay calm and decides to ignore this situation for now. When Daejun notices that the stranger has left the room, the dark-haired girl continues trying to argue, and he remains concerned about knowing who it is. Suddenly, Seong-hoon appears to calm the situation. He also asks to meet with his companions, except for the girl, who gets angry upon learning this. It turns out that the nerd went to inform that the stranger who was in the classroom was the servant from the third year, who has finally started to act. The fact that he doesn't draw attention allows him to pass unnoticed, and it is a fact that he was sent to spy on the protagonist. In fact, the one with glasses deduces that the commander and his executives, called the Four Heavenly Kings, will act, and the trio does not like this at all. The blonde comments that the fact that there are few people will make the fight quick, so the dark-haired boy will defeat them quickly. The issue is that these men should not be underestimated. After all, they are the rulers of the entire region. In other words, the four fighters are much stronger than anyone they have faced so far. The only doubt the fighter has is when the midterm exams will take place. When the strategist answers his question, the confident one says he needs to study for the test and doesn't care about the number of enemies. Upon hearing that Seong-hoon can lend him his notes, the strongest feels relieved. Although the nerd also acknowledges that he would like to defeat them quickly, he thinks they still don't know how the enemies are moving. Now we see Ham Sunjin activating the fighters, but An Haegon simply ignores him and mocks him. In other words, he realizes he cannot call his boss, so he decides to resolve this situation on his own. We see several students leaving classes and talking about their routines. One particular brute doesn't talk to anyone and just goes on his way until he approaches a guy. It is clear that this group was there targeting only the kids with money, as they intended to extort them. And when the fool approaches the quiet one, the silent one doubts if he was called by him, and the cocky one assures him he was. Now the big guy gets closer, and the crazy one starts mocking him about his appearance and posture. Everyone there doesn't even care about the size of the one with glasses, who continues to be bullied, and the delinquents tell their partner to just rob him. When the dark-skinned guy notices something is wrong, his opponent demands that he hands over all his belongings. As the silent one simply ignores the thug, the crazy one makes the terrible decision to start slapping his face. The punishment for this is having his hand grabbed and crushed in an instant. Not to mention that his throat is struck quickly, leaving him breathless. The vandals are startled by this turn of events and approach, ready for a fight. We see that the big guy recognizes them from Hanwol School and notices that the intruders are visiting there. Until the leader of this weak gang appears, demanding that his subordinates just finish off the giant. Upon hearing him, the guy simply takes off his backpack and the fools rush in, ready to hit him. But the first one is easily knocked out with a punch that takes him down immediately. The second receives an elbow that explodes his chin in a way never seen before. And the second also receives the same blow, which violently crushes and smashes his face. Two others approach from behind, and while one has his punch blocked, the other is soon knocked out. Realizing everything has gone wrong, the commander of these weaklings pulls out a knife to deal with the powerful one. Before the slick guy can say that weapons are only appropriate for those who know how to use them, the crazy one tries to hit him. But he is quickly disarmed as his hand is twisted with unbelievable force. And finally, this weakling is also defeated with extreme ease. At the moment her boyfriend falls to the ground, the teenager is completely terrified. She assures that she recorded everything and will report him for all this violence. However, no matter how much the poor girl threatens him, it's still not enough to stop him, and the maniac hits her. Thus, when the young woman falls to the ground, the maniac grabs her phone and starts deleting the recording. Then, the fighter soon notices that someone is watching him from the shadows. It is Ham Soonjin, who, when questioned, returns the question and demands to know why he wasn't answered. This is Ha Nambai, one of the 4 heavenly kings, who simply refuses to give explanations to the short guy. Then, the messenger makes it clear that he will let this nonsense slide and warns that there is a first-year member to be neutralized, as he is dominated up to the 2nd class. When the slick guy comments that he is becoming the leader of the 3rd year as a substitute for Bayek, the one with glasses simply declines the mission. As soon as the servant tries to argue and demand help from the big guy, the muscular one just tells him to stop bothering him. This forces him to run off and try to resolve the situation, as he thought the brute would help him. The problem is that the other 3 are uncontrollable beasts, and even knowing they are unstoppable, the guy trusts them. When the phone receives a notification, someone smashes a guy's nose at the table. Seeing that he received a call, the violent one answers and doesn't care about the whole story, just demanding to know the name and class of the target. This is An Haegon, who, besides that, questions how much he can hit the enemy. Now we see the students gathering in front of the cafeteria, and the delinquents make their request. At the moment the girls notice that he cut in line, they even think the big guy is an old man, when in fact, he is a first year. It turns out that, in reality, it was the students who got out of his way, as they fear him for being part of Daejeon's group. They soon recognize the protagonist for being handsome, and the other students get jealous. Besides that, news spreads throughout the school about the dark-skinned guy's involvement with Susie, and the short guy becomes increasingly worried about it. He reflects that he told the whole situation to his other allies, who, even knowing about the riot, would continue to act strangely. Now the quintet gathers again, and Seung-hoon notes that he has gathered information about the opponents, especially about Chun-sim. At that moment the fools start to make fun of the name, and Manho tells both to stop joking around. Of course, the commander doesn't care at all, and his right-hand man just comments that they have an opponent worthy of them. Already in the 3rd year classroom, the classmates comment that the first years are acting in a disorderly manner. It turns out that the girls don't care at all, and even tease the boys about it. The problem is that none of the school leaders are there to stop the younger ones, meaning there's only one person to intervene. This guy asks if the enemy is handsome, and the classmates remember that the dark-skinned guy looks like a model. Suddenly the servant appears asking a favor from the mysterious one, specifically to talk about the new leader of the first years. We meet Oh, who is the powerful person everyone has been talking about, and she doesn't know the new big shot at school. We discover that the slacker was practicing makeup on a huge classmate and just tells him to go wash his face. No matter how much the servant tries to explain the situation to his friend, she doesn't care about his words at all. Her only concern is that she managed to pass the level of her game, and that makes her celebrate. Then, the girl quickly realizes that they will need the executive's help, and even though she comments that it's enough to talk to Beck, the right-hand man mentions that the guy is busy. Upon hearing this, the crazy one decides that she will scold him the next time she sees him and just leaves the short guy behind. Now, Manho comments to his boss that they need to deal with Chun-sim, as she is the only one who can move the 4 celestial kings. All this talk makes the protagonist lose his appetite, and before he can say anything, he quickly notices that the student is behind him. She soon realizes that he is indeed handsome, in addition to demanding that the fighter accompany her at that moment. Thus, the quintet continues to talk, as they don't believe she is the powerful person everyone claims. And when she freaks out for being ignored, the strongest one stands up and decides to follow her outside. When they step away to talk, the annoying one complains about the freshmen communicating informally with the upperclassmen. He thinks and remembers that he is 20 years old and starts to notice that he is unbearable for someone who is short. Then, to punish him, the crazy one gives him an extremely weak punch and reminds him that she had threatened him before. So, the feisty one comments that she heard about the chaos caused by the kid and reminds him that he could end up in trouble if he keeps acting up. And, as she tries to leave after getting tired of reprimanding him, the fighter pulls her back to talk. At that moment, the little one blushes and thinks this is an attempt at flirting. A mother and child walk down the street, and when the child notices someone strange, the woman simply tells the little one not to look. It turns out that now, Daejeon demands that the third-year student summon the 4 celestial kings so he can face them soon. Out of nowhere, someone approaches the student and finally discovers his location. In this, the bald guy resurfaces, commenting that he learned from his mistakes in the last fight, and acknowledges that the student has probably improved as well. Thus, several of his students gather at the location, and the crazy one talks about the destructive techniques he has developed. And, to demonstrate, the guy tells his subordinates to start pushing him. This gives him the necessary boost to take flight and deliver a powerful flying kick. The martial artist barely manages to get Chunsum out of the attack's path. At the moment the challenger fails to hit him, the merciless one simply delivers a brutal punch to his head. Out of nowhere, the dude notices that the girl has started crying because she got hurt. Watching all this is the servant who analyzes the situation while hidden. Then, the muscular one prepares to help the injured girl, who assures him that it wasn't her fault. But out of nowhere, the short guy appears to take her to the infirmary and prevent further damage. And before the winner of the fight can approach him, the two quickly run away. While the defeated one laments having failed even with his new technique, the merciless one threatens him for interrupting the conversation. He tries to pretend that he is fainting, but it's useless, and the big shot also orders the other fools to kneel and put their heads on the ground. Meanwhile, the hunter realizes that his target has surprised him and acknowledges that it would be terrible to just devour him. Then, the teacher appears, approaching him. After all, he came to check on the fact that a suspicious person was watching everything. Before the annoying one can continue complaining and lecturing, he is quickly left lying on the ground, and he didn't even see how it happened, and the old man starts complaining about the delinquent. Now, the protagonist complains about having left school late for wasting time with his rival. And, before the bald guy can share his information about the 4 celestial kings, Sung-hoon appears, interrupting the conversation. In this, no matter how much the one in blue insists on reporting this information, Daejeon doesn't even pay attention and just walks away. Then, as he walks down the street, he also realizes that it will be annoying to deal with that obsessed loser. Then, when he stops to look at himself in the mirror and wonders if he should cut his hair, he notices someone approaching quickly. It's An, who tries to strike him, and the muscular one barely manages to dodge the attack. In this, the redhead is questioned about his identity, and the mocker doesn't respond with his name right away. Since the attacker was quite rude in his response, the student believes he has no intention of revealing his name. Despite this, the maniac only comments that he didn't respond out of malice, but rather because he knows it doesn't make a difference to say who he is. Several blows are launched in the direction of the first-year student, who manages to dodge these attacks. As he moves, the dark-haired boy wonders if this is one of the great enemy executives. The fact that he is wearing different clothing makes him doubt whether he is indeed another student. But even if he is a civilian, the fighter knows he will need to counterattack. Thus, his counterattack is soon prepared, and he throws a punch towards the destroyer. On the other hand, we see the nerd saying goodbye to one of his classmates. He soon notices that Gu and his subordinates are still being punished even after class. It turns out that the obsessed one hasn't left yet because he hasn't been authorized to do so, and the bespectacled boy finds it strange to see him as the only one standing. The issue is that his henchmen are there in that position training their center of strength, and him just waiting, wasting time uselessly, is more punitive. So, when both decide to talk about the third years, his men ask to leave. It happens that Bayek's special soldiers are known as the Golden Quartet elsewhere, just as they are friends from the same hometown. As the other students leave, the specialist comments that those monsters are known for their strength, but rumors indicate that, above that, they are completely brutal. Continuing the conversation, the bald man mentions the second strongest in his class, Oh Sodok. That day, their group was practicing survival fights at an abandoned construction site, until, out of nowhere, An appeared to provoke them about imitating a street fight. The leader of that group recognizes him immediately and corrects the information about them being in an urban combat. As the analyst's correction completely breaks the joke, the maniac asks if they are playing house and then questions who is the strongest among them. Before the warrior can step up, his subordinate stops him and decides to take responsibility, reminding him that this isn't like school. At the moment the crazy one acknowledges that his name is Cool, the fighter makes it clear that he will not go easy on his senior. These words seem to infuriate the predator, who decides to show what a real conflict looks like. When the martial arts obsessed one tries to intervene, his ally simply charges in without a second thought. His first punch doesn't even come close to hitting the invader, who easily dodged. Each of the blows merely grazes by, no matter how fast they are. It is evident that the third-year student can dodge everything with enormous speed, enough to make him smile. This infuriates O, who insists on trying to hit him again, only to fail once more. The analyst recognizes this technique, having never seen such fluid movements for evasion skills. Then, this also makes him think that this is just to ridicule the opponent, and the challenger becomes furious with this attitude. It happens that the uppercut of the finisher soon wraps around him like a snake ready to strike. For his blow is quickly captured, and the counterattack soon injures the poor guy. The problem is that this swing dislocated Sodok's shoulder, which is mocked by his opponent. Noticing that this could end tragically, all the bald man has left is to try to end this conflict. The issue is that even being warned that continuing the fight could cause injuries, On doesn't care and attacks again. When Gu tries to intervene and stop him, the snake quickly wraps around him too. This is a swift strangulation, which brutally renders the group's master helpless. At the moment his subordinates try to intervene, they receive a dangerous warning. Because if they get closer, the redhead makes it clear that he cannot guarantee that his target will survive. Of course, the weak are left in shock, and the sadistic one just continues mocking everyone's uselessness there. To make matters worse, Gu ended up losing consciousness, and, upon waking, found half of his subordinates completely wrecked. This was the only celestial king he encountered, and this is the only information he has about the enemies. Then, Sung-hoon finds this obsession with analyses strange, and wonders why he is recounting all this. It turns out that, in the past, when he was beaten by the protagonist, he thought he would be injured, but the next day all the pain disappeared. Not knowing what happened, he just wants to know how the strongest managed to do that. At the moment the nerd comments that the former enemy just wanted to serve the current big shot in charge. Thus he concludes that On is indeed known as the Anaconda of the Golden Quartet, and, in any case, it won't be easy to defeat him. Returning to the present, we witness the attacker with a bleeding nose, and the protagonist questions what his intention is. In addition to making it clear that this technique wouldn't work, he demands an answer from the crazy one before his mouth stops functioning. Now the servant becomes furious upon discovering that his envoy decided to ambush him outside the school, as the idea was to humiliate him in front of all the students. Then, noticing that it is a location near the school, the fool tries to stop him. From a distance, both notice that Ham Soonjin seems hurried about something. Then, the one with glasses realizes that something might be happening and immediately decides to follow him as well. He also orders Gu to follow him, and the specialist questions why the servant is running in such a strange way. As he spits out the ketchup leaking from his mouth, the hunter questions who his opponent is. The fact that he has moved and fought against the technique makes the predator doubt that he is a freshman. In this way, the trickster soon realizes that the villain seems to be suspecting his identity, as well as the project he is involved in. He also remembers that some people looked older at 16, and wonders why only he is having a hard time. Since his plan is just to knock him out at once, he starts walking towards the opponent, who is impressed to see him with his guard down. Seeing this audacity, it's clear that the crazy one prepares to strike him, only for a counterattack to hit his chin. This advance logically knocks him to the ground, and the dark-skinned one questions what he intended to say earlier. Arriving at this moment is the short one, who questions how his ally was defeated so easily, and the other two also approach to see the situation. Then, it is surprising for both that one of the 4 heavenly kings has been defeated so humiliatingly. Now we see Chun-Sim playing in an arcade. Moreover, she remembers the first-year guy who stressed her out, and thinking about how the guy acted, the crazy one considers herself mature. In this, the girl notes that Ham Soonjin doesn't act this way even being in his 3rd year, and finds it strange that he sent an executive after a freshman. He is surprised to discover that the fallen one is the infamous On, and even extends his hand to help him. However, this was a trap to surprise him and apply the snake strike to his collar. Daejeon barely manages to defend himself and throw him away after this dangerous attempt. When asked if he finally woke up, the redhead assures that the substance was taking effect very slowly. In this, the unbearable one questions why the predator continues to ignore his words, and upon hearing this reprimand, the maniac threatens him if he keeps shouting while the drug starts to take effect. Knowing that his companion consumed that surprises him, and the crazy one starts to comment that the short one would never have a chance to defeat the opponents. After all, this mission is not about correcting a freshman or getting a snack from the cafeteria. but about consuming a grand feast. Because the trickster knows that the dark-skinned one is not just any student, and the slick one tells his rivals to watch the beating that is about to happen. Moreover, the unbearable one also guarantees that the fighter will be completely finished off. Even being insulted, the guy remains focused on his enemy, as his aura has clearly changed. When he wonders if this really altered his abilities, the fighter is soon confronted by a punch. He barely manages to dodge, and to check if the attacker is indeed completely focused, he counterattacks with an uppercut. However, the redhead quickly manages to evade this explosive attack, and then, his arm begins to be ensnared. The immobilization is done on his limb, and the Devastator seems to be enjoying this. In this, another straight punch is thrown in his direction. The problem is that the trickster manages to dodge and the anaconda strikes again. Now, Gu quickly remembers that this was the same technique that dislocated Osodok's shoulder. The way it works is basically to intertwine the enemy's arm from the outside in and apply pressure until dislocation. But this fails when Daejun delivers another punch, which grazes his nose. Thus, this logically sends him flying backward, and the crazy one complains and analyzes that he was quick enough to prevent any reaction. Analyzing the scene, An thinks that even though his drug is taking a while to take effect, it's likely that the student has superior vision and reaction. Then, both notice that the attacker's strategy is not just to defeat the muscular one, but also to incapacitate him. The one mocking this analysis is the servant, who scoffs at the analysis of his freshman. When the clever one basically conceals the information behind the fight, the bald one goes crazy to question him, and the short one notes that now his buddy has surpassed his limits. The reason for this is having entered the famous immersion zone, which occurs when someone uses the full potential of their brain. This causes physical abilities to be enhanced, and human potential, consequently, is revealed. As the snake advances, the boy comments that, in this state of consciousness, movements are seen in slow motion. And now, the hunter throws a punch right at the Daejun, who considers this a slow attack. Logically, the fighter dodges this attempt to harm him. The problem is that another immobilization heads toward his face, and the dark-haired boy barely manages to stop it. The issue is that this is the perfect opening for the redhead to quickly apply his twist. Taking advantage of this capture, the crazy one tries to land a punch, which fails to hit the protagonist. So, his idea is to entwine around the opponent's neck to manage to capture him. An uppercut quickly almost lands and prevents this technique from being applied. Being counterattacked is quite embarrassing for him, so the focused one decides to try to entwine around the arm once again. No matter how dangerous it is, the student manages to avoid this dangerous trap. Thus, once again the hunter is pushed back, and again he complains about failing once more. At that moment, the boy recognizes that his enemy is annoying, and even though he is trying to stick to him at all times, he acknowledges that his movements have changed. In other words, the sly one quickly notices that the guy has entered the famous zone, and seeing him recognize this surprises the predator. Even Beck's right-hand man can't believe that a first-year student has any awareness of this dimension. Continuing his reasoning, the Daejun comments that he hasn't seen someone in this form for a long time, and people don't even know they access this power. Moreover, he also acknowledges the villain's excellent training and remembers the mentioned drug. Now the villain finds it strange that he stopped his analysis mid-sentence. In this situation, the muscular one also decides to use the same ability to test it. Now the crazy one complains about losing the game and threatens to break the machine. Then, the two slackers complain about the poor girl's screams and tell her to play quietly. Returning to the main fight, it is clear that the atmosphere has changed, and An finds his opponent's comment strange. But that doesn't matter, and the stronger one just tells him to come at him with everything he's got. Feeling challenged, of course, the snake moves again with extreme speed. At the moment he approaches to deliver a dangerous attack, he is met with a massive punch to his face. Upon being hit, the poor guy is incredulous that he was injured, even while at his maximum. He realizes he didn't even see that charge coming into his field of vision. From afar, the short one complains about his buddy being hit by a student 1 year below. Having his attention called by a weakling irritates him, until he notices that Daejun is approaching with a kick. Even having dodged, the guy notices that an uppercut is also launched in his direction. When trying to grab the arm, he realizes it's impossible, and only dodges that impact. The fact that he has become faster frightens him greatly, and before he can finish his thought, another advance comes to hit him. He barely manages to capture his leg with the anaconda technique. The issue is that when he goes to boast about having completed the capture, he is quickly thrown far away. Seeing him so agile leaves the hunter completely incredulous and starts to question this increase in power. Then, the arrogant one tells his enemy to start fighting properly so he can check something. Thus, the poor guy tries to kick him, but obviously fails and doesn't even come close to hitting. His punch is also easily dodged and countered with an uppercut directly to his chin. To make matters worse, his straight punch is rendered useless for having gone wide, and the counterattack is another punch to the face. As he quickly regains his composure, On continues trying to act, but his next attack is met with another massive strike. This impact logically sends him flying due to the force behind that charge. The one who is getting more and more scared is the servant, who can't believe that his buddy is being defeated even while in the zone. In this situation, the redhead wonders how his blows are being surpassed because his hyper-focus should help him predict the enemy's movements. And even with this hyper-focused dynamic vision, he hasn't managed to surpass the muscular one's reflexes even once. Now, the other two think that the protagonist will win since he is clearly at an advantage. These words panic the short one, who demands an answer from his rivals. It is clear that the fool is trying to make excuses for his disadvantage and insists that everyone watch the fight until the end, as the final weapon of the third-year student is not a punch. Analyzing the critical scenario, the challenger notes that he can keep up with the attack but only sees it at the moment he is hit. Now, the dark-haired one also reflects, thinking he might be wrong about a specific matter. As he advances again, the villain's decision is to allow his dynamic vision to be surpassed at first. This works because at the last moment he manages to grab his opponent's advance. His misfortune is that when trying to use his capture and twist, the other guy's reflexes kick in, and a powerful punch is thrown at his face once again, and with even more force. Of course, such an explosion pushes him even further away. Besides that, Daejeon complains about being grabbed all the time, as it deeply irritates him. The spectators notice that the strategy was to let himself be grabbed and break free using only brute strength. Now, the protagonist simply tells his other enemy to take the defeated one home, as he is at risk of death if he remains unconscious. At the moment the guy turns his back and thinks everything is over, something happens. The anaconda strikes again to capture him with brutality and cowardice. At that moment, the redhead manages to grab him in a chokehold, and acknowledges that the rookie is right about unconsciousness being able to take someone's life. Then, the confident one comments that this is why they call his ally a snake, and it's time to see what happens when a serpent coils around someone. What happens is that the prey is violently squeezed until it's ready to be devoured. It turns out that the flexibility of the madman's muscles is comparable to that of an anaconda, and no one has ever escaped. Before completing his explanation, Seung-hoon comments that he has seen exceptions to this rule. This situation occurred when a jaguar was coiled by the predator, when in fact the reptile's neck had already been struck. At the moment the guy with glasses explains this, we see that the treacherous one starts to have difficulties maintaining his attack. The force imposed on his collarbone by this grip makes him roar in pain due to the damage. Then the strategist notes that, in his eyes, the snake has been defeated, and what happens is that Daejeon managed to combat this trap. At this moment, the confident one realizes that he showed mercy to the enemy, who ignored this chance and attacked again. Gu notes that this squeeze was enough to break the guy's entire collarbone, and he realizes he could have ended up like that if he had made the same move. And when the slick one seems shocked, the dark-haired one orders him to help his ally quickly. Returning to the arcade, seeing someone torturing one of the bullies, and when his friend tries to intervene, the other stops him from arguing. After all, the muscular one remembers that his friend is cute and can make whatever noise she wants. Then, when questioned by Chunsum, the white-haired guy asks what he should do with these slackers, and his name is Bae, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Now, the trio of fools bows to apologize to the girl they oppressed earlier. She makes it clear that she will forgive them this time, as they admitted their mistakes, and simply tells them to go away. But, before they leave, the silly girl shows that she managed to come in first place in the game. In this, the poor guys are forced to acknowledge her extreme skill and bow again until they are released. As the fools leave relieved for not having suffered, the savior comments that he sent them to buy something the girl likes. They soon return with a strawberry milkshake. The problem is that they brought the regular one, and this infuriates her. Then, the order is for the guy to crouch down to be at the troublemaker's height, and the ironic one asks not to have his head smashed. As they walk down the street, the student comments that Ham asked for her help to call one of the executives to deal with Daejeon. These comments make the guy wonder if this was really a big challenge, since his colleague seemed quite worried in the messages. At that moment, the little one comments that she also scolded the rookie to stop making a mess and also acknowledges his beauty. Hearing this comment leaves the fighter completely jealous, thinking he is worse than the protagonist. However, the short girl just pushes him as she needs to take a call quickly. It turns out that this call leaves her completely shocked by what she is told. The caller is the servant, who reports that he is at the hospital at that moment. When Bae asks what happened, the poor girl seems to start tearing up. Later, Suzy seems to sneak into a fight gym. The crazy one is there just to spy on her friend, who didn't go to school but came to train. Her arm was immobilized due to the blow she took during that episode, and the dark-haired one notes that it was to protect her. In this, she wonders what she can say to thank her for that salvation. The issue is that, while distracted, the girl is noticed by Park, who runs towards her. Thus, the thick-set one quickly grabs her and pushes her against the wall. Her doubt is whether the Queen and Daejeon did something different to end up breaking the bed. When questioned about this, the student starts mocking her colleague's doubt, and to make matters worse, she comments that they had that kind of relationship to end up breaking the furniture. But the short-haired one reprimands her for this, as treating the situation so carelessly will end up making Beck intervene. In other words, Suzy will be forced to decide which side she will take in this story. Back at the hospital, Chinsum is desperate to find out what happened to her friend. Meanwhile, the other two discuss the opponent, who seems to be quite skilled for the white-haired one. Upon hearing him, the short one makes it clear that the executives need to act, until his ally needs to take a call. It happens that Ha Nambai ignored Sunjin's call, and Bei starts talking to his colleague. At that moment, the strong one comments that his companion can just keep ignoring this situation. Before the guy on the other end can say anything, the big guy hangs up the call, and his buddy questions him. And the brute's decision is simply to take the life of whoever made his friend cry. However, before anything else, the servant needs to make a call in advance. When he answers, the guy realizes that his other contact has finally noticed that it's a concerning situation. The one who contacted him is the slick one, who demands an explanation about the events. First, the rogue tells that the short girl cried over everything that happened, not to mention that the whole school was ruined by the first year. To make matters worse, the crazy one lies about Chunsim not being able to eat her favorite snack, and makes it clear that the one to blame for everything is Daejeon. At the moment he understands the entire critical scenario, the one with glasses simply hangs up the call. At that moment, the guy realizes that the girl is indeed the pivot of the Golden Quartet, and he had no choice but to involve her. Upon receiving the message informing that On was beaten by the enemy, the order given is that the case should be used, as the big guy will need it. At school, Gu reveals that the anaconda was defeated and had its collarbone completely destroyed. And everyone celebrates upon learning that the wrongdoer was humiliated, and the right-hand man questions how their leader is still alive even after the fight. The only conclusion the obsessed one reaches is that he needs to watch more fights of the protagonist to study him, and soon notices that his Nuna is arriving. Knowing that Yeonhwa is coming to Korea excites everyone. As she will want to fight, everyone's doubt is whether this will be possible. Despite this, the crazies just assure that they can sacrifice their arms and legs just to please her. On the other hand, the rest of the group is surprised to learn that one of the four heavenly kings has been defeated. Then, Sung-hoon shows the photograph to his allies and starts talking about the celebration. So, when the three beasts believe that the executives may not be that strong, the nerd corrects them, as he is not weak, but rather the dark-haired one is very strong. And, while all the others celebrate this victory, someone seems to be watching them from outside the room. Before the fighter can see who it is, this presence mysteriously disappears. Upon reflecting, he knows that the redhead he faced is a problem because his attacks were dangerous enough to be confused with the immersion zone. Thus, this leaves him curious to know the power level of the rest of the Golden Quartet. Now, we see one of the enemies arriving at the school after such a long time. We find out that the one who observed the group in the room was Chun-sim, who almost got caught. Now she goes back to spying on them because she is curious to know the monster that defeated her friend. At first, the crazy one thinks that the heartthrob might have cheated after all. It's unthinkable that one of the four was defeated. Despite controlling herself not to punish him, she remembers that the redhead told her not to worry, but it's impossible to let it go. Now, it's clear that the young woman cares about her partners and feels grateful that they are busy and out of danger. At the moment the troublemaker goes back to spying on him, the protagonist finally stands up to approach her. Before the poor girl can escape, she is lifted by the muscular one as if she were nothing. Now, the two start to argue and the little girl demands to be let go, otherwise she will attack him. It happens that the strongest refuses to obey her and commands her to stop acting this way. And of course, the crazy one insists on arguing. No matter how much she tries to kick him, her feet can't even reach him to punish him. And as he puts her on the ground, the guy questions whether the brave one is not going to take his life as she promises. We see that Bei has returned to school and, thinking about seeing his friend, remembers that he came only to punish the enemy, but insists on seeing her first. At the moment, the dark-skinned guy comments that he doesn't want to see her if the girl can't get a meeting with the Celestial Kings. The uncontrollable one tells him to wait, because the fact that her old companion is at school surprises her even more. Then, as the executives arrive, the short girl decides to take him to see them. From afar, the trio observes this discussion, and they wonder what the person controlling the strongest ones wants so much. At this moment, the two lock themselves in a room, and the guy wants to know where his enemies are, and the troublemaker reveals that they will arrive soon. The idea was to trap them there, precisely to face each other without anyone in the room being able to interfere. And the clever one tries to pass herself off as an experienced fighter, but before she can finish her sentence, the boy approaches. After all, this posture is extremely suspicious, and it seems the young man understood her intentions. In this, Dejan deduces that the strategy is to lock him in there to ambush him against all 4 celestial kings. Despite this, the trickster simply says it's unnecessary and tells her to hurry them up, as waiting is boring. When discovered, the clever one just pretends when, in fact, her real intention is to protect him from his hunters. Then, as she talks on the phone with her allies, the blushing girl wonders how she should keep him there longer. The problem is that at the same moment she notices that their situation there is quite strange, and she ends up freezing in nervousness. Then, the grumpy one continues complaining and thinks he should have brought a book to study. Upon hearing him say this, her idea is to offer to teach him about the subject. When Bei arrives in the room, he is greeted by his classmates but only questions about the location of his friend. At this moment, the 2 random ones are left not knowing what to answer. Then, the short one reveals that his master went to meet the protagonist. Knowing this infuriates him, and when he goes out to look for her, he runs into his other ally. Seeing the 2 executives there delights the students who want harm to the first year. At the moment the white-haired one remembers that Nambai should have listened to him and ignored the situation, the brute notices that the short girl is not there. The fact that he was avoided infuriates one of the fighters, who charges at his buddy. His attack is defended, and now both begin to measure their strength brutally, because one of them demands that his friend stay inside the room, as he intends to resolve this story personally. The other remembers that his task is to educate the first-year student on his own. While they watch, sparks fly from the conflict between the 2, who reach an agreement where the one with glasses will take care of the group and the other will face the dark-skinned guy. However, the big guy refuses this proposal from his friend, who gets furious and challenges him to a fight again. This makes him notice that Bei also used the drug, so the trickster realizes that his colleague did the same. Thus, the conclusion is that they will decide who will fight through rock, paper, scissors. While the weak think this is a silly game, the servant knows it's something completely different. Because the dynamic vision of the 2 will turn this into a battle where there will be no counting time while one studies the other's tactics. Then, his curiosity is about who is more skilled between the 2. At the moment, one of the students enters the room to meet the commander. The other students reveal that they will not disclose his location. As the fool only knows how to talk about collecting money, he is excluded, but the brave one threatens the blonde. When offended, this moment of tension between the 2 causes another guy to appear to calm the situation. As everyone discusses the whereabouts of the class leader, more people show up. They are the 3rd-year students who notice that the first-year leader is not there with his servants. They are there to demand that none of the crazies leave, as they will soon receive a lesson. At the moment the fools are offended, they end up getting angry and trying to impose authority just for being older. However, none of this is enough to oppress the troublemaker, who continues to challenge them. These disagreements cause one of the weak to try to pick a fight, until he is stopped by his colleague. It turns out that not even that happens, because the arrogant one can no longer stand being confronted by freshmen and charges in to throw a punch at the cocky one. His bad luck is that the guy easily dodges this completely bad attack, and the counterattack is even stronger, as a kick is delivered right to his head immediately. This force sends him crashing to the back of the room in a humiliating way. It happens that the weaklings underestimated Kim, who is known as the White Ghost. The fact is that even having taken a lot of hits before, the guy remains a captain, although it's embarrassing to keep saying the name of the skill in the middle of the fight. Then, when he prepares to punish the other, Nambai appears commenting that the first-year boys are really rude. When questioning who the brute is, the slick guy assures that he needs to discipline them as soon as possible. At that moment, the arrogant one decides to charge at the newcomer. After all, he doesn't know his reputation. Then, one of the allies seems to reflect on the name of this maniac, but by the time he remembers who it is, it's already too late. Because the ghostly one was easily taken down, and the other 2 are left in shock at this scene. In that, they soon recognize him as a member of the 4 heavenly kings. Now, Bei continues searching for Chunsim and his opponent. From afar, he notices that there's something strange inside the warehouse, so he decides to investigate.